Chapter 804. The water was still flowing, and the mountains were still beautiful. The fleet was still on its way to the desert. There were no changes to the food. In the morning, there were steamed buns or steamed buns. In the evening, there were 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. The night watch had an extra cup of strong wine. The difference was that when they passed by the Jing River, there were many women who came on board. The local brothel offered a lot of money, and they only needed to stay for 3 days. When the time came, they would send someone to send them back. As a result, there were more singing and dancing on the ship, as well as the smiles of the soldiers. When the women came, they were told that they were there to encourage the soldiers who were about to go to the border to kill. There was money to be made, and they felt that the people they needed to serve might stain the battlefield with blood. These brothel women did their best, and they did not forget to accompany the soldiers and encourage them to kill more enemies. "Sir, don't be anxious. Let this concubine dance for you again. Tonight, this concubine is yours." The voices in the cabin made the expression of Wang Wan, who was standing outside and admiring the night scene with Zhang Xiaobao, very ugly. "Zhang Xiaobao, what are you doing? You're actually finding women for them. Do you need to get some drugs? Listen to the voices coming out now. Do women have no place in your heart?" Wang Wan really could not bear the unbearable sounds. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan with a strange expression and replied, "Where do I get drugs? What's wrong with finding women? Everyone is happy. Some can get money, and some can enjoy gentleness. No matter what, they are still soldiers. They are much better than those weak people. Everyone gets what they need. Don't stare at me. When did I say that women have no place? Why don't we go back to the cabin and not listen, or go take a look?" But suddenly he is a good person. He has persisted for so many days. Aya, he needs to be nourished. Otherwise, it is easy to die on the road. Wang Wan also knew that Zhang Xiaobao was right. This matter had nothing to do with whether women had a place or not. Since they chose this line of work, they should follow the rules. She had never heard of any country or dynasty that could put an end to this. She also knew that if she said anything more, Zhang Xiaobao would question her. Were the officials good people? Can't we talk about it? When that time came, he would really be speechless. The so-called act of attacking someone was just deceiving oneself. The person who was attacking was doing it, so he wouldn't have the confidence to fight back. Just as he was about to follow Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and return to the cabin to rest, the sound of drums came from the cabin where the woman's teasing voice came from. No, it wasn't the sound of drums. It was the sound of someone slapping the table and the deck of the boat. He didn't know how to find it, but it just matched the sound of drums. The only thing missing was the vibration. Then there was the sound of footsteps and someone singing, "The wine is in the luminous cup, and the lute urges us to drink. Don't laugh while lying drunk on the battlefield." Since ancient times, how many people have returned from war? This is a poem we secretly came up with, right? Their singing sounds pretty good. Let's go and have a look. Hearing the familiar words, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and came to the outside of the cabin. The door of the cabin was only half closed. From this angle, they could see the looks of some women. At this time, there were 4 women in the cabin. 2 were slapping the table and the deck of the boat. One was holding a hujia and preparing to play it, and the other was dancing and singing. No matter how one looked at the dance, one couldn't see any gentleness in it. It gave people the feeling that it was a man dancing, especially when the woman was dancing. Her eyes revealed a kind of coldness and biting coldness. This was the first time Wang Wan saw a woman in a brothel. Originally, her impression of such a woman was that kind of woman who accompanied people to drink, accompanied them in their father's arms, and then spread her legs on the bed. Who would have thought that the woman dancing didn't give people the feeling that she was frivolous at all? The dancing woman was turning her body when she suddenly saw a big boy and a big girl outside. She was a little embarrassed and immediately made a mistake in her movements. "Let's go, don't look. It's not good to disturb people." Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and left. This woman doesn't feel like someone from a brothel. Wang Wan whispered. This is a real brothel woman. Not only does she have to be beautiful, but she also has to know how to play the zither, go, calligraphy and painting. If it was in our time, any one of them would be a talented woman. It's just that our people back then were not good enough and disgraced this reputation. Back then, those who had 1 or 2 points of the current brothel women's level were already celebrities. Zhang Xiaobao explained to Wang Wan, "Why are you always mocking people?" Wang Wan curled her lips. "Can't I tell the truth?" "Of course not. Some things can be done, but can't be said." "Well, let's go see what can be done but can't be said. I don't know if he is willing to hand over the military power now. If he is still stubbornly holding on, I have already prepared the best wood and linen clothes for him. The song is singing, the dance is dancing, the night is long without knowing, the joy will be found at dawn. General, accompany me to drink this cup of wine. I wish you victory at the start." A woman sang and danced. When she came near Kutu, she held a cup of wine in her hand. She wanted to lean on him, but hesitated, stopped, and spoke softly. Suddenly, without her leaning, he leaned against the wall of the boat. He looked at the beautiful woman beside him, then looked at the wine in his cup. He shook his head helplessly and said weakly, "This general appreciates the young lady's good intentions. This general appreciates the young lady's good intentions. Young lady, please rest early." "General, that won't do. The person who found me said that I must satisfy you. At the very least, I want you to enjoy yourself." The woman shook her head vigorously. Her gaze was firm. "I've enjoyed myself to my heart's content." "Oh, go and tell the person who brought the girl here that I've been tired these days and will have to rely on Adjunct Wang for many matters in the army. Ask Governor Zhang to have a talk with General Wang about military power." Kutu, whose eyes were deeply sunken, used all his strength to move to the corner. He was afraid that the woman beside him would stick to him. The woman was easy to talk to. She drank the wine herself, got up and walked out while saying to Kutu, "Then this concubine will take her leave for now. If the general misses this concubine, send someone to find this concubine, and I will come immediately." "Okay, sure." Kutu seemed to have used all his strength to say the sentence. Watching the woman leave, he sighed helplessly. He knocked his head on the deck of the ship, rolled his eyes, and opened his mouth to gasp for breath. Kutu finally decided to hand over the military power. It turned out that he had drugged himself. After eating it, he had a stomachache. Later, a doctor came. From then on, he didn't feel well. A few days later, his diarrhea was cured. He had red spots all over his body. When he didn't sleep, he was always in a daze. When he slept, he couldn't fall asleep. When he got rid of the red spots, he couldn't eat them. He was so suffocated that he wished he could die. He was cured again. This time, he had another stomachache. If he couldn't figure out what was going on after a few more times, he would really be a fool. Military power was all because of military power. He heard that the generals of other prefectures had already handed over their military power. Now they were living comfortably. If he insisted on not handing it over, he could easily die on the way. "Zhang Xiaobao, I finally know you. Don't let me get better. Otherwise, I won't let it end. It's so uncomfortable. Someone get me some wine." After lying down for a while, Kutu felt hungry. He sullenly shouted, but only the guard standing guard at the door could hear him. "General, you can't drink any more. If you always rely on wine, you will be finished." The person at the door advised with concern, "Today is the last time. As long as I eat, I will vomit. I will be fine tomorrow. Once I hand over my military power, this general will quickly get better." Kutu licked his dry lips and still wanted to drink. "General, why don't I take your order and gather the brothers to threaten Zhang Xiaobao?" the guard suggested. "Then I will die even faster. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao will lock up his doctors and say that their methods are not good enough. When they return, they will be punished. Then he will ask me to find a doctor myself. Tell me, which doctor will dare to treat me? Won't he directly poison me to death? Go, give me the wine. Go to the door and welcome Governor Zhang. He should be here soon. Kutu's heart was like a mirror. If it were him, he would do the same. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who originally wanted to come and visit Kutu, suddenly received the news. They looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Xiaobao, are you satisfied now? You almost tormented him to death. Wang Wan felt carefree. She hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and laughed. Don't talk nonsense. I am sparing no effort to help General Kutu get better. When did I torment him? He is also a person. Even when he is in pain, he still thinks about the army. He wants to put the lives of countless people in your hands. This is a person with a sense of responsibility. I hope he can get better as soon as possible. My Buddha above, amen. Don't draw a cross anymore. Who draws a cross from the bottom to the top? If you draw it a little lower, it will be inserted into your navel. I know you don't like any religion, even the two parties, but don't show it. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and jogged towards a place where they could break through. Wrong. I like all religions and parties, so I made it a little messy. I believe that a true God can tolerate everything. Those who attack other religions do not truly understand God's intentions. This time, only the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office was not included. We are about to succeed. Yes, it was not annexed. Hurry, I am afraid. He can't hold on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw the skinny Kutu when they were bickering. They talked in the cabin. Without a fourth person knowing, they obtained the official seal of the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. The next day, Kutu's body was much better. At least he could eat some porridge and not continue to vomit. It was said that his heart disease was only cured after he let go of his worries. On the night he recovered, a pigeon flew to the capital. It also brought an order to transfer troops. On it was the seal of Kutu. Chapter 805. But Tuyu would never have thought that Zhang Xiaobao did not want his seal to command the people on the ship, or that his ultimate goal was not only the people on the ship. The letter was first sent to the capital, where Kutuyu's letter to the imperial court was found. All the letters were gathered together, and then someone was found to imitate Kutuyu's handwriting to mobilize the other soldiers of the Song Mo Commandery. As for the generals sent by the other commander-in-chief's manors, those who had a say in the matter would also send fake letters back to mobilize their troops. These troops would be dispersed and sent to various parts of the Great Tang. Li Sun of Shuzhou was assigned 10,000 soldiers from the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's manor and 5,000 soldiers from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor. He, on the other hand, sent 20,000 soldiers from Shuzhou. A series of methods such as bribery, suppression, roping, and assassination were used. It could be said that there was no big chaos, but there was constant small chaos. It wasn't that there weren't any capable people in the various martial manors, but even if they could tell, they didn't have the strength. This time the generals that were sent to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were all good at fighting. Their purpose was to learn from Wang Wan's abilities and at the same time to act as a strong presence to deter Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao from acting rashly. There were not many people in each commandery. In the beginning, 160,000 people were sent from Jili province and 40,000 real soldiers were sent away. When they saw the transfer order and the soldiers from other commanderies came, they wanted to object, but they did not have enough strength. Those who strongly objected either suddenly died of illness or accidentally hit their heads on wood or tiles that fell from high places when they were walking. Some people suddenly became rich, and the things they used were the same as the Tang Empire's ministers. These people were inclined to let the Tang Empire and the Tang Empire's military force exchange. In the name of sending soldiers into the Tang Empire, they could know the Tang people's livelihood and lead the Tang soldiers into the Tang Empire so they could know the Tang army's military force. He had seen their battle prowess, but he was not clear about their specific battle prowess. However, the The weapons and armor they used were not just a little bit better than those of the martial manner. This was especially true for the soldiers from Shuzhou. Their discipline was so strict that they could be ordered around like an arm. Li Sun actually personally came to the martial manor of Song Mo to take charge. The rest of the people didn't object to the recall of the soldiers, but they didn't agree either. Some said that they were sick and went home to rest. Some felt like they were in a dream all day long. They seemed helpless, but they also seemed to be waiting for the day when the elite soldiers that were sent out returned. None of the generals were aware of these matters, so the news could not be transmitted. Firstly, the fleet was moving too quickly to travel on land, and secondly, the important checkpoints on land were guarded by soldiers. All non-Tang fast horses were stopped, and this was even more so on the rivers. When Ku Tuyu's body was completely healed, and the fleet was only a few days' journey from the shore to the desert, and when he regained his military power, the commander-in-chief's mansions in Hebei province were basically settled. Letters were sent back and forth between the capital and Jili prefecture. When the Bohai commander-in-chief manor sent someone to deliver a letter saying that this autumn, the commander-in-chief manor was willing to pay the taxes of the 5 capitals and 62 prefectures, Li Longji felt like he was in a dream. How could this be? Li Longji shook his head vigorously and confirmed the matter in the letter again. He seemed to be talking to himself. Your Majesty, it's already midsummer. Back then, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo promised Your Majesty that the Bohai commander-in-chief manor would pay the taxes this year, Gao Lisher explained. I know they said it, but what I want to know is not what they said, but why is the Bohai commander-in-chief manor willing to pay? Is it because they said it the reason? Could it be that they said that I can fly in the sky tomorrow and I will also? Oh, I have already flown once. Let's not talk about flying or not. What other methods did they use? They can't be afraid of the Bohai commander-in-chief manor just because I sent 10,000 soldiers to the Bohai commander-in-chief manor. There are hundreds of thousands of people there. If they lose 5,000 soldiers, they will have 10,000 more soldiers. They will still have the strength to fight. Li Longji spoke smoothly, but his eyes were full of confusion. How could such a difficult thing be done by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as if it was a game? That was the Bohai commander-in-chief manor, far away from Jili prefecture. Even if the great Tang wanted to attack, it was too far away. Could it be that he was moved by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's portraits? The 2 children were good-looking, and there were portraits of them since they were young on the wall. But this was definitely not the reason. When Gao Lisher heard the emperor's words, he had an impulse to laugh, but he suppressed it and explained, Your Majesty, of course, it is not Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's words, but they will do what they say. A few days ago, Lu Zhou sent another 20 gunships to the Bohai Bay to fight the pirates. They killed more than 1,100 pirate ships, killed countless pirates, and gave a large amount of silk to the Bohai commander-in-chief manor to help the people who were hurt by the pirates. The Bohai commander-in-chief manor did not only send 5,000 soldiers, but 15,000. The other 10,000 soldiers followed Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to protect the desert near Jinchuan. Your Majesty can think of it this way. The Bohai commander-in-chief manor lost 15,000 soldiers. Although the loss of 5,000 soldiers was too sudden for him, and they were transferred away without his order, it was still too little. How many soldiers could there be in a few 100,000? Their navy and pirate ships were almost no match for the pirates, so Xiao Bao and Cuckoo sent out gunships to help him. I guess the great martial arts commander-in-chief was moved by the selfless help of our heavenly soldiers. Your Majesty, you are very kind. Ah, you sent 20 gunships to kill all the navy of the Bohai commander-in-chief manor? No, you wiped out all the pirates. You also gave a lot of silk, which should be collected from the nearby state capital, right? Why didn't I know? Li Longji finally understood. No wonder the great martial arts commander-in-chief, who wanted to fight against the great Tang, suddenly became easy to talk to. They took the initiative to pay the taxes and no longer wanted to establish normal trade with the great Tang. It turned out that it was because of His Majesty's kindness. It was just that when His Majesty's kindness shone, he was not aware of it. Gao Lisher knew that the emperor was not happy. The main problem was not whether the emperor knew the situation over there or not, but that the difficult thing became simple in the hands of Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. It was a bit of a blow to the emperor. He hurriedly tried to persuade. Your Majesty, at that time Your Majesty said that Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo were fully in charge of the matters in the north of Hebei province. They did not need to report too much, and only sent a letter when the imperial court sent troops. Therefore, Your Majesty did not know. I only knew about it the day before yesterday. I was afraid that the great martial arts commander-in-chief would not submit a letter to the capital, so I did not directly tell Your Majesty. Your Majesty, it seems simple, but it is not. Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo used almost half of the wealth of the Zhang family and the Wang family for this matter. They bribed, roped in, and distributed it to the civilians. In the letter, they told me that since they came to Jili province, they slept at most 8 hours a day. They also discussed with me that when the north of Hebei province was settled down, they would help me to ask for more benefits from Your Majesty. This time they lost a lot of money, so I don't know if I should ask for more benefits. Oh, they also suffered a lot. They want to ask for benefits from me? They have occupied a large area in the north of Hebei province. Can't they make up for their losses? Li Longji's heart was balanced. Considering Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money, he did not think that they could not make up for their losses. Your Majesty means to let the two of them occupy the entire north of Hebei province? It is difficult to go to Hunan province by land. The two of them also have naval gunboats. The whole area is full of mountains and dense forests. When Cuckoo led 10,000 troops to the mountains near Ruoshui in Jinchuan, she played the classic jungle strategy. The strong protection team of the Zhang family and the Wang family can be said to come and go like ghosts in the mountains and forests. Even Li Sun, the Prince of Tang, and also has 1,000 troops that are specially suitable for jungle warfare. Your Majesty, are you really going to let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo establish a foothold in the north of Hebei province? Gao Lisher saw that the emperor was a little confused, so he had to analyze the matter and let the emperor sober up and not be carried away by happy things. Li Longji was stunned. Ah? Yes, what Lisher said is right. It can be trusted, but it can't be unguarded. What is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's plan? Do they want to occupy that area? Replying to Your Majesty, Xiao Bao is considering that he can't stay in the north of Hebei province, so he wants to get benefits from other places. He said that in the future there will be dozens of prefectures. Those who are not filial piety will not be sent, those who do not love the people as their own children will not be sent, and those who are not court officials will not be sent. Even if they are sent, they will be changed every 3 years. They will leave their families in the capital, one official and one deputy. The official is a civil official who is only in charge of civil affairs. The deputy is a military general who is only in charge of defense. After 3 years, the civil official will be sent there to learn and familiarize himself with the situation there. When the predecessor leaves, the successor will be directly appointed. The same is true for the military general. However, they will not have the right to go there 1 year in advance. In this way, they will not be afraid of rebellion. The navy will be managed by someone else. All the generals and civil officials will have to build roads after they take office. Gao Lisher took out a piece of paper from his bosom and read the words written on it to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded and suddenly asked, If there is a battle, what should we do if we can't fully understand the soldiers after only 1 year? Retreat. If we can't win, come back. The imperial court will then send elite troops to fight. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry that someone will attack there. Whether it is the Turks or Silla, as long as they attack, the capital can send troops to attack from both sides. Besides, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't seem to intend to let the Turks and Silla be as free as they are now. It's just that they don't have the time. Your Majesty, the two of them are still young. Gao Li Shi revealed a little of the matter that his godson had mentioned. The main reason was that he had received a map. This map did not look like the current map of the Great Tang. It was much larger than the current one, even though the words "map of the Great Tang" were written on it. Li Longji finally recovered from the emotions in the letter from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office. Having become smarter, he immediately understood the meaning in Gao Lishi's words. The two of them still want to fight. If they keep fighting, they'll die. It doesn't seem like many people will die. The side that dies the most is the other side. Did the two of them mention anything about benefits? They didn't say. If Xiao Bao did, "Your Majesty, you will definitely—" Gao Lishi stuttered and did not finish a sentence. Li Longji understood. If Xiao Bao mentioned benefits at this time, he should think of a way to stop him. He could not let him easily achieve his goal. He did not believe that he would lose every time. Li Shi, find some time to write a letter to the two of them. Tell them that I said that if they don't want any benefits, I will exempt their family from 3 years of tax. If they don't want to be exempt from tax, they will have to rely on their own abilities. Li Longji basically wanted to directly say that they would have to rely on their own abilities. However, after thinking carefully, if that was the case, it would be unfair to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They had cleaned up such a large area. If they won this time, they would really suffer a loss. If they were angry and stopped playing, he would lose a kind of fun, although his chances of winning were not that big. Your subject obeys. What else could Gao Lishi say? He could only agree. He did not understand why the emperor was so free. He was usually very nice, but when it came to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he had to lower himself to the children's level. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also received the news from Shuiyin. There was a small chaos in the north of Hebei province. De Wushi of Bohai Commandery had been tormented. Whether he really submitted or not, as long as he acknowledged the position once, they would have an excuse to beat him up if he did not want to do it in the future. Was the relationship of sovereignty something that could be casually acknowledged? Xiao Bao, you can send a letter to Chai Zuzin of Tubo. Ask him to send troops to help fight Duo Shi. I won't even ask if he is supporting Duo Shi. Let's see if he will send troops or not. Wang Wan saw that the matter in Jili province was more or less settled. She began to make a move against Tubo again. Zhang Xiaobao immediately wrote a letter to ask Chai Zuzin to send troops to eliminate the bandits Duo Shi. News came that the Duo Shi in the desert continued to increase their troops. Originally, there were only 100 people left. Now, there were 2,000 people. Their weapons were also stronger than before. Everyone was given a horse. Furthermore, they did not continue to attack the haloxylon ammonite trees. Instead, they set up camp. It seemed like they were preparing for a big move. Until now, it was still impossible to guess which side was supporting them. If it was supporting them, it was possible that it was from either side. The supplies for the 2,000 people had always been sent by the Duo Shi to the two places to exchange for other things. As for whether they used things worth 1 copper coin to exchange for supplies worth 1 copper coin, it was not clear. If they could get news of the exchange, they would know that whoever exchanged with the Duo Shi was the one supporting them. Then it would be impossible not to fight. They had more than 40,000 people. If they did not consume some, how could they train their troops? After the letter was written, he asked someone to send it to Tubo at the fastest speed. Zhang Xiaobao called Ku Tuyu and the other generals over to discuss the matters of the upcoming battle. That's how it is. Let's see if Tubo will send people or not. When the time comes, we may fight with the Tujue or Tubo. Everyone should be prepared. Zhang Xiaobao told them about the letter he had written to the Tubo Zuzin, which could be considered as a pre-war mobilization. Some of the generals only knew how to fight and were slower to react. They did not understand the meaning behind it and left to find their own troops. Some of them had a calm expression on the surface, but their hearts were in turmoil. Ku Tuyu was one of them. After leaving the cabin where Zhang Xiaobao was having a meeting, he did not look for his own troops. Instead, he returned to his own cabin and started to think about things. General, are we really going to help Zhang Xiaobao and the others fight? If we only fight Tubo, it is fine. If we fight the Tujue, our Songma commander-in-chief's manor will be easily targeted by the Tujue. An advisor who had also returned asked Kutuyu worriedly. Fight. No matter who we fight, we have to fight. If we don't fight the Tujue, Zhang Xiaobao will fight us. They are forcing us to do something beyond our ability. But Tiyu didn't hesitate at all and immediately expressed his attitude. General, do they dare? The advisor still did not wish to fight the Tujue. What is there that they don't dare to do? This time he wrote a letter to Tubo and asked them to send troops. It sounded simple, but it was not the case at all. If Tubo sent troops, they would offend Polysher. They were afraid that Tubo would support Polysher. At that time, Polysher would feel that they were cheated and would take revenge on Tubo. If Tubo did not send troops, it would be even simpler. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Rong could announce that Jinchuan and Rashui did not belong to Tubo. Otherwise, why would they not send troops? Then they would use Tubo's unilateral destruction of friendship as an excuse to stop the food exchange with Tubo. It was summer now and Tubo was lacking in food. If Tubo could not help but send troops to attack Zhang Xiaobao, that would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen would directly send troops to attack Tubo. Furthermore, they would not use Great Tang's people. If they died, they would not feel any heartache. They would let us attack head-on and disregard the losses. Wang Wan would then lead the elite troops and fight for thousands of miles. Tubo would be completely destroyed. Even if all of our people died and we did not win against Tubo this time, Great Tang would use this opportunity to send troops again. Would Tubo still have people to fight? This is called strategy. We should not have let the two of them go to Jili province. It would have been good if we did not force Lilongji like that. We finally forced him into a corner. Sigh. However, he suddenly regretted it. He finally saw how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. These two people were the treasured swords in Lilongji's hands. They were the kind of swords that would definitely see blood when they were unsheathed. After the 40,000 people walked for a few days on the shore, when they were still 2 days away from the desert, Zuzan Chide of Tubo also received a letter sent by Zhang Xiaobao. He read it again and again, and the more he read, the more worried he became. Who came up with the idea to dig a hole in Wangjiang County in Shuzhou? Investigate again. Those who are lucky enough to survive, capture them and kill them. Zuzan Chide stayed in the palace of Princess Linunu of Jincheng and gave an order to the people waiting at the side. This order was baffling. Why did Zuzan Chide remember it after such a long time? Princess Jincheng did not see the letter. She was a Tang person, but she could not do anything about the affairs of both sides, let alone put in much effort. When she heard Zuzan Chide's order, she went closer and advised, Zuzan Chide, if you kill more people, I'm afraid it will chill the hearts of the people. If I don't kill them, I won't be able to appease the hatred in my heart. If not for the person who came up with the idea and made the move, why would Wang Wan come to attack us? If not for them, why would we allow them to stir up the economy of Jianan Circuit? If not, why would Zhang Xiaobao take revenge? Now, they're here again, and this time, they're even more powerful than before. It's an army of 40,000. Should we fight or not? Since Zuzan Chide could not find trouble with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he could only find fault with his own people. Chapter 806. After hesitating for a while, Zhu Zan still agreed to send troops. However, he wasn't stupid. He sent the troops, but he sent the logisticians. He said that Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang came from afar, and it was inconvenient for them to get supplies. Thus, Tubo was willing to send the little bit of provisions over as reinforcements. He also thanked Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang for helping Tubo fight against foreign enemies. The letter was filled with grievances, saying that the people of Tubo did not have enough to eat or wear, saying that the soldiers of Tubo were so thin that they were just skin and bones, saying that the number of livestock in Tubo had decreased sharply, and countless children were crying piteously for food. After reading the letter, it was hard for people not to cry. Tubo was really not easy. But even in such a difficult time, other than sending logisticians, Zuzan also specially prepared a big gift for Governor Zhang and Adjunct Wang. 100 yaks, both male and female. If it was at the start, Zuzan would only care about Wang Wan. After all, Wang Wan's battle prowess was the most direct. But now he was more afraid of Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan's viciousness was nothing more than mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. But as long as there were people around, they would be able to restrain this demon. Zhang Xiaobao was different. When he fought, he was like a ghost. He would use all kinds of sinister moves. What was weak was the will of the people. After 2 years of torment, when he wanted to attack Tang Empire, the first thing he was afraid of was not the generals, but the ordinary civilians. Even the slaves didn't want to provoke them. Sigh, let's do it this way. When we exchange with the Duo people, let people pretend to be bandits and kill them. We can't let the two of them get a hold of us. Nu, how are you these few days? After Zhu Zan arranged everything, he gently hugged Princess Jincheng's waist and asked with concern. Princess Jincheng also nodded gently and said, Zan Pu is good to me, so I'm naturally doing well. Zan Pu has been tired for many days. Let me serve him and rest. Princess Jincheng was very conflicted in her heart. Her position was rather awkward. She hoped that Tubo and Great Tang would have a good relationship, but she knew that it was impossible. When she came here, she was nothing more than a tool. One of the people she was supposed to be betrothed to died, so she couldn't go back. She had to marry another one. In the beginning, he did not have a good life. Because of his identity, it was impossible for him not to be ostracized. However, ever since Wang Wan led the army to war, his life became better day by day. No one in Tubo dared to disrespect him anymore. Even Zan Pu had to give in to him a little. Now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were once again in Tubo territory, the house they lived in was renovated again and again. Their daily necessities were also several times more than what the others had. Perhaps this was what Zhang Xiaobao had said at Pengzhou Pass, that weak countries had no diplomacy. It was said that the villagers of the Zhang and Wang families were treated with respect by outsiders, and no one dared to frame or bully them. He was a villager of the Great Tang. The stronger the master, the more comfortable his life would be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't have the mood to care about Princess Jincheng. According to the saying, a married lady was like spilled water. They couldn't find Princess Jincheng and tell her to go back to Tang Empire and not play with Zhu Zanqi anymore. From now on, as long as I'm alive, I won't allow Tang Empire to use women to seek a moment of peace. This is a disgrace to you men. Wang received Zhu Zanqi's letter and gift. At the same time, she also received a letter from Princess Jincheng. In the letter, she asked about some things in Tang Empire. She also said that she had a good life in Tubo. Everyone gave in to her, and she didn't have to worry about food and drink. When she wanted to play, she could go out with a group of people protecting her. The letter was right, but Wang Wan could tell that Princess Jincheng missed Tang Empire. So, she solemnly swore an oath and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Why are you looking at me? I didn't ask her to get married. At the very least, these married women can reduce the number of deaths in Tang Empire. Also, it can promote the integration of the different races and leave a deep mark in history, causing the various races to... All right, stop acting like a historian. Aren't you being hypocritical? Zhu Zanqi is really a scammer. Yaks are good things, but is he stupid? Is there a need to turn 100 yaks into 50 males and 50 females? Men know how to find a few more women. Why must the yaks be monogamous? He did it on purpose. If not, the more females there are, the faster the reproduction rate. Also, we can't bring the yaks back to the capital to raise. They won't be able to acclimatize to the environment. Let's just leave them here. We still have to tell Ilongji that we are raising these 100 yaks together with him. Next year, we can cut some of their hair to make blankets for him. Then we can pick a male yak that can be killed and let him taste it. Wang Wan didn't wait for Zhang Xiaobao to finish his words and interrupted him. She started to worry about the yaks. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly realized that he couldn't keep up with Wang Wan's thoughts. The yaks don't seem to be important. What's more important is Zuzan Qi's reaction. It seems that they are really related to the polycannibals. Otherwise, why would they only send logisticians? How can Tubo's logisticians be compared to our logisticians? I have decided to stay here for at least 3 months and at most half a year. I can't wait any longer. There are still many places that need to be occupied. I can't play with the surrounding small countries. We have to deal with the Tujue and Tubo as soon as possible. We can use them to raise cattle and sheep and also use them as a springboard to deal with the north of Hebei province. They have sent out a total of 40,000 soldiers. We can use them to suppress the Tubo and Tujue. When they can't suppress the Tubo and Tujue anymore, we can ask the commander-in-chief to send more soldiers. If we don't agree, we will destroy our friendship. If we agree, we will conserve our strength. What about the imperial court? Your father is going to enter the capital soon. Zhang Shua hasn't made any moves yet. Li Linfu's position has changed slightly. Wang Maozhong and Gu Fushen are still related by marriage. You have to act quickly. I don't want to be caught in the political whirlpool again. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao's plan of using troops, which meant that she agreed. She changed the topic and returned to the imperial court. It's still early. Let's talk about it later. The most important thing now is to get in touch with the polycannibals. It wasn't easy for them to come here. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill them casually? While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy with the big plan, Xiaobei and the other kids couldn't sit still and were busy with the small plan. 100 guards in their teens received the order and began to make kites. They went to the mountains to find branches, paper, and gunpowder. To be precise, they threw cannons. Can this wind really blow over there tomorrow? How dare they cut down my haloxylon tree? I think they ate a bear's heart and swallowed a leopard's gall. Xiaobei put his finger in his mouth and took it out to feel the wind. He muttered angrily. Chapter 807. The wind changed direction before dawn, blowing towards the Duo Eaters' camp. The person who reported the weather for Xiaobei and the others received a silver coin. It was a silver coin that was popular among Xiaobei and the others. If the person who received it couldn't buy the products of Xiaobei and the others, they could use the silver coin to make jewelry for their children. With the wind, a sunny day was the best time to fly a kite. More than 100 children ignored the dust in the desert and carefully flew the kites one by one. Release! Xiaobei shouted. The ropes in the hands of 3 young guards broke, one after another. The 3 kites in the sky flew freely towards the Duo Eaters' camp. They descended in the air and finally landed a few dozen feet away from the Duo Eaters' camp. The older brother immediately calculated the height of the kites. Under the condition that the wind speed didn't change, some of the kite strings were retracted, while some were released. Second brother, will it work? Xiaobei asked uncertainly. Xiaohai smacked his lips twice. It should work, right? I've calculated it before. I'll trust you this time. Prepare the child kites. Hang! Xiaobei selectively believed in his older brother's calculation skills and shouted to the other guards. The young guard immediately picked up the child kite even more cautiously. Originally, the child kite would fall from the mother kite after the child kite followed the string and hit the mother kite. This time a magnet was used. Not only would the child kite not close, but it would stick to the mother kite. More than 100 kite strings hung on the kites and flew upwards against the wind. When they reached the peak, Xiaobei gave another command, and all the kite strings were cut. They floated down towards the man-eater's camp. The final result proved that no matter how talented a child was, it was impossible to accurately calculate the landing point of the kites. The fine structure of each kite, the changes in wind speed, the relationship between buoyancy and gravity, let alone Xiaohai, even Wang Wan, a genius student like her, wouldn't be able to calculate the final result. More than 100 kites fell everywhere. Some of them didn't have any reaction after landing, while some burst into flames. Even so, Xiao Bei's plan could be considered a success. Nearly 40 kites landed on the duo's tents. With the impact, most of them burst into flames. Coupled with the oil and cotton that the kites carried, the flames grew bigger with the help of the wind. By the time the cannibals reacted and wanted to put out the fire, it was already too late. All the tents that were set on fire by the kites were turned into piles of fire, and dozens of people were even burned. Yeah, who asked you to chop down my haloxylon shuttle tree? Without the haloxylon shuttle tree, I wouldn't have the desert sistanch. Without the desert sistanch, I would have one less dish. My next move is called Dancing Fire Phoenix. Humph. When Xiao Bei saw the scene of the fire through his 1,000-mile vision, he waved his little fists in celebration. The shouts of the duo eater came from afar. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had just woken up and were about to eat, came out to take a look in surprise. They thought that the duo eater had gone crazy and wanted to attack them with only 2,000 people. What's going on? Zhang Xiaobao didn't need binoculars to see that the duo eaters were living a prosperous life. Someone immediately came over. Young master, it's Xiao Bei and the others who set fire to the duo eaters' tents. It's estimated that at least 1/5 of the tents have been burned. If we don't put out the fire quickly, more will be burned when the wind blows. Who? Xiao Bei? Who ran over with her? Zhang Xiaobao didn't understand. Little young master, no one is going. This subordinate has already told the two of you the day before yesterday. Little Miss Xiao Bei and the others want to make kites, throw cannons, oil, and cotton. Didn't the two of you already know? The person who replied seemed very wronged. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and nodded numbly. Yes, they knew. Both of them knew. But who would have thought that Xiao Bei and the others wanted to burn the duo eaters' tents? Usually, they like to make small things for fun. They always wanted something, but not a lot. Occasionally, they could make some interesting gadgets. For example, an automatic slingshot. When a slingshot was made, the slingshot would be pulled by the rotating force of the windmill. After a certain extent, the slingshot would hit a thimble and fall. On the other side, a small stone would fall on the slingshot and be shot out by the slingshot. Sometimes, if the small stone didn't fall well, they would use many small stones to fall one after another. When they were shot out, it would be very inaccurate. Another example was an automatic fishing rod. When the fishing rod was put into the water, it wouldn't float. Only a line was stretched on the head of the fishing rod. If a fish pulled the fishing rod and it floated a lot, the other side of the line would pull the fishing rod up. Although the accuracy rate was very low and although it wasn't practical, it was indeed a small invention. Compared to the things they made before, this kite is much more practical. We should give it a name. It should be called... Xiao Bei said it's called the Flying Fire Phoenix. The person who replied interrupted. Good name. Let's go to the front and welcome the distinguished guests from afar. Wang Wan saw that there were people in front of them and praised the name. She and Zhang Xiaobao went forward to welcome them. As for whether the trouble caused by Xiao Bei and the others was a disaster or not, that was secondary. Was it easy for children to die? Burning your camp with something that they had painstakingly invented was giving you face. You should feel honored. The duo eaters came. There weren't many of them, only 7 people. One of them was the leader. They probably knew that it was useless to have more people. They might even be beaten up. Only 7 people came to reason with them. The leader had learned the language of the Tang Empire. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he knew that they were the real deal. I am from the Duo Eaters Empire, he said a long name. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't remember it. They only remembered the key name, Lard. This was the name of the Duo Eaters in front of them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Juan didn't want to know about his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on. So it's Lard. Why did you destroy our haloxylon shuttle trees? Now you want to use the fire as a signal to gather people to attack our defenseless kind merchants? Zhang Xiaobao questioned Lard with a sullen face. This was Lard's first time dealing with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had heard about them before and had even seen their faces in pictures. According to the rumors, they were very unreasonable. Now that he saw them, he knew that the rumors were not as good as meeting them in person. The flaming kite clearly flew over from here. As soon as they touched it, they made a preemptive strike. Who would use the fire as a signal to burn his beard and clothes? Didn't they see that he was still black? It's you. You burned our camp. We didn't touch your haloxylon shuttle trees. You used despicable means to burn our camp. Lard retorted loudly. We used despicable means to burn your camp? I don't know what you're thinking. I deny it. You are insulting us. We love peace and won't use despicable means. Even if we use kind means, we won't just burn a small part of your camp. If you don't believe me, I'll let you know tonight. Zhang Xiaobao resisted and threatened with an aggrieved expression. Lard had not personally experienced Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fear, but that didn't mean that he hadn't heard of it. When he heard that Zhang Xiaobao was going to make a move tonight, he felt uncertain and unwilling to let it end like this. He took an unlit kite from the hands of the people behind him and said, You used this thing to burn our camp. It's called a kite, I know. Did someone fly a kite? Zhang Xiaobao turned around and asked. In reply to the young master, Xiao Bei and the ladies just did. Go find them. After a while, Xiao Bei, who was still excited from her victory, skipped over. Xiao Bei, did you bully the duo eaters? Look at how you bullied them. Look at this Lard. How did you bully him? Lard, this is the person who flew the kite. You can ask her. Zhang Xiaobao carried Xiao Bei in front of Lard and lectured her, then changed the subject of Lard's reasoning. Lard was already dumbfounded. He looked at Xiao Bei's appearance and listened to Zhang Xiaobao's lecture. He used his hand to measure Xiao Bei's height, then squatted down helplessly and forced a smile at Xiao Bei. Little girl, were you the one who burned our camp? No, why would I burn down your campsite? Xiao Bei blinked innocently and shook his head vigorously. Then were you the one who flew the kite? Lard took the kite and asked. Yes, I was the one who flew the kites. I flew a lot of them. Did you see them? Xiao Bei nodded and admitted. That's right. The kite burned our camp. You were the one who flew the kite, so we should look for you. Lard's face turned red when he said this. Xiao Bei didn't admit it at all. I flew the kite, but I didn't let the kite burn your camp. If the kite burned your camp, you should look for the kite. Why are you looking for me? You really can't change your mind. You were the one who flew the kite. But I didn't burn your camp. The kite burned my camp. Then go look for the kite. But you were the one who flew the kite in my camp. Are you an idiot? I flew the kite, but I didn't burn your camp. If the kite burned your camp, it's useless for you to look for me. Oh, I understand. Are you saying that I'm not allowed to fly the kite? Are you not going to care if I eat or sleep? I don't care if you eat or sleep. I don't care if you fly the kite, but the kite you flew burned my camp. I only flew the kite. I didn't burn your camp. It was the kite that burned it. It's like you picked a poisonous mushroom and threw it away. I picked it up and ate it. If I get poisoned, can I look for you and tell you that you shouldn't have picked that mushroom? You can't say that. Where's my camp? The kite burned it. I'm so angry. Brother, I'm not going to talk to him anymore. He's so stupid. Xiao Bei looked very helpless. She looked at Lard with a look that said, You should take medicine. Then she turned around and said something to Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't care about Lard anymore and skipped away. Young Master Zhang, what do you think? The kite burned it, Zhang Xiaobao admitted. Chapter 808. Lard staggered out of the great Tang merchant's camp. His expression quite unsightly. Even the 7 people who came with him were filled with longing and longing. Their purpose of coming here was not to obtain any benefits from Zhang Xiaobao. They just wanted to understand Zhang Xiaobao as much as possible so that they could make use of him in the future. No matter if Zhang Xiaobao was angry or weak in front of them, they would be able to grasp a bit of Zhang Xiaobao's personality. However, they had evidently miscalculated. Zhang Xiaobao acted as if it had nothing to do with him and pushed a 5-year-old child to the front. This 5-year-old child did not seem like someone who had taught her what to say, and the conversation seemed to have come up on the spot. Listening to a 5-year-old Xiaobao talk about the relationship between the person who flew the kite and the kite made one feel a bit dazed. If it was an adult, one would be able to speak properly, but how could one explain clearly to a 5-year-old child? Everything is strange. The people from Great Qin's Zhang family and Wang family can't be judged by common sense. When Lard returned to the camp and saw some people throwing away the cannons on the kites, he concluded, "Are we going to fight or not? We can't just let them harm us once and pretend that nothing happened." A person whose beard had been burned whispered to Lard. After asking this question, he immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head to continue dismantling the kites that were not burning. He suddenly realized that he should not have asked. The other side had an army of 40,000 or so, and this did not include the slave army. With his 2,000 or so people, they would be able to return to the embrace of Allah if they charged over. Lard did not have the time to scold others for being unwise. He was still worried about the current situation. If Great Qin's people really wanted to destroy his people, they would not need to send soldiers from so far away. With 130,000 people, they would be able to crush his people into pieces with just a pinch. Lard's mission was to set up a camp here, and it would be best if he could communicate with the various factions and make them acknowledge his position. This would allow him to trade with Great Qin. Great Qin had beautiful silk, beautiful ceramics, and even tea leaves that people would get used to after drinking them. A small amount of these things had already flowed into Zhao Fu's side, and they were incredibly valuable. If they could stabilize then. It was a pity that recently, for some reason, Great Qin's emperor, who had always been very open-minded, had actually sealed off all of the checkpoints, not allowing merchants to bring out things that were considered ordinary to Great Qin, but were good things to Great Qin. There were simply too few goods shipped out through Tubo and Turkic Khaganate. More importantly, the prices were much higher than in the Great Qin Empire. After seeing how the Tibetans were constantly harassing Great Qin did not do anything too excessive and even opened up more channels of communication. As such, Zhao Fu decided to learn from Great Qin and send people to burn the haloxylon shuttle trees that Great Qin's people had planted in the desert. Zhao Fu had thought that Great Qin's merchants would give up a portion of their profits for peace. However, after making a move, he found that things were not as they had expected. The people here were not willing to compromise at all. Now he knew that the so-called Chamber of Commerce was not a simple trading team. The power behind them was frighteningly big. They actually brought over 40,000 soldiers from such a long distance and didn't fight, but just set up camp. What was their purpose? Or rather, what kind of goal did he want to achieve? 2,000 or so people aren't worth me making a move. Once we destroy them, we won't have any excuse to stay here. Xiao Bao, help me think of a way to drag in the Turks and Tubo. In about half a month, Kutuyu will receive news from the northern region of Hebei province. Back then, we took their seals to give them the misconception that we were trying to rope in their people. We did that, and a small portion of them agreed to come with us after the battle. If Kutuyu finds out that he's going to be a figurehead, he might suddenly turn against us. I don't want any of my people to die, so give me an idea. Wang Wan was quite surprised at how smart Xiao Bei and the others were, and she started to think of a strategy. In terms of scheming and plotting, she trusted Zhang Xiaobao more. Zhang Xiaobao was flipping through his account book. He had spent a lot of money on this trip, and he could not just put in effort and not receive anything in return. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he stopped what he was doing and walked out of the tent. Looking at the sun that was about to reach the middle of the sky, he felt a little dizzy and finally thought of a solution. Tonight, arrange for our people to secretly burn a portion of the haloxylon amandendron trees and say that there are bandits hiding in the depths of the desert. Let Kutuyu and the others lead 40,000 people in pursuit. At that time, it will be impossible for the people outside to pass the news to them. Will they believe it? I don't care if they believe it or not. If I say there is, then there is. When they enter the desert, take the money to buy a large amount of livestock from the Turks and Tubo for supplies. They lack food, but they don't lack livestock. With Kutuyu's army in charge of cleaning up the wolves and other possible dangers, our people will enter the desert to collect useful resources and plant trees. There is strength in numbers. That's good. If the Turks and Tubo don't sell, I understand. If they don't sell to us, we will seal off the trade route between them and the Great Tang and not trade with them. There are still tens of thousands of strings of coins here. If there is no other way, we can buy them on credit first. Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and said. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "Who will give them copper coins? Take out the printed money and give it to them. When the time comes, they will go to the Great Tang to spend it. We will not go back on our words and promote the circulation of paper money. As long as they acknowledge the status of paper money and are willing to accept paper money when they sell things in the future, the people will be able to get used to our paper money faster." Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to separate this matter and had to connect with other parties. Then let's burn it. Let's go and take a look at Xiao Bei and the others. Don't let them hurt themselves. Wang Wan had a load off her mind. Thinking about the matter of Xiao Bei and lard not long ago, a smile appeared on her face and she walked out. Let me summarize this matter. Not all of the kites were burned. Remember this lesson. The operation can be considered a success. Next, I will talk about the battle with the person whose beard was burned off. At that time, I was thinking when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over, Xiao Bei was like a little adult giving a post-battle summary. However, all the generals were clearly absent-minded and looked like they were about to fall asleep. Xiao Bei, aren't you sleepy? You have already summarized it 3 times. I know you are good. Let us go to sleep. Xiao Yuan lowered her head and recited the Book of Songs. Seeing that Xiao Bei was still saying what she had already said twice, she could not take it anymore and interrupted. Xiao Bei was about to say something interesting when she was suddenly interrupted by Xiao Yuan. She said angrily, "So what if it's 3 times? Reviewing the past and learning the new. For information that can help us, let alone 3 times, even if it's 30 times or even 300 times, we still have to treat it seriously." Where was I just now? Yes, I was talking about when I faced lard. At that time, you guys don't know, but this is what I did. Xiao Yuan repeated again. You were very quick-witted at that time. Through your unique logic, you made lard speechless. Also, Xiao Bei, let me go next time. I promise I won't repeat this nonsense again and again. It's almost time for lunch. In order to get rid of this situation as soon as possible, Xiao Yuan praised Xiao Bei as quickly as she could. In the end, she strongly requested, "Let's go back. Don't worry about them." It seems that Xiao Bei has the talent to be a politician. Zhang Xiaobao watched the group of people having a meeting and did not disturb them anymore. He walked away with Wang Wan. That night, a patch of haloxylon amandendron trees in the north, furthest away from the camp, suddenly burst into red flames. Amidst the shouts and chaotic footsteps, the news that bandits had ambushed the haloxylon amandendron trees spread. Some people confirmed that the bandits had run into the depths of the desert after the ambush. Wang Wan mobilized the army that very night, splitting it into 5 groups and charging into the depths of the desert to surround the bandits. But even though Tuyu and the other generals clearly knew that something was wrong, they did not dare to directly jump out to oppose. They could only follow the army into the desert. 2 days later, it was impossible to find any trace of the 40,000 some people outside. At the same time that the army entered the desert, Zhang Xiaobao sent 2 letters to the Tubo and Tujue. He also had the people who delivered the letters bring paper money, wanting to directly buy livestock. On a warm afternoon in the northern part of Hebei province, Li Sun received a letter. He found a clerk in the army and wrote one notice after another, sticking it up in the most bustling part of the Song Mo, Commander-in-Chief's office. The locals all gathered around to watch the excitement, listening to the literate people explain the contents of the notice. The notice says that a lot of wild beasts have suddenly appeared in the northern part of the capital, harming pedestrians. They heard that the people here are good at hunting, so they want to find 1,000 hunters to go there and stay there permanently. They can bring their families. Every month, even if there is no big game, they will give each hunter 200 copper coins. If they catch some game, they will give more. After arriving there, all the women in their families will also find work for them. The children in their families can go to school to learn to read without spending money. We only need 1,000 people. Those who want to go, quickly prepare. If there are enough people, we will not need them. The literate people enjoyed this kind of moment. Seeing the adoring look of the people around them, they felt a sense of accomplishment. The common people here did not have time to consider the degree of accomplishment of the literate people. Seeing this kind of opportunity, they hurried back home, wanting to participate. The same thing happened in various commander-in-chief's offices in the northern part of Hebei province. Some were in the capital, some were in Luoyang. The requirements of each place were slightly different, but they all met the characteristics of the local people, so the treatment was also very high. Chapter 809. The people in the northern Hebei province's commander-in-chief mansions were carrying out a vigorous immigration movement. Large tracts of land were left idle. As long as people had a little skill, they would not refuse to work outside. Not only was the income high, but more importantly, their children could go to school to study. In the local area, as long as they were not particularly rich, ordinary rich families could not find a suitable teacher to teach their children. This is it for my life. The rest is up to the children. A man who knew how to hunt tied a dozen complete skins into a big bag and carried it on his back. He also carried a carrying pole on his shoulder. There was a basket in front of him and a basket in front of him. In the basket in front of him was a 2-year-old boy, and behind him was a girl less than a year old. Beside him was a girl less than 10 years old and a boy about 6 years old. Their eyes showed confusion and a trace of excitement. They followed another woman and walked towards Jili province. When the woman heard the man's words, she looked determined. She tidied up the bag on her back and touched the man's bow on her left shoulder. She picked up a bamboo basket with her right hand and said to the 6-year-old boy who was confused about the future, "When we get there, don't make trouble. You have to learn well. If others bully you, you have to endure it. This time, your father will fight for you." Even if a 6-year-old child knew something, he did not know much. He was not like Xiao Bei and the others who had been educated since they were in their mother's womb. Hearing his mother's words, he nodded with empty eyes. "Is it true that if I go to school I will get candy? I heard that there are schools in both Zhang family and Wang family. Where is sister?" The little boy looked at his sister, who was walking on the other side. The girl was full of hope. She looked at her mother and then at her father. Seeing that they did not look at her, she lowered her head regretfully. Girls who were not from rich families were not allowed to learn to read. After all, they would belong to other families in the future. It was not worth it to spend money. When the girl was younger, she understood that the family belonged to her 2 younger brothers. After walking for a while, the man with the carrying pole finally spoke. "I heard that both men and women are required to go to school. If you learn well, you will be rewarded. Eldest daughter, go to school for a month first. If there is a reward, go to school. You don't have to go home to work." "Oh, I can go to school with my sister." "Sister, you must study hard." The boy immediately cheered up. The girl didn't say anything. She changed the position of the bag on her shoulder and pursed her lips. Her eyes showed that she was going to fight for her life. This type of scene played out everywhere. Every province could send out 1,000 people each family's relatives. The groups that gradually gathered together became more and more vast. When those in power saw this situation, they didn't dare to stop him, but they also couldn't bear to let him go. They could only grieve in their hearts. It was impossible for the people in the capital not to know about such a big thing happening in the north of Hebei province. Not only did they know about it, but there were also people in the capital who were pushing it behind the scenes, and the biggest one was the Emperor Lilongji. After seeing the news from the other side, while the weather was not cold yet, he ran to the newly built, unsinkable lake with Gao Lisher and said to Gao Lisher, "After a group of people with some skills come here, we should find a way to let other people migrate to other places. What do you think about the empty land?" For the first time, Gao Lisher didn't have to worry about sinking when he swam. He was feeling very comfortable. When he heard the emperor's words, he looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. After thinking for a while, he replied, "Your Majesty, when the land is empty, there will naturally be people who want to occupy it. However, there is only land and no people. Presumably, they will have to move in from other places. Your Majesty must prevent people from forcing people to move. And, Lisher, what do you think will happen if we let Xiao Bao and Cuckoo find a way to find people from other places?" Li Longji was a little reluctant to give up good places and wanted to take all of them. Absolutely not. If the two of them look for people from other places, who will they listen to? Naturally, the commander-in-chief of the various commander-in-chief manors have no power, and it is not good for Xiao Bao and Xiao Bao to have too much power. I hope your Majesty will reconsider. This subject has heard Xiao Bao say that if we occupy that piece of land, the rice produced will taste better, and the beans produced will be able to be squeezed out more oil. Why don't we put it aside for now and wait for the two of them to return before we discuss? Gao Lisher objected to letting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reach out their hands. This would be good for both Tang and Zhang Xiaobao. After a while, Li Longji leisurely said, "There are still not enough people. Find more people to study in Dei Medical School. I want to let every child in Tang live. Xiaobao, our population is getting bigger and bigger. Where should we put them? I'm not willing to return to Great Tang, but it's a waste of labor here. Give me an idea." Wang Wan was also worried about the population, but unlike Li Longji, she was worried about not having a place to settle them. This time, Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to take over at least 100,000 slaves, regardless of whether they were from Tufan or Turkic Khaganate. Let's put them in Heilongjiang. Li Longji can't manage that place. We should protect the environment first. I've been there before, and it's too hard to find wild animals there. They even ate animals from the zoo. Now, that place is really good. After we go there, we can gather all the tribes there. In the future, there won't be any Soviet Union or Russia. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking long-term. You've done that kind of thing before? How can you bear to eat cute animals from the zoo? They're already pitiful enough. Wang Wan stared at Zhang Xiaobao's words. I didn't want to eat them. It was the local officials who purposely arranged for me to eat them. Don't blame me. Tufan and Turkic Khaganate haven't replied to say whether they want to sell their livestock or not. I'm just urging them. Consider it an ultimatum. Zhang Xiaobao denied Wang Wan's words. He picked up his brush and started to write another letter. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao's letter to be sent out, a letter from Tufan arrived. Wang Wan opened the letter. It's a letter from Princess Jincheng. Looks like Zizhenchide has no other choice and wants to play the family card. Does he think that our hearts are so soft? If the family card is useful, Tufan won't come and attack Great Tang for no reason. Let me see. Princess Jincheng's handwriting is really not bad. How many apricot trees are there outside the capital? Swallows leave and return like snow. Butterflies come and dance like yesterday. The clouds disperse, the stars pass by. The cowherd and the weaving girl fall into the two rivers. The sun sets in the west, the moon on the left. She still has the mood to write poems for fun. Zhang Xiaobao took the letter and read it. He felt that it was very interesting. What poem? She's homesick. Wang Wan took the letter back and read it twice. Chapter 810. Under Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's contemptuous gazes towards the politics, economy, and military of other countries, a letter for Princess Jincheng to return to the great Tang was delivered to Zhu Zan of Child. Furthermore, the letter deliberately emphasized the problem of the supply of many people and the lack of livestock. After Zhu Zan saw the letter, he drank a lot of tea and felt like he was dreaming. The letter was not written by either Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan, nor was it written by an important minister of the Tang dynasty. It had nothing to do with Li Longji. "Nu, someone wrote you a letter asking you to go back. Take a look." Zhu Zan drank a pot of tea and found that his stomach could not hold it anymore. He ordered someone to find Princess Jincheng and handed the letter to her. Seeing the ugly words on the letter, Princess Jincheng was stunned at first, and then she did not care about Zhu Zan and praised him. "Aunt Princess Jincheng, I heard that there are many strange things in Tibet, but I haven't seen them yet. I want to go, but I can't go, or it is autumn. Aunt Princess has lived in Tibet for 9 years, so I know about it." Sayuan said, "I am not ashamed to ask, so I ask Aunt Princess to come to the north to lie down, enjoy the boundless snow, and talk about prosperity. In the north there is peeling, and there is grass in Ula La's family. Aunt Princess, come and build a snowman. I have prepared carrots, brooms, basins, and countless coal. You must come, otherwise will the snowman be so scared?" Gudan. Zhang Xiaobei, 1/9 of the imperial scholar, present. After Princess Jincheng finished reading the misspelled letter, she was confused. What was this mess? And that official, the imperial censor, is a 5th rank official. What is 1/9 of the imperial censor? Who is Zhang Xiaobei? Only these 3 words are better written. It should be a general practice. Princess Jincheng, who was confused after reading the letter, looked at Zhu Zan. "Zanpu, where did this letter come from? Does someone dare to make fun of me?" "It's not making fun of you, it's making fun of me." Zhang Xiaobei, Zhang Xiaobao's younger sister, 5 years old this year. "I invite you to Jili province to make a snowman. Tell stories about my tubo. Look at the days, if you don't leave now, you will miss the first snow." Ancestor, Chi Di's face was gloomy. This was the first time he had heard that a married princess could go back. This was too much of a bully. It was not Li Longji who summoned her back, nor was it an official letter. It was actually a little brat who wrote the letter. This was looking down on him. Zhu Zanqi really wanted to slap Princess Jincheng a few times. This was all because of her, but he didn't dare to do so. Now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were pressuring him with their troops, even the slightest provocation would affect his entire body. Only then did Princess Jincheng know who Zhang Xiaobei was. So it was like this. It seemed that her letter had worked. If she didn't use the official language, others couldn't use the official language to speak. And not bad, the handwriting was really good. Even if there were a few wrong places, it could be forgiven. "Zanpu, what should I do?" Princess Jincheng was both expectant and worried. She wanted to go back to the Tang Empire to have a look, but she was afraid that Zhu Zan would not agree. "Yes, what should I do? What should I do?" Zhu Zan did not have a good idea. He did not want to agree, but he was worried that Wang Wan would find an excuse. Her younger sister asked someone to make a snowman and tell a story. Do you want to put a child's behavior into politics? This excuse should be enough for Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. When the time came, the 40,000 soldiers would move and stop the food exchange, and they would be able to bully them all the way home. No, they had already bullied them all the way. Princess Jincheng was very clear that her current status was all because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She did not expect that a 5-year-old child would be a 5th-rank official. Even if it was a 3rd-rank official, it was still a 5th-rank official. It seemed that the emperor was really good to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Many officials could not enter the 5th rank in their lifetime, but a child could enter the 5th rank. A fifth-rank official could enter the imperial court. Zanpu, what kind of official is the ninth-rank official of the imperial censor? Princess Jincheng suppressed the excitement in her heart and changed the topic. She did not want to force Zhu Zan to express his opinion. Zhu Zan also knew that Princess Jincheng did not know enough about the Tang Empire. To be precise, she did not know enough about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He sighed and explained the so-called ninth-rank official of the imperial censor is actually more powerful than the third-rank official. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan now have 9 younger brothers and sisters. It is useless to take one out, but as long as the 9 of them work together, they can impeach any official in the Tang Empire. They have already taken care of an official. Many great Tang officials avoid them because they are still children and don't use the compromises and concessions of the bureaucracy. It is precisely because of this that the great Tang Emperor believes that they have no selfish motives when they impeach him. Being targeted by them is even more unlucky than being targeted by the censorate. Ah! Princess Jincheng covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. A fifth-rank official was already scary enough. She did not expect that he also had real power. How is this power given to the 9 children? It is clearly a sword given to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Wrong. This is the power given to the 9 children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan do not need to use impeachment means. If they want to do something to someone, they will do it directly. I heard that the 9 children are different from others. They are smart and clever. Do you want to go back? Zhu Zanpu knew very well about the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He had to know. His place was occupied by others. Although it felt that the Tang Empire was a little chaotic with the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, it was the truth. Princess Jincheng wanted to nod. He said that she was going to Jili province. Could it be that she was not allowed to go back and take a look when she passed by the capital? Good method. She did not write a letter in vain. Thinking like this, Princess Jincheng did not dare to say. She lowered her head and said to Zhu Zanpu, "If Zanpu wants me to go back, I will go back. If Zanpu does not want me to go, I will not go." When Zhu Zanpu heard this, he knew that Princess Jincheng wanted to go back. He was angry. Just as he was about to think of a way to stop her from going back, someone came in from outside. This time it was a sword and a big envelope. What is the meaning of this? Why did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan send a sword? Is it going to war? Zhu Zanpu forgot to stop Princess Jincheng from going back to the Tang Empire in an instant. His eyes were filled with horror. He carefully picked up the sword and looked at it. It was a very ordinary sword. It had not been sharpened yet. Putting down the sword, he picked up the big envelope and looked at it with Princess Jincheng. First, a letter fell out. The other things were papers with numbers written on them. The papers were very beautiful, and there were complicated patterns on them. Great Tang Bank, worth 1,000,000 coins, Lilongji. Princess Jincheng read the words on the paper and asked puzzledly, "What does it mean?" "It means that this piece of paper is worth 1,000 strings of coins. 1,000 strings of coins. 1,000,000 is 1,000 strings of coins. They want to use this kind of money to pay the bill. This. How are they going to spend it after they get it?" Zhu Zanpu was depressed again. "Flying money?" Princess Jincheng asked again. Zhu Zanpu nodded and then shook his head twice. "It is better than flying money. Flying money can only be used in a certain area. This money can be used in the Tang Empire. Look, this is to prevent others from counterfeiting. At least in the Tubo Empire, it cannot be counterfeited." Zhu Zanpu introduced the paper and pointed out in detail to Princess Jincheng. However, his heart was cold. No matter what, he was the ruler of a country. He would not just look at the surface of things. To be able to create such money, it meant that the technology of the Tang Empire had improved. To dare to let people use paper money, it meant that the foundation of the Tang Empire was very solid. "This paper money is sharper than the sword," Zhu Zanpu added and picked up the letter to read. Princess Jincheng read it together. After reading it, she not only wanted to cover her mouth, she also wanted to cover her eyes. It would be best if she could wrap herself tighter with a quilt. The words in the letter were too arrogant. West meets Brahma, north is full of grass. Yazhou hangs, Penglai is full of immortals. For barbarians come to court, 8 sides share joy. I invite you to visit Mount Hua to discuss the sword. Zanpu, I want you to go to the capital. It seems that you are not the only one invited. Are you going? Princess Jincheng was even happier. If Zanpu was going, he would have to bring her along. Mount Hua was in Huayin County, Huazhou, next to the capital. But she did not know what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. Inviting people from all over the country. Did they want to catch them all in one go? Zhu Zanpu was also frightened, especially the words at the end of the sentence. It was actually not Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan using their own names, but Li Longji's name. Regardless of whether Li Longji gave the two of them this authority, if the two of them dared to use it, they would naturally discuss it with Li Longji. Moreover, Li Longji seemed to value the two of them very much. To go or not to go, this was the problem. In the past, who would foolishly go to Tang Dynasty's capital and be afraid that they would not become a hostage? But now it was not about whether they would become hostages or not, but the consequences of not going. This excuse to start a war was more sufficient than the previous one. What did Mount Hua mean? Was it a provocation or a threat? Zhu Zanpu thought about many things. In the end, he felt that it was better to go than not going. If he went, Tubo would still be Tubo. Li Longji would not think that he could swallow Tubo by killing him. If he did not go, Tubo might not be Tubo. Devilish Cuckoo seemed to have been silent for a long time. More importantly, if others went and he did not go, who knew what they were talking about? When the time came, they would all join forces and attack Tubo together. With Tubo's current strength, they would not be able to deal with it. Wait for me to write a letter and ask clearly. If I go, Nuo, you can accompany Xiao Bei to build a snowman. Zhu Zanpu said what Princess Jincheng wanted to hear the most. Chapter 8:11. The Tubo and Turks wrote letters to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, asking about the details of the sword meet on Mount Hua. Both sides were clear that the so-called sword competition was definitely not about whose sword was better, and it was not just about words. They reckoned that they might encounter a full-on martial arts competition when they arrived at their destination, so they needed to prepare in advance to avoid losing face when the time came. If they did not do so, they would not only lose face, but also the face of the country. Zhu Zinchide had already decided to personally enter Tang. He had thought it through. Wasn't it just to see Li Longji? Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao really dared to leave him behind? In any case, Tufan had already been tormented to such a state by that bastard Zhang Xiaobao. If he went to the Great Tang to take a look, everyone would say that the Great Tang was extraordinary. At the same time, he could also make Princess Jincheng return home. If he could compete with Tang in the sword meet, Li Longji would probably compromise on the Tubo issue. As he pondered, Zhu Zinchide began to try to interact more with Zhang Xiaobao. Only by understanding the enemy could he have a chance to defeat the enemy. Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry. He watched as Wang Wan tormented the 40,000 soldiers, stood in formation and planted trees. The soldiers were gradually getting used to these things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Chong acted as if they had something to say about the letters from the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate. They didn't mention the specifics, but instead emphasized the benefits that the people from both sides could enjoy after arriving at the Great Tang. They were simply avoiding the topic. The two were most concerned about whether the paper money could be accepted. The news from the country had already spread, and the circulation of the suppressed iron and copper coins among the common people was greatly hindered. Now that there was more food in the country, the living standards of the common people had increased. The purchasing power of one copper coin was very large, and the coins made of iron and copper became the small type. Not only was the amount small, but the size was also small. 10 of the new coins were equivalent to the value of a standard Kaiyuan Tongbao. It was a very good move, but the common people did not appreciate it and were not enthusiastic. Sometimes they used copper coins, and sometimes they directly bartered. No one was willing to take the initiative to go to the bank to exchange. Looks like we have to start from the merchants. After receiving this news, Zhang Xiaobao started to worry. It's not easy to change a habit of spending. Businessmen are good and flexible. You made a mistake, didn't you? I knew you would make mistakes. Most of the banknotes issued now are circulated between merchants. The amount is too large. Who would carry a 10-coin banknote on them for no reason? What if they lose it? Do you think 10 coins is a small amount? Wang Wan was standing by the side, not helping to come up with ideas. She even angered Zhang Xiaobao. All right, don't use such a strategy on me. Even if you don't provoke me, I will think of something. Isn't it just a matter of consumption philosophy? It's simple. I'm prepared to transition naturally. Do you understand? Write a letter back and issue an order to all the schools that we have opened in various places. In the future, we will not directly give the students things in the schools. Instead, we will give them money. When it comes to food, we will spend their own money to buy it. When it comes to rewards, we will not give them books. We will let them buy their own paper. However, they have to buy it in our stores. It's too expensive to buy it elsewhere. Let them get used to using new money. Give them the kind of money that is worth 1 copper coin for 10 coins. When the time comes, they will tell their families. In this era, the uncultured value the cultured very much. Sometimes, the words of literate children are more effective than the words of adults. Let's use children's diplomacy. Zhang Xiaobao did not need to spend too much time thinking and came up with a solution. This strategy was used by many people. For example, if a new place was developed and no one went there, what would they do? If they moved a key school there, it would not take long before the surrounding houses would be sold. Wang Wan pondered for a moment and felt that something was wrong. After blinking a few times, she finally understood. If you directly give money to the children, have you thought about the consequences? Usually, food is provided for free. It's a waste if the children don't eat it. It's the same for clothes. But once you let the children buy their own things, the consequences will be. Among the children, some of them are filial. They don't want to eat good food and just casually buy things to fill their stomachs. They save money to buy things that can be used at home, right? Without waiting for Wang Wan to finish, Zhang Xiaobao added, Yes, if you know, why do you still do that? Let's see what you can do when the children lack nutrition. Wang Wan was very dissatisfied. Zhang Xiaobao chuckled. You only think about the children being filial. Why don't you think about how the adults have deeper feelings for the children? Many adults can do anything for their children to have a good life. I'm waiting for the children to do that. When the time comes for the parent-teacher meeting, they will tell the parents that their children are starving to death. What do you think will happen? What will happen? Zhang Xiaobao, you are too insidious. Wang Wan immediately understood the meaning. The result will be that the children's parents, in order to let the children eat well in school, find out that the children don't have enough money, and take the initiative to exchange money. You are using the weakness of people to do things. It's too immoral. When the time comes, we will compensate. This is the function of the government. A normal and qualified official doesn't have to have a creative mind. He only needs to guide, coordinate, and supervise well. But many officials can't even do this and fail. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Wang Wan's responsibilities. Of course, he hoped that all the officials could be like him and find the resources in every place and use them creatively. No wonder so many civil servants want to learn political economy. These days, Tubo and Turkic didn't sell a lot of livestock. They seem to be worried that the currency will depreciate, although we know that the currency must depreciate. Seeing that this problem was solved, Wang Wan changed the topic and talked about the recent trade. Zhang Xiaobao exclaimed, indicating that he understood. He continued, From tomorrow onwards, Stop the trade of food with Tubo. Ship the food over and bring in more weapons from Great Tang. Tell the Tubo and Tujue that they have to use currency to purchase. They will definitely work hard to collect foreign currency. If you don't believe me, let's take a look. Actually, Wang Wan knew that it was feasible even without looking. As expected, after Zuzan Chide found that the trade of food with Great Tang was affected, and after seeing a few technologies and a large number of weapons that were good for Tubo, he happily accepted the new concept of currency. A large number of local specialties were sold at a lower price than the original trade. After exchanging for currency, he went to buy the technologies first, even though he knew that the technologies were outdated for Great Tang. Chapter 812. Under Zhang Xiaobao's strategy, even if the Tubo and Turkic tribes were reluctant to part with their livestock, they had no choice but to exchange them for Tang's banknotes so that they could buy weapons, food, and advanced technology. The banknotes that were not accepted by the people in the country suddenly had a market outside. Only a few places in the country actively responded to the issue of banknotes. Needless to say, Sanshui County was one of them. When the new currency was released, the people in the county treated it as a hard currency. Those who bought things with the new currency could even get a certain degree of discount. Apart from Sanshui County, there were also Buxing County and the nearby Shinsai County. These were all places that were directly related to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not to mention Jili County. They had to use it even if they did not want to. Then there were Changning County and Suzhou. These places were not far from the capital. The farthest place was Luzhou. The Great Tang Bank had opened almost all over Tang, but there were still some places that could not be reached. First, it was far away, but this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that the population was small. When they opened a bank there, they found that no one needed it. If Luzhou did not develop, it would not have been possible to build several banks there. Currently, Luzhou could be said to be the most prosperous place apart from the capital. When it came to the lives of the people, even the people in the capital could only look up to it. According to Zhang Xiaobao, the capital's overall GDP was twice that of Luzhou. However, when it was put into the hands of an individual, the people in Luzhou were 5 times more than the people in the capital. It could be said that every family was rich. When the Great Tang Bank was being tested in the capital, they had arranged for people to follow the construction in Luzhou. Now, Luzhou's bank had become the designated place for all the foreign merchants to deposit and withdraw money. In fact, the people in Luzhou were almost between barbarism and civilization. At least, many officials in the capital thought so. When they mentioned Luzhou, there was a hint of contempt in their words, even though they knew the people in Luzhou were living a good life now. Every family had livestock, cars, and bicycles. Luzhou had a bicycle factory. Moreover, the roads were well repaired, so people could ride their bicycles when they went out. The only thing was that there was no rubber, and the wheels made of leather were easy to break. In addition to the abundant materials, there was also the progress in culture. Needless to say, all the children had to go to school. Even the adults who could not read and write had to go to night school. Even in such a place, there were still people who looked down on them. Sun Hua was one of them. When he arrived at Luzhou's dock by boat, he looked down at the busy people on the dock and said to a 13 or 14-year-old child beside him, "My son, this is Luzhou. It's thousands of miles away from the capital. Only those who have no other choice will live here. Otherwise, how can it compare to the prosperous capital? Remember, the world is as prosperous as this. Your life's ambition should be the capital." The child raised his head and looked at his father's face. He nodded vigorously, but when he looked down, he felt that this place was not much worse than the capital. He picked up the clairvoyance hanging in front of his chest and looked further into the distance. He said to his father in confusion, "My father, I don't know." "Honorable father, the flow of people here is like shuttling back and forth. There are clusters of carriages and horses. Before entering the harbor, the shadows of the sails can be seen. Compared to the capital, it seems to be even better. The previous person really had some ability, but he was dealt with just like that. What a pity! After being refuted by his son, Sun Hua, as a father, really could not find an excuse to deny it. Originally, he just wanted to let his son know that the most promising place was the capital. He did not expect that he would use the wrong example. He reached out and took the clairvoyance away from his son. Be careful not to break it. It's expensive. It's true that this place is prosperous, but it's too far away from the capital. It's difficult to be promoted. As for the origin of this prosperity, it has nothing to do with the previous provincial governor who dared to smuggle. If he didn't get greedy, he could have been transferred back to the capital and put in an important position after a year. Unfortunately, he only stayed steadily for 4 months before his mind became active. Zhang Shua, who helped him find a way, was almost implicated. He still doesn't know how powerful Lu Zhou's people are. Don't stretch out your hand, or you will be caught. The child did not quite understand his father's words. He looked at the scenery again and asked, "Father, since we can arrange a good position after a year, why did you say this place is not good? Who built Lu Zhou's place?" Sun Hua was speechless by his son's question. Just now, he just wanted to emphasize the importance of the capital, but now he was stumped by the question. The officials here can get a good position in the capital, but it's better to get a good position in the capital directly. Think about this later. I won't tell you clearly today, but the people who built this place were sent to Luoyang to retire. Now you know, Lu Zhou may not be a good place. In order to maintain his dignity, Sun Hua said a few words. After that, the child nodded sensibly, but the others were not willing to do so. The 2 people working at the dock, who were building the gangplank for the ship, looked at the person who spoke arrogantly with very unfriendly eyes. Their hands stopped moving, indicating that they were not going to continue building the gangplank. Before Sun Hua could react, he said to his son, "Although this place is good, it is not a blessed land. There's a lot of miasma in the forest, and hurricanes often come. The original official has used up all his luck. Otherwise, he would be like me and work in the capital in the future." The gangplank that had just been built was removed. Then Sun Hua saw one of the 2 gangplanks open his mouth and turn to the other people at the dock and shout, "Someone is talking bad about Provincial Governor Zhang. It's him." With a swish sound, the people who were working immediately stopped what they were doing and looked over at the same time. Sun Hua was startled. Just when he was wondering what had happened, the boatman who sent his family here stood beside him and asked in horror, "Lord Sun, what did you say about Provincial Governor Zhang? You'd better explain, or I can't protect you." Sun Hua was stunned. Only then did he realize that he had said something wrong. He heard people talking bad about Lu Zhou, but he could not say anything bad about Zhang Zhong. He could praise him to the heavens, but no one would find trouble with him. Some people even found him pleasing to the eye and invited him to a meal. However, speaking bad about Lu Zhou usually did not end well. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm talking about the previous governor, not Zhang Zhong. Provincial Governor Zhang built a good foundation, but the previous governor didn't know how to cherish it. Sun Hua did not have time to lose face in front of his son, so he quickly explained. Chapter 8:13. As the shouts came from the fast boat, the people at the dock chose to forget Sun Hua, the person who had just spoken rudely. They all looked at the sea behind the fast boat. Unfortunately, all they could see was seawater. Sun Hua, who had been forgotten, quietly wiped the sweat on his hand on his clothes. He began to feel curious again. His eyes followed the workers on the dock, but they were blocked by the mast. "Father, you should take office quickly. After the handover, you will be the provincial governor here, the highest official. You don't have to worry about others disrespecting you." The child gently touched his father with his hand and gave a sensible idea. Sun Hua's father, Wei Wei, was stunned. He regretted speaking too confidently to his son just now. After hesitating, he finally decided to teach his son to be an honest person and not to talk nonsense. "My son, you don't know. This is Lu Zhou, an extraordinary place. Even if I take office, If I speak ill of Zhang Zhong, I will still cause trouble. Judging from that person's shouts just now, Lu Zhou must have something new. Wait a moment. Maybe there will be more benefits. When the child heard that there was something good, his eyes blinked. He remembered what his father had said earlier and asked again, "Father, why can't I speak ill of Zhang Zhong? Didn't he go to Luoyang to retire?" "Shil, lower your voice. He has nothing to do in Luoyang for the time being, but his son and daughter-in-law have something to do. Zhang Xiaobao is about the same age as you, but he is the provincial governor of Jili province. He is slightly inferior to me in terms of rank, but his power is greater than mine. The reason why his rank is inferior is because Zhang Zhong made Lu Zhou an upper province. It is said that this place is under the control of the imperial court, but it is actually the territory of the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'm only here to stay for a year. When I leave office, I will return to the capital and get a lot of money. If you want to talk about idleness, I am. You have to work hard." Son Hua was finally willing to tell the truth. He was worried that if he did not let his son understand the situation, he would say or do something wrong when he went out for a stroll. If so, his career would become very bumpy. The child was really smart. After hearing his father's words, he rolled his eyes and said excitedly, "Father, I have an idea. The emperor certainly doesn't know that Lu Zhou only listens to the Zhang family and the Wang family. Otherwise, how could he let them go? I will write a letter and tell this matter to the emperor in the name of my father. When the time comes, Zhang Xiaobao will definitely be implicated. I have meritorious service. Maybe I can take over his position and be the governor of Jili province. I don't believe that I can't do what he does. Io, my little ancestor, give up on this thought. You are not allowed to think about it in the future. This is not the way to be an official. It's good that you are not convinced, but you have to figure out why he is so good. Is the provincial governor something you can be? Do you know what the provincial governor is supposed to do? Not to mention the provincial governor. Even if I give you a secretary, you can't figure it out. There is only one Zhang Xiaobao in the Tang Empire. He was born with knowledge. If you really have the ability, I can also retire. If you still want to use that kind of conspiracy, I won't care about you anymore. Your brother is also not bad." Son Hua was almost scared to death. After saying a lot, he looked at his son and sighed with emotion. The ignorant were fearless. How could Zhang Xiaobao and Wang be compared with people of the same age? Not to mention people of the same age. Even people who were a few generations older than them could not deal with them. How did the previous official get promoted? It was because Zhang Shua had offended the two of them. As a result, the security of Xinyuan province, which was originally very strict, was slightly lax. It was so lax that anyone who did not help would feel sorry for himself. Thus, the previous official could not resist the temptation and reached out. Not only did he lose his position, he also implicated Zhang Shua. This showed that when it came to politics, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang could contend with the prime minister and even take advantage of him. Remember, don't reach out, son Hua muttered. It was unclear whether he was saying this to his son or to himself. The child was still a little unconvinced, but he was worried that his father would not help him, so he became much more obedient. While the father and son were conversing, the shadows of sails finally appeared on the path behind them. San Hua used his thousandly eye and saw 12 large ships that he had never seen before appear in his field of vision. Filled with curiosity, San Hua did not mention the matter of disembarking. The main reason was that the springboard had been removed. If he mentioned it now, it would cause the 2 dockside helpers to recall what had just happened. Through the thousandly eye, the ships did not seem very far, but it took a full hour for them to reach the docks. The crackling sounds of firecrackers resounded throughout the docks. The people on the ships cheered and waved their hands vigorously, giving off a festive feeling. San Hua thought for a moment, then fished out a string of copper coins from a hidden pocket in his sleeve. He shouted at a person not too far away and tossed the money in a line. "This little brother, may I ask what ship this is?" San Hua asked curiously. Perhaps it was because the return of the fleet made him happy, but that person reached out and caught the money. For the time being, he did not think about what Sun Hua had just said. While looking at the ships gradually approaching the docks, he introduced them to Sun Hua, a fleet heading south. When we left, there were 12 ships. When we returned, there were still 12 ships. I wonder what they are carrying. This time, Governor Zhang will definitely be very happy. Back then, it was Governor Zhang who came up with the idea of going south to take a look and bring back some good things. Now, it has finally succeeded. Is it easy to go south? What could be on the ships? Sun Hua asked again. If it was easy to go, then it wouldn't have been a year and a half. The ships are naturally filled with treasures. Perhaps the new governor will have other thoughts and be dealt with. The person on the docks tossed the copper coins in his hand as he spoke casually. No, definitely not. The new governor is not stupid. Even if 12 ships were filled with gold, the new governor would not want them. He would just treat them as iron plates plated with copper. Sun Hua assured with certainty. Oh, that's a pity. I haven't seen Governor Zhang for a long time. I originally wanted to get a few more governors and send Governor Zhang over when the imperial court has no more appointments. The person on the docks continued to speak the truth, not hiding anything at all. Sun Hua couldn't help but tremble. He no longer spoke. The child beside him took back the 1,000 Li and looked toward the ship. Suddenly, he pointed at a person on the ship and asked with joy and curiosity, "What is that hanging on that person's body?" It looks like a big cat, but also like a small bear. It's alive and can move its eyes. Father, I want one for sister. I wonder where they got it. It's very interesting. Chapter 8:14. Sun Hua and his son were not the only ones who did not know what kind of animal it was. Even the people on the dock had never seen it before. The little thing was not big, and it looked cuter than a monkey when it was hanging on a human, especially the little thing's expression. It always gave people a pitiful look. It would lie on the shoulder of the person standing at the bow of the ship, and its eyes would look around curiously and timidly from time to time, making people want to hold it in their arms. Wow, that thing's ears are so big! A group of children who came to play on the dock saw the person walking to the dock, and their eyes focused on him. A little girl who was holding a doll in her arms shouted. Not to mention girls, even boys would find this little thing interesting. If one looked closely, they would find that this little thing was not beautiful. However, its eyes, ears, and body posture were different from when it was together. What is it? Another little girl saw the person on the ship standing on the dock, so she came closer and asked. In fact, the person holding the little thing did not know what it was. He just followed the requirements of the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhang family and Wang family, who had great influence in Luzhou. No matter what strange things they encountered outside, they had to bring them back if they could. Therefore, they brought a group of these little things on the ship. Fortunately, before they left, the people of the Chamber of Commerce had told them that if they caught a plant, they had to bring back the soil of that place. If they caught an animal, they had to know what the animal ate and then bring back the food. If they caught a plant, they had to bring back the seeds. Even so, several of them died on the way. When he heard the question of the little girl, the person thought carefully and organized his words before he answered. We found this thing on our way south. It looks like a bear, but its ears are bigger. It likes to stay on the tree and is willing to eat leaves. We named it Leaf Bear. This thing is timid and must not be scared. Others have never seen it before. In the future, someone might raise it as a treasure. When they know its habits, they will send it to the zoo in the capital. This person's explanation was quite detailed. At least, it was better than those who had never seen this animal. He even gave a name. Who says others don't know? If Governor Zhang is here, he will definitely know. I'll go ask the people of the Chamber of Commerce. The little girl was not convinced. She squeezed through the crowd and ran towards the Chamber of Commerce. The person holding the little thing shook his head helplessly, looking at the little girl's age. He knew that she had never seen Zhang Zhong before. When Zhang Zhong was here, the little girl was probably only 1 year old. But looking at the little girl's reaction just now, it was clear what kind of position Zhang Zhong had in her heart. It was too amazing. No matter how powerful the Zhang family and the Wang family were, how could they know something that they had never seen before? It seemed like Lu Zhou was really from the Zhang family and the Wang family. The people on the ship continued to move the items down. They were counting on these items for the harvest of this trip. If it wasn't for the Chamber of Commerce guaranteeing that all the items brought back by the Jiangnan merchants would be bought at a high price, they really didn't want to bring back a pile of useless items. The animals that looked like the little thing were also taken out of their cages. Some of them were looking around nervously with their eyes wide open, while others were sleeping. Just when many people were watching curiously, a person from the Chamber of Commerce came over with a thick book in his hand. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he glanced at the little thing and compared it with the picture of the tree on the colorful page. He nodded and said to the person holding the little thing, "Yes, this animal is called koala or koala. It likes to eat the leaves of several kinds of trees. It has a faint fragrance. It will only drink a little water when it is sick. Did you bring enough leaves of that eucalyptus? Did you bring back the seeds? Oh, there's a kind called rose eucalyptus that is the best. These little guys like to sleep all day long. Let me see. It said that they can sleep for 14 to 18 hours. Little young master and little miss will be very happy. Little young master and little young master will buy it. See, I told you. Governor Zhang will definitely know. What's so great about it?" The little girl who went to call them just now raised her small head with a look that said, "How dare you not believe me?" No one paid attention to the little girl's words. Those who were close to the Chamber of Commerce moved closer to the people from the Chamber of Commerce and looked at the colored picture on the page. Sure enough, the picture was of the little things. Even the leaves they ate were drawn. Below the notes were written about their habits. That's amazing. Father, did you see that? The Zhang family and Wang family actually drew the things that just appeared in advance. How did they know? Sun Hua's son withdrew his clairvoyance that happened to be able to see the situation from this angle and said to his father with a shocked expression, Sun Hua was not an immortal. How could he know how the Zhang family and Wang family knew what they had just seen? Hearing his son's question, he pretended to be profound and said, "This is the ability of others. If you want to be like others, you have to study hard and have a good memory. There's always someone better than you. This is the truth. Do you understand?" "I understand. Father, I will definitely work hard." The little boy didn't understand, neither did his father. Hearing his father's reprimand, he immediately agreed seriously. At this time, the things on the ships began to be moved down continuously. After wandering outside for a year and a half, they finally returned home. Everyone resisted the urge to take a good rest and seriously did the last thing they wanted to do. It could be said that they had suffered a lot along the way. There were several times when they almost died at sea. They had eaten all their food and could only eat fish. If it weren't for the fact that the Chamber of Commerce of the Zhang family and Wang family provided them with a thing that could make fresh water out of seawater by drying it under the sun, they would have already died in the vast sea. After another part of the things were unloaded from the ships, the people from the Chamber of Commerce stared at a pile of wood and said happily to the people on the ships that had just returned, "Good, you even brought back so much red sandalwood. This time you really made a lot of money." Chapter 8:15. The return of the 12 luxurious cargo ships at Lu Zhou's dock set off a new wave of enthusiasm for setting sail. Adhering to the theory of the bold die of overeating and the timid die of starvation, many people who originally did not dare to set sail were now eager to give it a try. Before the goods of the 12 ships were all unloaded into the warehouse at the dock, the merchants from all over Lu Zhou rushed to the dock as fast as they could. One of them wanted to see what the goods were and how much they were worth. The other was to find out where the fleet had gone and what kind of danger they had encountered. The merchants of the 12 ships were also praised by countless people. While they were happy, they could not help but feel like they had survived a disaster. Masterly, masterly, have a safe journey. I wonder if you have time these days? We have reserved a banquet at the flagship store of Ocean Cloud Inn in the state capital. We hope Masterly will come. As the leader of the 12 ships, Li Mian had just gotten off the ship and had not even exchanged a few words with the people of the Chamber of Commerce when someone approached him and extended an invitation. Hearing other people's words and looking at the envious and jealous gazes of others, Li Mian suddenly felt proud and elated. When he first rented a ship here with others, many people scolded him for being a fool. Before setting sail, he had even heard many people belittling him. Now that he was back, he thought, life is really unpredictable. After carefully sizing up the person who had invited him, Li Mian knew this person was the one who had not heard bad things about him. He shook his head and smiled back at the other party. I'm tired from the journey. I really don't have time these days. Why don't we wait for a month and talk about other things after I've rested up? Masterly, don't worry if you're tired. I've already prepared a place to rest. Tell us, where did the fleet go? We want to go and see the vast world out there. This person was still unwilling to give up. It was as if he did not hear Li Mian's rejection. Li Mian was a little impatient. He replied flatly, no need. I've already arranged a place to rest. The wind is strong and the waves are high. How can we remember the way? Besides, we are not prepared to set sail, let alone draw a map. Excuse me. Everyone, please make way. I'll pay for the ship. What he said was exactly what many people had said before they set out to sea, and now it was used to refute what had happened before. As for where they were going, what kind of resources there were, and what they had to be careful of on the road, they definitely couldn't tell others so easily. That was information that he had risked his life to obtain. Why should it be given to others for free? Those who wanted to make a fortune would rent their own boat and go out to sea. They would also experience what it meant to die 9 times out of 10. As soon as Li Mian finished speaking, the people from Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce surrounded the area to prevent outsiders from getting close. The person in charge of the Chamber of Commerce held the booklet in his hands as he discussed the details with Li Mian. Boss Li, congratulations on your safe return and bringing back so many good things. Should we talk about the rental fee and the price of the goods? The person in charge asked Li Mian as he checked the items they had brought down from the ship. Li Mian nodded a few times and replied, Manager Zhang, we've discussed the matter of the ship before we came back. We want to buy it. Although it's damaged in many places, it's our first time on such a long journey. We can't return it to the Chamber of Commerce. Manager Zhang, please take a look at the goods and see if they're worth the money. The 12 ships were not given out for free. Li Mian and the others came from Jiangnan. Before they rented the ships, they had to use their properties as collateral. After they returned from the sea, they would use the price of the goods as collateral. If there was more, they would be refunded. They were given 3 years. If they did not return in 3 years, the properties used as collateral would belong to Luzhou's Chamber of Commerce. Now that all 12 ships had returned safely, Li Mian did not plan to continue renting ships. Considering that he would be going out in the future, he might as well buy them. He could save a lot of money in the future. However, he was not sure if the goods were worth the money. He was a little worried. The person in charge, Manager Zhang, had already seen the various goods brought back by the fleet. Based on the booklet made by the young master and young lady, he knew that these goods could be exchanged for more than 20 ships. It was not that the goods were valuable. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The first time they returned, there were many things that Great Tang did not have. Not to mention the other things, just the koala. In Great Tang, no one had even heard of it, let alone seen it. Naturally, many people were willing to pay a sky-high price to buy it. As for how the young master and young lady knew, was there even a need to ask? They were immortals. There was nothing that they did not know. With this thought in mind, Manager Zhang said to Li Mian, Boss Li, according to the contract, when you rented the ships, in addition to the goods, you have to tell the Chamber of Commerce everything you saw and heard on the way and present the sea map you drew. As long as what you say is true and the map is true, You can exchange these 2 things for 4 ships. Furthermore, the next time you go out to sea, you can get new equipment from the Chamber of Commerce, such as the equipment used to collect fresh water on your ship. According to the previous agreement, the goods must be handled by the Chamber of Commerce. There are 2 methods. One is that the Chamber of Commerce gives you a price. Don't worry, it is enough for you to buy a ship. The Chamber of Commerce does not know how much it will sell for. If it sells for more, you have to agree. The other method is that the Chamber of Commerce will not buy it directly, but will help you contact other buyers. In the end, the Chamber of Commerce will take 40% of the net profit. Don't worry, it is not the gross profit. Go back and discuss it. Oh, the goods do not include animals. The animals and plant seeds you brought back must be given to the Chamber of Commerce unconditionally. We will take over now and write a letter to inform the master in the capital. After Manager Zhang finished explaining the conditions, he did not rush Li Mian to make a decision immediately. He leaned back in his chair and flipped through the book in his hand. In his heart, he already knew where the animals would go. The big animals would naturally be sent to the Tang Dynasty Zoo. As for the small animals such as koalas, Xiaobei, and the others would probably have new playmates. This thing was really too cute, especially when it was in someone's arms. It turned its head to look elsewhere and then timidly turned its face back, looking like it was wronged. One could not help but want to get one to hug. At this time, Li Mian had already excused himself and went to discuss with the merchants he was working with. He was very clear in his heart that since he had signed the contract, he could not go back on it. The sea map and the key anchorage had to be handed over. If it was another shipyard, perhaps the rental of the ship could be faked. However, for the shipyards of the Zhang family and Wang family, that was definitely not possible. Not to mention whether the other party would be suspicious. Just the fact that the other party immediately took out the map and compared the little thing, which he did not even know the name of, showed that they knew a lot of things. Yes, a lot. If he angered them, the consequences would not only be suppression in terms of business. If they were unhappy, they might even send a few gunships after him when he set sail again. Yes, I have to follow the contract. There are some benefits that cannot be taken advantage of. Li Mian reminded himself in his heart. Only then did he feel relieved. The other merchants who were stopped outside were now both regretful and excited. They regretted that they did not work with Li Mian to set sail. They were excited because if others were to make money, they would be able to make a profit too. Just like when they were on Xinyuan Island, the Zhang family and Wang family were indeed impressive. They actually knew that there was a large area outside and that there were many things that the Great Tang did not have. They originally thought that the Great Tang had everything. Thus, while Li Mian was discussing with others on how to cooperate with the Merchant Association, a storm was brewing in the sea. At the edge of the desert, near the Jinchuan, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were calculating the number of animals they received this time and estimating how much profit they would make. Xiaobao, it seems like the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate will have to pay a higher price this time. You actually sold the operation model of the bank to them. They can't help but be tempted. You are really too evil. After calculating the accounts, Wang realized that not only did they not lose money this time, they even made a lot of money. Just the animals alone were enough to cover the expenses of the 40,000 people along the way. There were also the local medicinal herbs and slaves. This could be considered a real profit. More importantly, the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate had already accepted the Great Tang's paper currency and acknowledged its legitimacy. This way, they would have a stable foreign exchange channel in the future. When the time came, they could use the animals they obtained from the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate to increase the acceptance of the country's currency. This could be said to be killing many birds with one stone. Of course, the most impressive thing was not how much money they earned this time. It was that the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate understood the importance of a country having its own currency system. This so-called currency system was actually a bank. The success of the Great Tang Bank had caused many of the surrounding small countries to be envious. This was especially so for the people who were emperors. They realized that ever since the great Tang had a bank, Lilongji's treasury had started to fill up. Who wouldn't want to have money in their hands? This was especially so when this money could be used to build a place and fight a war. Yes, fighting a war was the most frightening thing. Once Lilongji had money, who could guarantee that he wouldn't make a move against them? Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiaobao wrote down the operation model of the bank and wanted to sell it to the Tufan and Turkic Khaganate as a commodity. The price he set was extremely high. After Kei Tachin and Susan Chide found out about this matter, they were worried for a period of time. In the end, they were willing to pay a higher price in exchange. They were really worried that if they didn't have such a bank in their country, when Lilongji raised more money to fight a war, their country wouldn't have the strength to retaliate. Of course, what Wang Wan praised was not that the people from both sides were willing to spend money to buy the bank, but what they did after they had enough money. Zhang Xiaobao also understood what Wang Wan was referring to. He turned to the last page of the account book and said, "This is called being in line with the international market. I'm a good person. I'm helping them to gather money. You're lying with your eyes wide open. Not to mention me. Even Xian Air knows what you're planning to do. You want to start a real financial war with them after their banks are established. This is the temptation of the devil. You gave them hope and let them open Pandora's box. It's just like asking people to go overseas to search for new places and obtain more things. The benefits are accompanied by risks. When you asked people to go out to sea, you said it very nicely. Why didn't you organize a fleet yourself? I don't know if any of them can come back alive. This is the sea. When it breeds life, it also devours life." As Wang Wan spoke, she thought of the merchants who were encouraged to go out to sea. She hoped that they could come back alive and bring back more good things. Just as Wang Wan mentioned this matter, the pigeon that was trying its best to fly had already arrived in Izhou. It received Shui Yun, who was sending letters back and forth, and put the letters on Shui Yun. Then, it flew towards the edge of the desert. In the palace of Tubo, Zuzan Chide was holding a piece of paper that Ilua had just exchanged for with a lot of resources. He was reading word by word. Beside him was Princess Jincheng. Now her status was obviously much higher than before. The entire harem of Tubo had almost become her world. No one dared to compete with her anymore. Everyone was afraid that if they provoked her, the Tang Empire would take revenge. If it was in the past, no matter how powerful the Tang Empire was, no matter how tough Lilongji was. After all, it was very troublesome for the Tang Empire's army to attack. They were usually passive and would not take the initiative to attack. But ever since that cuckoo demon fiend appeared, everything had changed. No one could guess the true thoughts of a child. Perhaps it could be said that children were never so stable. If they were happy today, they would laugh. If they were unhappy tomorrow, they would cry. Whether they could attack or when they would attack had nothing to do with the thoughts of Lilongji and the other officials. Zuzan Chide also knew about the recent situation in the harem. He had even added fuel to the fire once. There was no helping it. Who told the desert to station 40,000 soldiers? This is the method of the great Tang Bank. Good, very good. Why didn't anyone in my court think of it? This way, merchants will come and go frequently. Every transaction will have to pay a tax to the great Tang, and Lilongji will have more and more money in his hands. Nuanu, when you return to the great Tang this time, you must remember to ask more about the disadvantages of the bank. I'm worried that Zhang Xiaobao will give me something that I can't see through. If I do as he says, it will bring me a lot of trouble. He and Wang Wan will not give up on killing me. Zuzan Chide flipped through a few pages and saw an introduction written by Zhang Xiaobao, describing the strengths and weaknesses of the bank. Of course, those weaknesses did not seem to be anything special. As he continued reading, Zuzan Chide could not understand. There were many technical terms in the book, and this was not his forte. The only thing he knew was that Zhang Xiaobao would not be so kind. Even if the Tubo had paid a great price, Zhang Xiaobao might have set a few traps. Even if he returned to the Great Tang, no one would tell him this. He could only rely on Li Nuanu. What else could Princess Jincheng say? She was already married to the Tubo. Since Zuzan Chide mentioned it, she had to help him ask. What made her even happier was that Zuzan Chide's words meant that she could return to the Great Tang to take a look. She thought that she would have to stay in the Tubo for the rest of her life. She did not expect that she would have the chance to return. This time, no matter what, she had to stay for a while. Or perhaps she could look for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss, and see if she could return to visit her parents every once in a while. Thinking of this, Princess Jincheng saw that Zuzan Chide was still waiting for her reply. She quickly said, "Zuzan Chide, you can rest assured. Nuanu will definitely help to ask about the key points. I believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will tell Nuanu. Don't ask the two of them. I heard that the two of them are not on good terms with Zhang Shuo. You have to think of a way to ask Zhang Shuo and Wu Huifei. That woman had once made a move against the Great Tang Bank. It's a pity that her methods were not good enough. Not only was she seen through, she even allowed Zhang Xiaobao to take the opportunity to open up a better bank." Zuzan Chide, who had collected a lot of information on the Great Tang, immediately stopped Princess Jincheng when he heard that she wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Wasn't that just waiting to be cheated? The only people in the Great Tang who were not on good terms with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were Zhang Shuo's faction and Wu Huifei. Ever since Empress Wang regained favor, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wu Huifei had been thinking of ways to deal with the Zhang and Wang families. However, the two families were too stable. Even Li Longji was biased towards them, causing Wu Huifei to fail time and time again. However, if Zuzan Chide suggested to work with them, they might be able to gain other benefits. Princess Jincheng nodded her head and agreed. She sighed in her heart. Sometimes she did not know what she should do. The conflict between the two sides seemed to have put her in the middle. Zuzan Chide took a few more glances at the book in the bank. He rubbed his sore eyes and said to Princess Jincheng, "This time, there probably won't be anything good over there. If anyone asks you about the specific situation of Tubo, you must not tell them. This slave will remember." Princess Jincheng nodded her head. Only then did Zuzan Chide's thoughts settle. The one who was equally vexed was Commissioner Quebec. Don't look at how the current ruler of the Turks was Mo Jillian. The person in charge was Commissioner Quebec. He controlled the army and naturally controlled the entire Turks. He really wanted to personally go to the Great Tang to take a look at the sword meet on Mount Hua. However, he did not dare to do so. If he controlled the army and something happened, he would lose everything. Thus, he could only let Mo Jillian go personally. At the same time, he was very worried. If Li Longji supported Mo Jillian and helped him take over his military power, it would be difficult for him to do so. This matter was not over yet. Now, there was the problem of a bank. The spies sent to the Great Tang had already sent back more than one report, describing the various benefits of a bank. It would allow Li Longji to collect a lot of taxes and make the Great Tang even more prosperous. Now that the method had been bought back, he did not know if it was true or not. It seemed like the bank was just a few simple methods. However, Commissioner K was very clear that it was not so simple. If something went wrong, the entire Turks might be implicated. Thus, he came to Mo Jillian's place and said to Mo Jillian, who was about to set off, "When you go to Tang, it's best if you can get in touch with the Tubo people. Tell them that we are willing to cooperate with them in terms of military and bank. If they can find out about the bank's problems, we are willing to pay the corresponding price." In truth, Mo Jillian did not want to go. If he was stopped, he would lose his current position. However, he had no other choice. If he did not go, Li Longji would have an excuse to attack the Turks, and the surrounding countries would not help him. With this thought in mind, Mo Jillian hastily said, "Have someone make a copy of the thing that Zhang Xiaobao sold to us. When I bring it to the Great Tang, I will compare it with the Tubo people to see if it is the same. I also want to bring more warriors. Since it's the sword meet on Mount Hua, it will be a martial competition. We can only win and not lose. While the Tubo people and the Turks were thinking of their own methods, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received a letter from Luzhou. They really came back. They came back very quickly. A year and a half is enough for a round trip. They got koalas. Did they go to Australia? That's not close to here. We have to go around Malaysia. The letter that a pigeon can carry is too small. It only wrote a few things that we need the most and did not mention anything else. I wonder if there are kangaroos. Yes. Ask them to send the koalas quickly. Koalas are not easy to raise. Also, the leaves that they brought back. If the seeds can't keep up with the koalas' eating speed, they will starve to death. Zhang Xiaobao read the letter and imagined the scenery of the places that the merchants had been to. He was a little yearning. Wang Wan was also very happy. It was good as long as someone went there. Even if it was only to Malaysia, it was fine. The places along the way had a lot of resources. There were spices, copper, gold, and good trees. Anyway, there were countless of them. Good. Send the koalas over for Xiaobei and the others to play with. It will be very interesting for the children to hold the koalas. I'm just afraid that the koalas will be killed by Xiaobei. Forget it. Life and death are predestined. We have to go back soon, otherwise we won't be able to make it in time for the new year. You write a letter to Mo Jillian and Zhu Zan of Qi to urge them to go with us. Also, we have to think of a way to make them stay here. We can't go back now. We have to wait until the population in the north of Hebei province decreases. It would be best if we can directly incorporate their army. When the matters in the north of Hebei province are settled, even if they all go back, they won't be able to do anything. Wang Wan had never held the koalas with her own hands. Imagining the scene when the time comes, the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. Zhang Xiaobao touched his face with his hand. Aya, but Tuyu is really not easy to deal with. I guess he has thought of something. After all, they have no way to contact the outside world for a long time. When they come out, I think they will arrange for someone to send a message every once in a while. Chapter 8:16. Lard had not been having a good time recently. His camp of more than 2,000 people was constantly shifting to the west, and they were almost out of the desert. It was also difficult to collect drinking water. There was no running water, and they could not drink it. He could only watch as his subordinates became listless, unable to think of a better idea. Besides the problem of water, there was also the problem of food. Damn that Zhang Xiaobao! He's doing this on purpose. He's definitely doing this on purpose. When Lard was preparing to eat early in the morning, his subordinates came looking for him. There was a problem with the food. The fish that he had spent a great deal of money to trade for from Tubo had a layer of fat floating on it. It would have been fine if it had been butter, but the problem was that it was clearly lard. The live fish in the barrel seemed to like the smell of oil very much. They gathered where there was oil, occasionally pecking at it, causing the oil to spread over the entire barrel and glow in the sunlight. On the way back after the trade, we ran into patrolling Great Tang cavalry. A few of them threw large chunks of lard over, saying that they were careless and slipped. A duo-eater in charge of transporting the food explained to Lard, upon which Lard let out a thunderous roar. Lard could only give this sort of evaluation. Despicable. The Grand Great Tang actually dared to mess with his food. Go find something else to eat. These throw them away. Lard helplessly looked at those lively and cheerful fish, waved his hand, and returned to his tent to fret over the matter. The other duo-eater silently went about their business. In recent days, they had already lost the confidence to continue staying here. Sometimes, when they slept at night, they would feel that coming here was a mistake. Not only had they gained nothing, they had also sacrificed many things. When they had first come, they had wanted to establish a forward station next to the Great Tang to provide assistance to those who would come later. This desert was very good. There were Tubo, Turks, and Great Tang. The three factions had fought here to create a gap for outsiders, but in the end, Zhang Xiaobao of the Great Tang had tied them down. They could not fight, but they were unwilling to leave. If it was Zhang Xiaobao who sent people to beat them up once or twice, he could find an excuse to leave. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao had been living in peace, except that they would occasionally throw things from the pigs. For example, pig hair, pig dung, and pig blood were thrown into the wind every day. Even if they didn't look, they could smell it. The camp had no choice but to move again and again. How could you do this? Even if two countries are going to war, you have to be a little more magnanimous. Look at you. You've been scheming since you were young. What will you do when you grow up? Zhang Xiaobao was giving Xiao Bei and the others a political lesson in the camp. The matter of the pig's blood and pig's dung was done by Xiao Bei and the others. It was said that when attacking the enemy, they had to save them. Xiao Bei took the lead. As for who gave her the idea, it wasn't important. At this time, she was listening to her brother attentively, trying to understand the spirit of his words. I didn't know what you did until today. Otherwise, I would have come to talk to you long ago. What attacked the enemy, they had to save them. Your little plan was not bad, but your methods were very vile. If others knew that you were my younger siblings, they would laugh at me. Zhang Xiaobao's face was dark as he continued to teach the children. Xiao Bei lowered her head and looked like she was admitting her mistake. When she heard her brother's words, she curled her lips. She didn't believe that her brother only found out today. It had already been half a month. Isn't it because you think that we did well? You didn't do it. Jealousy, pure jealousy. Xiao Bei, what are you muttering about? Xiao Bei, who had just muttered a sentence, was discovered by Zhang Xiaobao. No, I'm not muttering. I have a toothache, so I'm grinding my teeth. Brother, please continue. Xiao Bei shook her head, refusing to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao snorted and said, Don't be unconvinced when I say that you didn't do well. Look at the situation now. Can't you see? That's because we are strong and the enemy is weak. We have to pay the smallest price for the greatest results. What did you do? Can't the pig's blood be used to make blood tofu? Can't the pig's dung be used as fertilizer? There's even pig skin on the lard. They usually like to eat mixed pig skin. So how can they bear to throw it away? Besides, the wind here doesn't blow in a fixed direction. If it blows away the many cannibals, our camp will have a smell. Aren't you ashamed? Are these my Zhang Xiaobao's younger siblings? You are a joke. Why don't you go upstream to the river where they get water and wash the pig's intestines and hand them to me later? I can fry the intestines for you. You actually wasted it. Why do I, Zhang Xiaobao, have such stupid younger siblings? Today's matter needs to be summarized. Everyone will write a self-reflection later. You must recognize your mistakes and correct them. Do you understand? Xiao Bei lowered his head even more. He suddenly turned around and glared at a guard in the crowd. It seemed that this was the young guard's idea. Xiao Yuan also had an expression of deep realization on his face. Han Xianfeng and the others who were not far away looked at each other. At the beginning, they really thought that Zhang Xiaobao was going to talk to Xiao Bei and the others and ask them to be more above board. At this moment, they finally understood. How was this teaching his younger siblings to learn? He was clearly guiding his younger siblings to lower the cost of their schemes. Xiao Bei obediently took 2 steps forward. His eyes were red and tears were welling up in his eyes. Brother, I know I was wrong. I didn't eat so many fried pig intestines. Now that I think about it, my heart aches. Also, I didn't use much pig skin to cook the jelly. I will definitely learn from this in the future. It's good that you recognize your mistakes. You are still young. Remember, when you are strong, you have to use the smallest price to achieve the best goal. Disperse. I see that you have prepared a lot of pig trotters. When it's time to shave them, go upstream and roast them. Throw them into the river after they are roasted. Zhang Xiaobao looked gratified at his younger siblings who were willing to correct their mistakes. After comforting them, he even gave them some guidance. Under the admiring gazes of his younger siblings, He left to find Wang Wan to discuss how to make a breakthrough. Today, you are only allowed to eat half of your lunch and dinner. Think about it carefully. How much do you think you missed? You even made my brother personally come over to teach you. I am very angry. Xiao Bei turned around and complained to the innocent-looking guards. The people sent by Zhu Zan of Tubo, Cheetah, were also watching from the side. They originally wanted to see how Zhang Xiaobao would educate his younger siblings. Now that they understood, they didn't care about the uncomfortable feeling of cold sweat sticking to their bodies. They hurriedly went back to write a letter and had someone send it back quickly. They told Zan Pu to be careful, very, very careful. Wang Wan also heard how Zhang Xiaobao had lectured Xiao Bei and the others. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao swaying back, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, "Xiaobao, you just did that? What kind of education do you want to educate Xiao Bei and the others?" It's just a joke. They are children, after all. I will play with them. Anyway, the one who loses is not me. They can eat more people and suffer. It's a pity that there are no good chilies. You can't make Mao Shuewang with chilies. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to care at all. You are provoking ethnic conflicts. Wang Wan put the blame on him. Which ethnic group provokes ethnic conflicts? There isn't one yet. Who should I pick? Come, let's discuss how to deal with Kutuyu. We have less than 3 days before we set off. Zhang Xiaobao no longer put his thoughts on the more than 2,000 people. He began to think about how to make Kutuyu lead the troops back to the Song Mo Commander-in-Chief's office. At the very least, it had to be delayed until next year's spring plowing. At that time, even if Kutuyu wanted to do something, there wouldn't be any resources available. Didn't you say you wanted to arrange an assassination? I think this idea is fine. Wang Wan mentioned Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head and regretted. So that's what you were thinking. After scolding Xiao Bei and the others today, I changed my mind. Not only do we have to let the children know how to save resources, the adults should also set an example. If we arrange an assassination, the chariot will be ours, the manpower will be ours, and the crossbows will also be ours. Using the smallest price to exchange for the biggest benefit will not be laughed at by Xiao Bei and the others. Therefore, I decided to find Kutuyu for a meal and treat him to some buns. At that time, we will bring their troops back together. Leaving them here will consume too much money every day. We will spend too much money on transportation. The slaves we bought here will be enough to support us. Chai Zuzan agreed to go to the capital, and Mo Jilian also agreed. However, they will not go with us. We will set off the day after tomorrow. The day of departure arrived. Kutuyu waited for General Kutuyu to fall ill after eating a few buns. Just when Kutuyu suspected that Zhang Xiaobao was up to something bad, Zhang Xiaobao didn't make any moves. He didn't even ask about the matter of military authority. The 40,000-strong army set off, bringing up layers of sand and dust as they moved towards the place where the ships were. There was still a group of people who left to return to Yizhou. They were the relatives of Zhang Gang and Zhang Fang, Chang, who had been invited to visit his children. He had just arrived the day before yesterday. After hearing his children reciting poems, performing dances, and writing, he was so happy that he slapped his son's head several times in succession. After playing with them for 2 more days, he finally reluctantly bid farewell. He left behind a sentence for his children to learn well and left without looking back. Mo Lien set off in advance. He wasn't willing to move with Zhang Xiaobao's large group. That wouldn't be the sword meet on Mount Hua. He would be escorted. Of course, even if he didn't go with them, he wouldn't use the name of the sword meet on Mount Hua. He would use the excuse of going to the capital to pay tribute. He didn't dare to talk about the sword meet with Li Longji. At the same time, Zhu Zanqi arranged the matters in Tubo and set off with Princess Jincheng. His speed was neither fast nor slow. He followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's group. There was a day's journey in between. Scouts were sent out in all directions, reporting every hour. They had to carefully watch the path that Zhang Xiaobao's troops had taken. There was no other way. They had been frightened by the information sent back by their subordinates. Even children like Xiao Bei could recognize the mistakes made in scheming, let alone the adults. With the departure of the great Tang's group, the Duogu people who hadn't eaten or slept well for a few days finally heaved a sigh of relief. Then they were at a loss. The 40,000-strong army had left the desert, and a few thousand people had come to set up camp. They couldn't go back at all. What worried them the most was that the people who came later wanted to carry out the scheme to the end. Lulda thought about it and felt that he wouldn't be of much use if he stayed here. He might as well go back early and send more troops next time. Although the road wasn't easy, he had to vent his anger. Everything passed by calmly like this. The people at Pingzhou Pass felt a little regretful. They thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would have a big fight. They didn't expect that there would be a feeling of powerlessness. Those who had such thoughts were usually soldiers. They were hot-blooded. The people who were marshals had different thoughts. They were most in favor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's method. This was what it meant to subdue the enemy without fighting. With the 40,000-strong army, the trouble in the north of Hebei province was solved. The Tujue and Tubo problem was solved. The Duogu people spent a lot of money, but didn't get anything in the end. Paper money started to circulate in Tubo and Tubo. They also exchanged a lot of livestock and slaves. Sure enough, a good fighter has no illustrious achievements. In the capital, in Xingqing Palace, after Li Longji received the news of Zhang Xiaobao's return, he read the letter again and again. Finally, he said to Gao Lisher, who was beside him. Gao Lisher was also happy. This time, Zhang Xiaobao didn't use a lot of money. At least, he didn't use the money from the national treasury. As for the money used by Xiaobao himself, he would probably ask for the corresponding policies. Good son. Thinking like this, Gao Lisher said modestly, Your Majesty is wrong. It's all petty tricks that can't be shown in public. Well, it's petty tricks. It's petty tricks that solve the problem in the north of Hebei province. It's petty tricks that forced Zuzan Chide and Mo Jilian to come to the capital to pay tribute. It's petty tricks that planted a deeper hidden danger for Tubo and Tujue. Starting tomorrow, all the smart people in the court should give me some petty tricks, like Xiaobao and Cuckoo. Li Longji was glowing. It seemed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took people on a trip as if they were playing, but the result was unimaginable. If this was considered petty tricks, then there was no smart person in the world. Gao Lisher had always heard the emperor praise Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so he had long been immune to it. He followed Li Longji's words and said, I think the only good thing is that they didn't start a real war. Otherwise, it would be a waste of people and money. I wonder what kind of sword competition Xiao Bao wants to have by inviting them in the name of your majesty. Could it be that they want to compete to see who is better swordsmanship? Gao Lisher was very happy when he talked about this. After Zhang Xiaobao went there, the court had passed a resolution. If Wang Wan really sent troops to deal with Tujue and Tubo, the court would send troops to the border of the other side to provide reinforcements. When fighting Tubo, the Tujue dared to move, so they had to send troops. When fighting Tubo, it was the same. They would not allow Wang Wan to fight on two fronts, even if they knew that she could do it. This was not a problem of ability, but a problem of the Tang Empire's attitude. Fortunately, they did not fight. The two of them used a few tricks to extinguish the flames of war that were about to rise. Now, other than Xinlua and Japan, the surrounding countries were basically stable. What they had to see was what Xiao Bao would do when he found the Tufan and Turkic people. Li Longji was also thinking about this matter. His name had been falsely used. In a situation where he should be angry, he couldn't get angry. He could still distinguish between public interest and private interest. Zhang Xiaobao did not use his name to gain benefits for himself. Although he couldn't see it, even if he gained benefits, at least others couldn't criticize him. Xiao Bao hasn't written a letter to talk about the specifics. Li Longji was also curious about the sword meet on Mount Hua. It sounded good, but he didn't know how to do it. Gao Lisha replied, "No, Xiao Bao didn't put his thoughts on Mount Hua. It seems that the sword meet has already been considered. When he comes back, we will know." In a recent letter, Xiao Bao mentioned that he wants the imperial court to help share the burden. Before winter comes, we will increase the number of cargo ships on the Jing River. Fortunately, when they pass by the Jing River, they will block the river. As Gao Lisher spoke, he took out another letter. This was a letter from home. However, he first mentioned that he would wait for some time before writing another letter to Li Longji. Gao Lisher was actually not willing to let the emperor read his letters because the emperor always snatched his things. As expected, when Li Longji took the letter and read it, he didn't first mention blocking the river so that 40,000 people could pass by the small river, which was the river from Sanshui County. Instead, he pointed at the words on the letter and asked Gao Lisher, "Is the bone marrow of this yak really better than that of a normal yak? It can strengthen the body and bones?" "I think so," Gao Lisher replied. "Well, then we will help Lisher take care of a part of it. When we return, we will write a letter to ask Xiao Bao and the others the best way to eat it." Li Longji took care of Gao Lisher. What else could Gao Lisher say? Just give it to him. Ever since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo started to give him things, the emperor had developed a habit of giving him something every time. It wasn't like this in the past. Li Longji had received something, so he brought up other things in the letter. "But suddenly you fell ill again? Does he want to stay behind and walk slowly?" "Xiao Bao wants to let 40,000 people enter the small river from Dingping. I don't know if they can withstand it. If 40,000 soldiers cause trouble, it won't be good. Your Majesty, in addition to the soldiers and horses in Fenzhou, you can also send the soldiers and horses in Jizhou. I believe that Xiao Bao will solve this problem. Xiao Bao can't let them enter the capital. Otherwise, it will be no different from an army at the gate. This subject will write a letter to ask about the details." Gao Lisher was also very afraid of the 40,000 people. He was afraid that they would suddenly cause trouble, which would be difficult to clean up. On the Yellow River, Zhu Zanqi's fleet had surpassed Zhang Xiaobao's fleet. It was not that Zhu Zanqi was fast, but that Zhang Xiaobao's fleet was too slow. To be precise, the speed of the ships was slow, but the ships carrying a large number of soldiers were not slow. There were many sick people on the slow ships. Among them, Kutuyu was the most seriously ill. Now, it was not just his stomach that was uncomfortable, but his whole body was not comfortable. Originally, he had a bad stomach, but when he was on the river, he finally contacted someone from the Song Mo, Commander-in-Chief's office. After he heard the news, he really fell ill. It was said that at that time, blood kept flowing out of his nose, which made his already weak body worse. "General Kutuyu, are you better? I'm here to give you something to eat. Steamed egg lamb. Try it. I added some salt to give you more salt. Otherwise, your body will be even weaker." Zhang Xiaobao carried a tray in his hand. On the tray was a large bowl of steamed eggs and lamb. The steamed eggs in the bowl were very tender and pleasing to look at. He walked into Ku Tuyu's cabin and said with concern. Ku Tuyu looked at Zhang Xiaobao blankly. When Zhang Xiaobao put down the tray, he asked Zhang Xiaobao in a weak voice, "Provincial Governor Zhang, what do you want to do? I haven't done anything to offend you, have I?" "But General Tu, you don't have to get up. Quickly lie down." "General, what are you saying? You have always helped me. So how could you offend me?" "General, you don't have to think too much. You will recover in a few days. Come, try some of the lamb eggs. Sigh, for the sake of our friendship." General actually came despite the dangers of not being acclimatized to the climate. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and pressed down on Kutuyu's body as he was about to get up. He used a spoon to scoop up some egg lamb and blew on it before bringing it to Kutuyu's mouth. If it were someone else who didn't know the specific situation, they would really think that Zhang Xiaobao was inexplicably moved by Kutuyu. However, at this time, one was lying down and one was sitting. They both understood what was going on. This time, Kutuyu was really convinced. This Zhang Xiaobao could be so hypocritical. He could even talk nonsense in front of others. What else couldn't he do? Wei Wei shook her head. Kutuyu didn't eat the egg lamb. Instead, he stared at Zhang Xiaobao. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao still had the same sad expression of seeing a sick lord. However, Kutuyu gave up the idea of seeing an evasive look in Zhang Xiaobao's eyes. He said, Zhang Xiaobao, don't be so hypocritical. What are your plans for my song Mo Manor? Do you think that I won't be able to do anything if you get rid of everyone? Let me tell you, Zhang Xiaobao, as long as I still have a breath, I can still make a breakthrough. Yes, General. However, General Tuyu, you must not think too much. You will definitely live. When you reach the capital, you can recuperate and be vigorous again. You must not lose your confidence. Everyone hopes that General will recover soon. However, just talking is not enough. You must eat. Come, eat half a bowl. After eating, rest more. Don't think too much about other useless things. Zhang Xiaobao really looked like he was trying to coax a patient who was in a bad mood. However, Kutuyu was about to cry. This Zhang Xiaobao was really too shameless. He was lying through his teeth. He turned his head with all his strength, wanting to knock the spoon away. However, Zhang Xiaobao was one step ahead of him and moved the spoon away. Zhang Xiaobao, let's make things clear today. Why are you treating me like this? Don't argue with me. Chapter 8:17. When the birds are gone, the good bao is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Governor Zhang, you and Adjunct Wang are truly formidable. You first stabilized the Tubo, and now you've dealt with the tribes of northern Hebei province. From the looks of it, you're planning to deal with the Turks as well. This general congratulates you in advance. But Tuyu propped up his weak body, looked at Zhang Xiaobao with a pitiful gaze, and said word by word, Congratulations to you, congratulations to you. It turns out that General Kutuyu also knows how to burn the bridge after crossing the river and get rid of the donkey after it has left the millstone. General isn't trying to persuade me to raise a thief for self-respect and quickly send General back, right? General, please eat slowly. I'll go out and teach General's words to Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao said to Kutuyu indifferently. He no longer cared whether he could eat or not. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's departing figure, Wei Wei's eyes welcomed the sunlight shining in through the door. Kutuyu ignored the piercing tears that fell from his eyes. Seeming to have thought of something happy, the corners of Wei Wei's mouth curled up. When he turned his head back, he picked up the bowl and began to eat in big mouthfuls. The weather was getting colder. After the autumn harvest, the river became busier. The 40,000-strong army was stuck in the middle of the originally wide river, unable to pass through the surging Yellow River. Order the ships in front to change to small boats. From Dingping to the small river, pass Sanshui County, and enter the capital. Along the way, ensure that the troops are provided with food and drink and deepen the relationship between the army and the people. When Wang Wan heard the news from the front, she issued a new order, emphasizing the relationship between the army and the people. These words were for the generals who stayed on the ship to hear. The person in charge of delivering the news understood that the operation had begun and hurriedly left. Wang Wan turned around and said to the helpless and angry generals who knew about the unforeseen event in their homeland, Everyone, the new year is coming. If we do our best to return, it will definitely be tiring. There's not enough time. So why don't we celebrate the new year in the capital and go to Mount Hua to enjoy the snow? No one responded. The generals looked at Wang Wan with unkind eyes, as if they wished they could eat Wang Wan alive. Wang Wan didn't care how much others hated her. She didn't say anything when she saw them. She hummed a song and went to find Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, they hate me so much. Li Longji is not bad. He knows how to cooperate with us. With this, at least a third of the 40,000 people will be able to survive. That's quite a force to be reckoned with. When they see how the people of Sanchue County live, they will reconsider their original way of life. This winter, the off-season vegetables in Sanchue County will not be overstocked. Let them eat it and let them know that the Tang Empire can also eat vegetables in winter. Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding in the cabin and writing with his head down, and happily said to him, "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Wang Wan poured herself a cup of water and held it in her hands. She looked in the direction of Sanchue County and said, "Xiaobao, I haven't been back for a long time. What do you think Zhuangzi is like now? If they can hear the sound of reading on the shore and the smoke from the small building rising into the fog when they pass by, won't it scare them again?" "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "Also, the lotus seeds in the pond are hanging their heads shyly. The reeds by the lake are covered in frost. Isn't it beautiful?" Wang Wan continued asking. "Oh," Zhang Xiaobao replied. "What are you doing?" "I'm asking you a question." Wang Wan was dissatisfied. "Oh, I'm listening. The smoke from the small building rising into the fog is not good. It's easy to get respiratory diseases. The lotus seeds should have been cut long ago. Otherwise, they would all fall into the water. It's the right time to eat lotus roots." Zhang Xiaobao reacted quickly. He raised his head and looked at Wang Wan. "What are you busy with?" Wang Wan didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao said. She moved closer to take a look. "I'm busy with the rebellion. I'm looking for a suitable place to start the army. The best place is Jinchuan." Zhang Xiaobao moved his body away and pointed at the map to Wang Wan. Wang Wan looked at the map. It was indeed Tubo's Jinchuan. "You want to be the emperor?" "Yes, it's impossible not to be the emperor. Child Zuzan, Mo Jilian, and Kutuyu will definitely praise our army there. It's good there. There are mountains and rivers, and the yield of barley is high. It can be said that we can attack or retreat. Zhang Shuasho, who has escaped the wheel of history and still hasn't been ousted, Wu Huifei, who has watched other people's children grow up and can't hurt them, and there are also other people with bad intentions. Can we cooperate with them and not rebel?" Zhang Xiaobao touched the Jinchuan line and said faintly. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's complaints, Wang Wan laughed. "Serves you right. Who asked you to solve everything at once and prepare to give up the place? Yes, give it to Li Longji. We'll continue to head northwest. The Darim Basin is not bad. Who said that the Anshi Protectorate should be given to others? We'll go and take it. In any case, Li Longji can't control it. Perhaps after the sword meet on Mount Hua, the great Tang people will go to the Patala Palace like a tourist. Oh, it's called the Red Mountain Palace. Why should we give it to the Tibetan Buddhists? Now is the best time to take it. How much money is wasted there every year? Let's not talk about religion. You can choose not to believe it, but you can't talk about it," Wang Wan hurriedly persuaded. "Why can't I talk about it? No one is more sacred than the other. I've decided that the Red Mountain Palace will not be allowed to have any religion in the future. Once they make a move, we'll give up the Jinchuan line. If Li Longji still wants to expand, then we'll continue to head northwest. I think he will support us. He can't wait for us to occupy the Mediterranean Sea in one go. There's a lot of oil there, so we can extract it all. We can find a place near the capital and dig a big hole. We can pour the stones in for future generations." Zhang Xiaobao began to paint a picture of the future. Wang Wan was so amused that she hugged Zhang Xiaobao's arm and giggled. "Even if you flood the capital, it won't be able to hold the oil. Where do we take it? Where do we use it? Slaves bought from Tubo? When we're old, can our future generations still hold on? How many Chinese are there in the world? How many countries recognize China? Singapore, Indonesia, the Philippines, and other countries. Do the Chinese recognize them? Back then, England was called the empire where the sun never sets. What about now? In the face of time and power, everything will change. I'll use the slaves for now. I don't care what happens in the future. As long as I'm alive, I'll do what I want to do. What's that saying again? When the world is divided for a long time, it must be united, and when united for a long time, it must be divided. Now that the great Tang has me, I'll do my best to bully others. What does it have to do with me? Right? It has nothing to do with you. You're a good person, a very good person. So good that you use your will to judge others. Then we'll use the slaves first and spend a lot of money on roads. Will we be in the capital this new year? In the capital. We'll bring our parents over to celebrate the new year together. Next year, I'll think of a way to get a job near the capital. Xiao Bei and the others can't always be away from their parents. You should help us choose a good job. My father will be in the capital next year. I think Li Longji will give him a minor rank 1 official, but his actual position will be at rank 3. We'll see what Li Longji and the others think about Jili Province. If they want to give it away, we'll have the people of Jili Province continue north and occupy Mo. Aya, where can we find a good official like me? I'm a pillar of the country. After I die, I should go to Babaishan, the type that gathers the flag. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he used a pen to draw a spot on the map that he wanted to occupy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. Thick as expected. If all the officials of the Great Tang are like you, Li Longji will be worried to death. You're giving up the land, but you're taking the people with you. Northeast, northwest, and south, holding a large number of soldiers and shouting loyalty. What is it that you're loyal to? Of course, it's my people, the Chinese people. Help me think of something. There are too many things to do, and I'm afraid that I'll be confused and forget. Build a training base. When the conscripts reach the age limit, send them to the training base first, in case they can't find a job after they return from the army. We can't make the same mistake that others have made before. When another rain fell and the weather turned cold again, the generals from the north of Hebei province finally stood on the land of Sanshui County. Their faces were as gloomy as the weather. The troops could not be contacted. Looking around, it was all the protection teams of the Zhang family and the Wang family. The wharf of Little Luoshui was still bustling with activity. Carriages and horses came and went without stopping. Pedestrians jostled shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of hawking rose one after another. General Kutu, have you had a good rest recently? Over there is the first restaurant in Linshui. The chef's skills are good. Why don't you go and try it? Ever since Zhang Xiaobao's feet stepped on this land, his whole demeanor changed. He had a feeling that the world was so big, and who else could do it but him? He was full of confidence when he spoke to Kutu's day. Kutu, of course, understood why he was like this. If it was the commander-in-chief's mansion of Song Mo, he would not be worse than Zhang Xiaobao. Who didn't know that Sanshui County was the foundation of the Zhang family and the Wang family? Thank you, Governor Zhang, for taking care of me along the way. If Governor Zhang lost somewhere else, would you still have the face to come back? Kutu clenched his teeth and said, Come back, of course I'll come back. I'm not Xiang Yu. Why should I be afraid of losing? I don't care about face. There is only hope as long as I'm alive. General Kutu, please take care. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking to Kutu, he pulled over a child who was running like crazy. He took out a piece of candy and stuffed it into his mouth. Before the child was about to spit out the candy in his mouth in fright, he said, I am the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao. After knowing that no one dared to pretend to be a member of the Zhang family, in Sanshui, the child raised his head and smiled sweetly at Zhang Xiaobao. You're back. I'm back. Zhang Xiaobao grabbed another handful of candy. Chapter 8:18. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. Zuzin, who followed Zhang Xiaobao's group here, finally witnessed the richness of Great Tang. In the past, he had always heard the people he sent to Great Tang talking about how good Great Tang was. However, Zuzin, who had never seen it with his own eyes, felt that Great Tang was only slightly better than Tubo in certain aspects. For example, the clothes worn by the people and the more comfortable environment. As for the food, he felt that the difference between the two places was not that big. If Zhang Xiaobao was not so bad and reduced the food supply of Tubo, Great Tang would not be worse than Great Tang. After traveling by boat all day, Zuzan finally realized the difference between Tubo and Great Tang when they could travel by land after arriving at Sanshui County. Stepping on the firm ground, looking at the helpers at the docks wearing the same style and color of clothes, looking at the spacious and clean streets, he did not notice any slightly bigger holes on the road. This was probably the cement road that the person who sent back the news mentioned. Looking at the people who were arranged to sell food, they were all clean and tidy. Most of the food they sold was of an unknown variety. The carriages in charge of transporting goods, and people came and went without stopping. The shops by the roadside were neat and tidy. The people walking here had smiles on their faces. Children carrying beautiful backpacks of unknown use stood in a row under the lead of their adults. All the carriages made way for them. The never-before-seen shelves used to load and unload goods moved piles of goods around at an unimaginable speed. In just a short while, a boat full of goods was loaded or unloaded. Sitting in the carriage that was specially prepared for them, they realized that it was many times better than the carriage they were in before. The bumps were almost negligible. After walking for more than a li, the houses on both sides of the wide road were even more attractive. Other than the various restaurants and shops, the people lived in small two-story buildings. The river that the small boats passed through had a sloping embankment. It was as flat as a mirror, and there was not a single bit of trash on the river. Listening to the cries of chickens and ducks, there was no smell of feces when a gust of wind blew. No one would casually find a place to poop or pee. This was an inconceivable thing in Tubo. On the shore, there were pavilions built at intervals, surrounded by plants. Occasionally, the aroma of food wafted out from the pavilions. Pedestrians would occasionally stop to rest in the pavilions and buy some snacks to eat. After the autumn harvest, there were still people busy plowing the land. Those strong and healthy cattle looked like they were from Tubo, no matter how one looked at them. Further on, at a little distance from the shore, there was an open space surrounded by low walls, in which books with fallen leaves fluttered in the wind. From this height, one could see that in the enclosed space there was a pond, surrounded by pavilions. Under the sunshine, a group of children were sitting or leaning in the corridor, chanting in unison, "There's a guest, there's a guest, there's a white horse. There is prosperity and prosperity, and the journey is meticulous. We have guests, we have guests, we have letters." Watching and listening, Zuzan was frightened by what he saw and heard. Sitting in the carriage, Princess Jincheng looked at all of this with her beautiful eyes. She had not been back for a long time. She did not expect to see such a scenery. It was definitely not fake to confuse others. It was all real. There was actually a fairyland-like place in Tang Dynasty. "Xiao Bei, what's over there?" Princess Jincheng asked the question that Zuzan wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to ask. Xiao Bei was accompanying the carriage as a diplomat. When he heard Princess Jincheng's question, he turned his head and looked. It was a big courtyard. He generously introduced it. "Princess Aunt, that's a school. They are learning very seriously. It's almost lunchtime. They should be revising the knowledge that they just learned." Lunchtime? I don't see anyone delivering food. Princess Jincheng had stayed in Tubo for a long time. She was not clear about the lives of the people in Tang Dynasty. Or it could be said that she did not remember that the people in Tang Dynasty ate lunch at this time. Usually there were 2 meals. The smart Xiao Bei immediately understood. He proudly looked at Zuzan and replied, "Princess Aunt, no one is delivering food. I think the food is already ready. I'll get someone to bring some over to take a look. Stop the carriage. Someone, go to that school and say that Zhang Xiao Bei from Zhangjia Zhuangzi wants a lunch." After giving the order, Xiao Bei introduced, "Princess Aunt, the meals of the students here are taken care of by the merchants of Sanshui County. The merchants will take out a portion of the money to be used to feed and dress the children. That's 4 meals a day. We will eat in a while. Soon we will reach the place where we eat." Oh, they can actually eat 4 meals a day. Aunt only eats 4 meals a day over there. It seems that the officials in the county are very strict with the merchants. Princess Jincheng was very surprised. Tubo did not have such a school. The management of Sanshui County is not bad. However, the merchants are willing to take the money. No one forced them. The merchants of Sanshui County are very cultured. They are not heartless. After they earn money, they know how to use it for public welfare. In the past, it was our family who forked out the money. Now the school is being renovated by them. Princess, Aunt, look at the wall. There are words. Let me take a look. It says that the country is strong from a child. It strengthens the body and enlightens the mind. We have always been working hard. I can't see the words clearly. It should be the name of the merchant who took the money. Xiao Bei's voice was sweet, causing a smile to appear on the face of the Princess of Jincheng. Hearing this, Zhu Zan felt his entire body turn cold, starting from his heart. If all of this was true, then what would Tubo use to fight against Great Tang in the future? More than 10 years later, when batches of children grow up, it would be too terrifying. Xiao Bei introduced a few more words. The person who took the food came back with a tray in his hand. He passed it to Xiao Bei through the window. Everyone in the carriage looked at the tray at the same time. Let me see what they are eating today. And it's not bad. 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. This meat dish is soft fried tenderloin. Brother's cooking is the best. This is stir-fried meat with garlic. This is scrambled eggs with cucumber. There's also half a salted duck egg. It's marinated well. It's buttery. I like to eat it the most. There's more. Why didn't you bring it over? Xiao Bei held the tray and introduced. The last sentence was directed at the people outside. Immediately, another person came over and brought a small bowl and a small plate. The soup has just been prepared. Xiao Bei continued to introduce. Let me see this soup. It's shrimp and winter melon soup. This small plate contains cut fruits. This is a fruit platter. This is called a nutritious combination. It can ensure the children's needs for an entire afternoon. Princess, Aunt, try it. The main dish is rice and steamed buns. At this moment, Zhu Zan could not help but smell the fragrance of the food. He asked Xiao Bei, do all the children eat this every afternoon? That's not it. Xiao Bei replied. Just as Zhu Zan heaved a sigh of relief, she said, the dishes are different every afternoon. The same is 2 vegetarian dishes, 1 meat dish, 1 soup, and 1 fruit platter. You're not allowed to be picky. Today's timing is not good. If it's the 5th day, you can still eat the fragrant bone marrow. Then how much does it cost? All for the children to eat? Zhu Zan saw that there was a lot of oil in the food and swallowed his saliva before asking. It's worth it no matter how much money is spent. The food given to the child has to be of the best quality. Look at this rice. It's of the highest quality. Whoever dares to give poor quality food to the child will be severely punished if caught. This is called Operation Chaoyang. Many places in the Great Tang have started doing this. It won't be long before it spreads throughout the Great Tang. Even though Xiao Bei was young, she knew what Zhu Zanqi wanted to know. She was also willing to use all her strength to scare Zhu Zanqi. Zhu Zan could not help but pick up his chopsticks and put a mouthful of food into his mouth. He sighed inwardly. The taste was really good. He did not know what seasoning was used to make it so fragrant. Princess Jincheng also tasted the food. With a gratified smile on her face, she continued to ask Xiao Bei, what do we eat for breakfast? Breakfast is simple. A bowl of milk or goat's milk, 2 eggs, salted vegetables mixed with sesame oil and cake. After 2 hours of class, we will give you red bean paste or bread with cream fillings and a cup of fruit juice. Occasionally, we can add some of the butter tea from Aunt Princess. Because it's far away, we don't have much here. Brother and sister said that we have to think of ways to get more from Tubo. If Tubo does not agree, we can just snatch it. This is called a snack, not a proper meal. Xiao Bei continued to attack Zhu Zan until the end. At this moment, Zhu Zan was already numb. He no longer wanted to compare himself with the Tang Empire. As for Xiao Bei's threat, he pretended not to hear it. Chapter 819. The internet was disconnected last night. He just called and it connected. A loud and clear sound lingered in Ji Hao's ears, as a human-shaped target about 130 steps away had a large hole in its arm. Li Longji picked up the binoculars and looked at it. He shook his head regretfully and said to Gao Lisher, who was standing beside him, "It can shoot farther and harder than a pistol. It takes longer than a bow to find the target. Aim, shoot, reload, and reload. What do you think?" Gao Lisher also had a gun in his hand. After aiming for a while, he didn't dare to shoot because the wind was strong. He was afraid that he would shoot too far away from the target and make the emperor think that he was going easy on him. He was also afraid that he would accidentally shoot the head of the target. Hearing the emperor's voice, Ling Ji lowered the muzzle of the gun and finally shot between the target's legs, piercing through the wooden planks used to block the target's back. He secretly sighed in relief and replied, "This gun has a longer range than a bow and arrow. Moreover, it is easier to carry the bullets. It is more accurate than a bow and arrow in strong winds. I think we should make more and equip more troops." Li Longji nodded slightly and reloaded his gun. This time he didn't really aim and just casually fired based on his feelings. He actually hit the target's neck. Picking up the binoculars, he looked at the hole in the target's neck and nodded with satisfaction. This is also a skilled job. This time, Xiao Bao wants to show it to Mo Jilian and Zhu Zizan. I wonder if they will be on guard and find a way to deal with the new weapon? Your Majesty, if not, when can we pacify the surrounding small countries? According to Xiao Bao, the world is big. There should be a result. What is more important is the etiquette of Zhu Zizan and Qida when they meet your Majesty. Does your Majesty really want to be on equal footing with them? Gao Lisher didn't mention how to prevent the other party from finding a way to deal with the new weapon because he still had more powerful weapons that he didn't take out. He planned to use them in the sword competition. At this time, the most important thing was to see the etiquette of the Tubo and Turkic monarchs. Li Longji also knew that he couldn't treat the Tubo and Turkic monarchs like how he treated the Khitans. Seeing that the monarchs of the two countries were coming, face was very important. He said to Gao Lisher, "Order the Ministry of Rights to come up with a few plans. When the two of them arrive, we will act according to plan." On the way, Zizan Chide was also considering this matter. He wasn't willing to bow to Li Longji when they arrived at the Great Tang's capital. He wanted to be neither servile nor overbearing so as not to throw the face of Tubo. Otherwise, if they really fought in the future, their morale would be gone. Although the soldiers didn't have much morale when they heard that Wang Wan was in charge, they still didn't have much morale. The conditions of the accommodation last night were not bad, but the reception was not good. The imperial court in the capital did not send extra people over, nor did they send a guard of honor to receive them. There were no officials from the Ministry of Rights, but it could not be said that there were no officials. There were 9, appointed at the last minute. Zhang Xiaobei and the others were one of them. "Zan Pu, shouldn't we protest to the Great Tang Imperial Court? They dared to disrespect us and didn't even send officials from the Bureau of Rights. They clearly looked down on us." Just as Zuzan was about to leave and get on the carriage, a palace official beside him voiced his dissatisfaction. "Assistant Minister Zhang and the other 9 are not officials from the Ministry of Rights? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent their younger siblings to greet us. How are they looking down on us? Could it be that their status is not high enough?" Zhu Zan really wanted to protest to the palace officials, but he didn't dare to do so. If he really protested, it wouldn't be the Great Tang looking down on Tubo. It would be Tubo looking down on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. These two were like lunatics, capable of doing anything. If they were unhappy, they might not go to the capital and turn around to lead their troops back to Tubo. And all of these could happen. The Tubo officials who followed them only mentioned a few words to express their stand. If they really wanted him to protest, he wouldn't dare to do so. He bowed to Zuzan and started a new day's journey. Xiaobei was still acting as a tour guide, answering the questions of the Tubo guests at any time and place. He was very familiar with this. This was how a diplomatic talent was like. The curtains of the car window were raised. As the group walked along the river, they could see the beautiful scenery. Princess Jincheng had a good sleep yesterday. She dreamt of herself before she got married. She dreamt of catching butterflies with the company of palace maids when she was young. When she woke up, her eyes were filled with tears. Now that she was sitting in the carriage, looking at the floating clouds in the sky through the window, she felt a little absent-minded. She stared at a large courtyard and saw people busily walking in and out. Her eyes were in a daze. Xiaobei was still inexperienced and thought that Princess Jincheng was curious about that place. He introduced it to her. Princess Aunt, that place is a cooked food processing factory. It's the smoked pig trotters and pickled mutton. When it's done, it will be sent to some places in the county. I haven't tried it before, so I think the taste is ordinary. In a while, when it's close to noon, you can go to Zhuangzi. You can taste the authentic and delicious smoked chicken there. The scenery there is better than here. Brother said that he has arranged a very interesting entertainment program for you, but don't go to the heavenly world there to play. It's not interesting at all. Sister said that it's specially prepared for those who are looking for trouble. Oh, what kind of place is that? Princess Jincheng was awakened by Xiaobei's words and asked curiously. It's just for fun. Yesterday was sad, today was sad, and tomorrow was sad. There's also Sister's poem. Xiao Yuan, come here. What's with the heavenly world? You don't have to come up. Quickly tell me. When Xiaobei was introducing it, she was worried. She didn't remember what Wang Wan wrote and shouted out the window. She called Xiao Yuan over, but didn't let her get in the carriage. Xiao Yuan angrily glared at Xiaobei and recited. Outside the curtain, the rain is murmuring, the spring is waning. Luo Qin can't stand the cold. In the dream, he doesn't know he's a guest, he indulges in pleasure. Alone, he doesn't lean on the railings, he passes the mountains without limit. It's easy to leave, but difficult to see. The flowing water falls, the flowers go, the heavenly world. After reciting it, he didn't wait for Xiaobei to catch him. He ran to the back of the carriage and sat down. He swung his legs and looked at the flowing water. He really looked like a scholar. That's right. In the dream, he doesn't know he's a guest, he doesn't know. Princess Jincheng heard a similar feeling and sighed helplessly. She didn't know what to think, but her eyes became confused again. Zuzan was very surprised. He didn't expect that such a sentence would come from Wang Wan's mouth. He thought that she would kill people. He suddenly thought of something and asked Xiaobei, since it's cooking, it's natural to use fire. Why can't we see a lot of smoke? Zhang Xiaobao was trying to eat the ginger that she didn't like. She didn't sleep well last night and caught a cold. When she heard Zuzan's question, she swallowed the ginger in her mouth and frowned. It wasn't clear whether it was because it was spicy or because she didn't like the ginger. She explained, without firewood and coal, there's naturally no smoke. There are a lot of people working there. Also, they collect all kinds of feces and other things from the surroundings to make a methane pool. It's just enough to make a fire for cooking. Not only do workshops use it, but many people also use it. Now that it's cold, the methane pool produces less methane. If it's summer, there will be countless flames swaying at night on both sides of the river to light up people who come out to play at night. When Xiaobei said this, Zuzan remembered that there was such a piece of information. Many places in the Tang Empire, especially the places south of the Yellow River, used methane. It was a very magical thing. Unfortunately, there was no cement. Even if they found a pond and inserted a bamboo pipe to produce methane, it wouldn't be safe to use it. The Tang Empire didn't sell cement. It was hard to imagine. As they walked, they talked. When Xiaobei's mouth was dry and she regretted being a tour guide, the group finally arrived at Tuqiao village. Under the clear sky, the Gu family's Zhuangzi and the Wang family's Zhuangzi came into view first. Further away, there was a hazy fog. There were small bridges and flowing water, winding corridors, green mountains, smoky buildings, clear sounds of books, and the sound of birds chirping. It was simply a paradise on earth. Those who had never been here before felt like they were in a dream. Aunt Princess, this is my home. Actually, I haven't been here many times, but I feel that it's very good. In a while, let's go to Between the Clouds and the Water in front to eat. It's the flagship store Between the Clouds and the Water. Xiaobei's voice woke up Princess Jincheng, who was immersed in the dreamlike scenery. She pointed to the foggy area in front and asked curiously, "Why is there fog there?" Zhu Zan also looked like he was waiting for Xiaobei to explain. There are many ways. You can use ice, you can boil water, and there's also a special water sprayer. It's very expensive. Brother and sister said that there's another way, which is to use pressure. They can't do it yet, and they don't know how to do it either. Then there will be fog. You can even make it rain as long as there are clouds. Xiaobei was counting his fingers as he spoke. It seemed like he was trying to calculate how much a day of fog would cost, but in the end he couldn't do it. Zhu Zan believed the first part of the words, but he snorted at the latter part. Make it rain? Did he really think that he was a god? However, he didn't have any objections to going to Between the Clouds and the Water to eat. It was said that Between the Clouds and the Water in Sanshui County was the best. He finally had a chance to see if it was better than his own palace. Just as everyone wanted to enter Between the Clouds and the Water to take a look, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wang came over and invited everyone to play in the mountains for 2 hours. When they came back, they could eat more. They said that there was hunting for entertainment. They also told Zhu Zan that Mo Jillian had also come for 2 days to participate. Chapter 820. After the meal, Zhu Zan, who was invited to the mountain, saw Mo Jillian, who had been waiting for a long time. It could be seen that Mo Jillian had been living a good life recently. At least, there was no problem in terms of rest and food. The only thing lacking was his spirit. Zhu Zan could understand his feelings. When he came to Sanshui County, he saw a different way of life. What kind of life did the people of Tang live? What kind of life did the people of Tubo and Turks live? Comparing the two, it was obvious who was better. Zhu Zan suggested at the last minute. When they went to the supermarket together, they saw a dazzling array of goods. Necessities, clothes, food, drinks big and small. When winter came, the supermarket was full of people. Looking at the women in ordinary clothes choosing a good piece of meat, looking at the happy faces of the children buying fresh fruits, looking at the green and thorny cucumbers. One could imagine the standard of living of the people in the supermarket. He really wanted to fight from the border to the capital, to take back all the good things of Tang and give them to the people under his rule. But it was just a thought. Tubo did not have the strength to attack Tang. Tang was already thankful that they did not send troops. Not to mention the Turks, the situation was not stable. Tang had increased the number of troops at the border. Just the number of armored horses had reached more than 20,000. If the grassland was not afraid of horses with poor running speed and endurance, then the light cavalry raised by the Feng province was like a battle knife with half of its blade exposed. There are more and more light cavalry of Fengzhou. Zhu Zan found an opportunity to approach Mo Jillian and said casually. Mo Jillian's face was heavy. It doesn't matter how many light cavalry of Fengzhou there are, but I am afraid that they are under someone's command. Jinchuan heard that there are many caravans coming and going, so they should congratulate. The two of them said nothing more. Their meaning was very clear. Neither of them was stronger than the other. It was only because the great Tang had a pair of madmen who did things for the sole purpose of achieving their goals and did not consider the effects of other aspects. Silence became the two people's best weapon. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't care less about the thoughts of the two people who were about to fall. In order to let the two of them know their identities when they met Li Longji, they had to organize this hunting operation properly. Climbing the mountain sightseeing, looking at the lake in the middle of the valley, looking at the bleak winter leaves on the mountain, and then savoring the unpredictability of the drifting clouds, the group arrived at the hunting ground. There were no large wild animals in the mountains behind Zhangjiazhuangzi. It was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao to transport wild animals from other places for people to hunt. More than 1,000 chickens that were about to become food were placed in a valley. There, they were running around in search of something to eat. Mo Jillian thought that Zhang Xiaobao would find a flat place where the horses could gallop and compare riding and shooting skills, such as hunting a bear or encircling a deer. Now he saw a flock of chickens. Was it to see who could kill the chickens? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Xiaobao took out more than a dozen spears and distributed them to Mo Jillian, Zuzan, and the people close to them. He explained to them, "When we were at Fengchan, guns appeared. At that time, we used short spears which had a short range. Recently, long spears appeared, which have a longer range than short spears. We used these long spears to kill a few chickens." How to shoot and how to load the bullets was naturally taught to Zuzan and the others. Holding the spear in his hand, Zuzan was not sure how powerful the spear was. Looking at the scattered chickens in the valley, he felt that it was a bit far, more than 300 steps away. If it was arrows, only a few people in the army could pull a strong bow. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao did not intend to continue to move forward, he wondered if this iron pipe could shoot so far away. "In order to make you understand, I will arrange someone to show you how to use the spear. Guards, come. There is an enemy in front. Shoot at will." Zhang Xiaobao took off the spear on his back and pushed in a bullet. He ordered the people behind him who had already been ready. 200 people were ready to shoot at the same time. After the order was given, the sound of gunshots echoed in the valley. Listening to the continuous sounds, it was even denser than the sound of firecrackers. When Zuzan and Mo Jillian's ears were buzzing, they saw the chickens in the valley being killed one by one. The distance of 300 steps seemed to be unable to stop Yama's soul summoning order at all. "It's too chaotic, this accuracy." After Mo Jillian was scared, he suddenly felt that the accuracy of the weapon in his hand should not be as good as the bow and arrow. Listening to the sounds, it was already past the time to light 1,000 firecrackers, and there were still more than half of the chickens left. He thought that there was no need to be afraid. Zuzan also had the same idea, and the two of them could be considered to be of the same mind. However, just as the idea came into his mind, he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan take action. The guns they used seemed to be a little different from the others. There was an extra box under the guns. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were aiming at the chickens that were suddenly attacked and flew halfway up the mountain, Zuzan and Mo Jillian picked up the binoculars lent to them and watched carefully. With a bang, a chicken that had just flapped its wings and flew 2 feet into the air fell down. Then the gunshots of the 2 men rang out one after another. After every gunshot, a chicken would fall down. Because the 2 people were aiming at different places from the others, it was clear that the 2 people were shooting one after another. Suddenly, a few birds that were frightened by the gunshots flew over randomly, wanting to pass through the opposite valley and find a safe place. Unfortunately, before they could fly far, with a bang, a bird disappeared, followed by a few more gunshots. There were a total of 6 birds, and none of them were lucky enough to escape. Mo Jillian couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who were shooting beside him. He saw that the 2 people's guns moved slightly and fired almost at the same time. Mo Jillian quickly looked over with the binoculars and saw that the 2 flying chickens' heads exploded at the same time, continuing to fly and smashing into the withered grass. Mo Jillian's hands trembled. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat on his forehead, but the clothes on his back were already wet and stuck to his body uncomfortably. They were too accurate. They shot 1 chicken head after another, not to mention humans. If everyone had the same accuracy as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, 300 steps was the line of death. Beside them, Zuzan, who had been living on the plateau without any problems, suddenly felt that he had altitude sickness. His breathing was rapid and his head was dizzy, as if he would lose consciousness in the next moment. The gunshots gradually stopped. Now, less than 100 of the 1,000 chickens were alive and kicking, and they were all on this side of the valley. It was probably because it was not easy to attack, which allowed them to escape. Just when they thought that they had found the flaw of Tang's new weapon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan reloaded and pulled the triggers at the chickens that had just escaped. When the barley moved slightly, there would be a gunshot, and then the moving area would become quiet. When a chicken poked its head out from a certain place, it would also be killed with a gunshot. No matter what the remaining chickens did, as long as they appeared in the field of vision, they were destined to not be able to escape. Only when the cowardly chicken hid in a certain place and didn't show its head again did the hunt come to an end. I'm getting old. I haven't practiced for a long time. There were many opportunities to kill two with one shot, but I actually missed it. Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhu Zan and Mo Jilian, who had not fired a single shot. Mo Jilian and Zhu Zan were numb with fear. They knew that it was an invitation to hunt, but it was actually a threat. They wanted to let them know that if Tang really wanted to attack the Turks and Tibetans, these two places would not be able to resist at all. With a team of 1,000 people, and with the accuracy of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if the Turks and Tibetans worked together, they would not be able to defeat them. Zhu Zan, Mo Jilian, why don't you two try? Zhang Xiaobao did not even use honorifics when addressing the leaders of the two countries. Strength determined everything. Mo Jilian swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, but still felt that his throat was dry. He nodded, raised the gun in his hand, found a target, and pulled the trigger. After shooting, he picked up the binoculars and found that he did not know where to shoot. When he was about to fire a second shot, he realized that his gun was different from the one used by Zhang Xiaobao and Mo Jilian. He used that thing called bullets that needed to be reloaded after each shot, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could shoot continuously. Thinking about the sharpness of this weapon and thinking about Zhang Xiaobao and Mo Jilian's abilities, Mo Jilian really wanted to reload a bullet and shoot at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's heads. After Mo Jilian and Zhu Zan fired a few shots with inexplicable thoughts, they had different expressions. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao asked his people to put away the guns and smiled at Zhu Zan and Mo Jilian. Tomorrow there will be officials from the Ministry of Rights coming to the capital to discuss with your people about the etiquette when entering the capital. His Majesty heard that you too could come and was very happy. He is preparing to reward you too. Zhu Zan and Mo Jilian's originally ugly expressions became worse. No wonder they wanted to hunt today. They wanted to confirm their identities. It seemed that Li Longji did not intend to be on the same level as them. Chapter 821. After accompanying the two leaders of Tubo and Tujue for a hunting game, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reception work was considered done. The imperial court sent officials and guards from the Ministry of Rights. Zhu Zinchide and Mo Jilian also sent people to contact them. After eating a big meal between the clouds and the water, they got on the carriage and headed towards the capital. Xiao Bei accompanied them all the way to the border between Sanshui County and Huaiyuan County. He opened his arms and watched the team leave. He looked at the sky and saw that the sky was high and the clouds were light. He seemed to have a melancholy feeling and murmured, "Let's go, let's go. Don't always be in a hurry. There is no banquet that lasts forever. When one group leaves, I hope there will be another." Xiao Yuan also looked at him. He didn't know that Xiao Bei's melancholy was not because of parting, but because with Zhu Zinchide entering the capital, there was no need for Xiao Bei here. Xiao Bei went from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to a member of the CPCC. He was obviously not used to it. He thought that Xiao Bei didn't want to be separated from Princess Jincheng. So he advised, "Life is like the floating clouds. There is no route. Wherever the wind blows, the clouds will fly there. But no matter what, the sky has left traces of the clouds and the sound of the wind. Look at it lightly. Perhaps parting is the beginning of reunion." That is not sentimental. Just like a red maple leaf, it is ripe. Don't talk nonsense in front of me. It's annoying. If I leave like this, I will start playing with a bunch of kids again. No one will listen to me anymore. I have decided that I will find my own happiness. I will immediately hold a meeting to discuss the recent work and censor matters. You organize it. Xiao Bei really thought it through. He wanted to make full use of the team's advantages and start a new chapter. Xiao Yuan was obviously still worried about the wind and clouds and didn't understand Xiao Bei's meaning. Seeing Xiao Bei staring at him, he just needed to express his opinion. I agree with Xiao Bei's suggestion. Should the censors meeting continue to target the people who eat more? The role of the tripping rope should be played more. Are you stupid? What do you mean by eating more? This is the internal affairs of the great Tang, and we shouldn't keep looking into the distance. There are also problems that need to be solved around us. Sitting in the position of imperial censor, we have to play a corresponding role and think of a way to get on the road earlier. Sanshui County won't be able to find fault with us. Xiao Bei's mental fortitude was not bad. He quickly found a way to leave the CPCC and prepared to enter the Discipline Inspection Commission. His authority would eventually return. Xiao Yuan, who was slower to react, was stunned for a moment. It was not easy for him to understand the leader's intention. His eyes lit up, and he excitedly pulled Xiao Bei. Who do you want to impeach? Do you have a target? You have to find the target yourself. Stupid, it's time for the meeting. You're in charge of informing the others. Xiao Bei clasped his hands behind his back, turned around, and slowly moved away like a cloud in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't have the slightest attachment to Zhu Zan. The two of them didn't want to waste any more energy on such a boring reception. At this time, the two of them were still on the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao broke off a branch from somewhere and put it in his mouth and chewed hard, trying to bite out the fiber of the branch that was not wet in the first place. Wang, on the other hand, had a gloomy face. Looking at the 200 members of the protection team who had participated in the hunting operation, the 200 people clearly felt a kind of oppression before the storm. 200 people, 1,000 chickens, used more than 6,000 bullets, and nearly 200 of them were shot down by Zhang Xiaobao and me. Before coming here, I wrote a letter to ask you to practice hard, and this is what you've done. You used the best guns, and I asked you to choose the most suitable gun for you. Do you know the consequences of killing an opponent with 7 bullets? Wang's face was about to drip water. She questioned the 200 people who were feeling very satisfied just a moment ago. Little girl, in the past training, it was always 200 steps. This time, it suddenly became 300 steps. It's a little far, so. A person in the team stood up and explained to Wang in a low voice. Just as he said this, Wang suddenly took off the gun on her back and raised her hand to knock down a mountain civet that was watching the show more than 400 steps away. Is 300 steps very far? Your guns are specially made, and the effective range is 420 to 450 meters. I trained you as snipers to shoot moving targets, but you actually need 7 bullets to kill an enemy. 7 bullets, 7 bullets. Do you know the consequences of fighting against a real enemy? Wang was even angrier when she thought of this number. She had always wanted to train the best snipers, but these 200 people were really disappointing. With this kind of accuracy, if it were her and Zhang Xiaobao, they would have been killed long ago. Which real sniper would leave 7 bullets for the opponent to adjust? Will the enemy be released? The person who came out to explain whispered, Yes, this is not your fault. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao spoke. He waved his hand to dismiss the team, spat out the stick that was bitten into fiber in his mouth, and came to Wang's side and said, Shooting also requires talent. If everyone can become a sniper, the sniper selection will not be so strict. Find more people and slowly choose. 300 steps is not considered sniper. Ordinary people should have practiced it and strengthened the training. What about Xiao Bei? I saw that she was not in a good mood when she left. Wang Wan did not continue to force them. Suddenly, she remembered Xiao Bei, who accompanied Princess Jincheng when she left. At this moment, a messenger hurriedly ran up from the foot of the mountain to deliver the news. "Young master, young lady Xiao Bei asked me to inform the two of you that they have left for Huayuan. They said that they will leave 2 days early and will wait for the two of you there." Chapter 8:22. Happy birthday to little Qian Spot Bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not worried that something would happen to Xiao Bei and the others. Once they returned to the capital of Tang, they would be safe. They could send a few officials to keep an eye on them. Even if they ran to Yaozhou, it would not be a problem. The two of them were now thinking about how to make Tubo and Tujue surrender during the sword meet on Mount Hua, so that Li Longji could find a new target when he was ready to enjoy a peaceful life. Just as they were planning, Kutuyu came in person with a group of generals in the north of Hebei province. It seemed that he could not hold back anymore. He had no soldiers and no one to use when he returned. His position was in danger. However, he suddenly became much more well-behaved. He was no longer the same person he was when he threatened Li Longji. With a respectful attitude, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Provincial Governor Zhang, Adjunct Officer Wang, when can we return to our homeland?" The generals behind him also had the same thought. They had also received news from their homeland that the population was almost gone by Tang. They did not know how much land would be deserted in the spring next year. In addition, the heads of the commanderies took the initiative to pay rent today. It was obvious that they would never be able to regain their original position. Everything sounded unbelievable. If possible, they wanted to force Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Xiaobao to return the people. It was these two people who were looked down upon when they first arrived at Jili State that facilitated all of this. It was simply unbelievable to say it out loud. Zhang Xiaobao was no longer worried that Kutuyu would rebel. According to the history that Wang Wan told, Kutuyu defected to Tujue in the end, which made Li Longji unable to do anything. But he and Wang Wan came. Times had changed. Tujue no longer had the ability to compete with Tang. After hearing Kutuyu's words and looking at the expressions of the generals, Zhang Xiaobao showed a warm smile and said to Kutuyu kindly, "General Kutuyu, haven't you returned to your homeland? Is the great Tang not your homeland? Yesterday, someone from the capital came and said that His Majesty wants all the generals to stay in the capital for the new year." Wang Wan chimed in, "That's right. His Majesty's decree has repeatedly emphasized that we should keep all of you here. The soldiers who have returned early will also be properly settled. They have been dispersed into the military camps around Jiangyi province so that the soldiers can have peaceful New Year. You can ask for more details." But Tuyu Kai didn't believe that Li Longji would consider this problem. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were just spouting nonsense again. But since the two of them said it, Li Longji would definitely admit it. Seeing that he couldn't go back, he rolled his eyes and compromised. "Since that's the case, I'll stay in the capital and watch the new year. After watching the hunt yesterday, my heart itches. I wonder if I can take out a few thousand spears to show my disappointing soldiers?" The eyes of the other generals also lit up and they made this request. This, to be honest, it takes a lot of effort to make a spear. So far, only 300 have been made. There are another 100 in the capital. If you want them, it's really difficult. How about this? Each of the generals can take 5 spears to study. After the workshop makes more, will definitely satisfy all of your requests. Zhang Xiaobao showed an awkward expression and tactfully refused the lion's offer. But Tuyu's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao when he was talking, wanting to see if Zhang Xiaobao was telling the truth. Naturally, he was very disappointed. Zhang Xiaobao's expression was very sincere. After thinking about it, he felt that if he took the spear apart, he should be able to know if it was difficult to make a spear. But Tuyu finally nodded and agreed. After sending everyone away, Wang Wan looked at the time and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The letters have been sent to Cherries, Pomegranate, and other people in the inner courtyard. They'll probably be back in Sanshui County in a few days. They've all become old ladies. This time, the wedding must be grand. Yes, they've all grown up. We've also grown up. We don't want to continue being their happiness. How many people want to get married before the new year? Previously, there were 31 couples. I guess people further away will be willing to participate after hearing about it. This heart can finally settle down. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and found that the two of them had unknowingly grown up. The wedding of Song Jinggong and others couldn't continue to be delayed. Taking advantage of the time, they should hold it together. It could be considered as a show of affection. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Do you think Kutuyu will be convinced?" "No, if it were me, I wouldn't either. I have to carefully hide my ambition and then find a way to develop it bit by bit. For example, I have to endure hardships and wait for courage. But so what? He only has an army of 10,000, and many of them have been corrupted and roped in by us. Even if Song Mo Commandery allows him to go back, he won't be able to make any waves. There are many people of the Tang Empire there. After all, he's an outsider and can't rope in people of the Tang Empire. I reckon that he's only interested in the long spear. Even if we give him the blueprint, he won't be able to use it. After a few years, he'll find a craftsman to research it. By then, our weapons will have been replaced. Besides, I don't plan on giving him this opportunity." Zhang Xiaobao gulped down a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Speaking of the poor Kutuyu, he thought of the expressions of the Tubo and Turks at the sword meet of Mount Hua. A few days passed quickly. Cherries and others who were willing to participate in the mass wedding rushed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's place in Zhuangzi. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, those who knew the news later also had to participate. There were a total of 47 couples. To be more auspicious, the farmers in Zhuangzi also put together a couple, making it a total of 48 couples. The lively wedding lasted for 2 days. The newlyweds finally completed a major event in their lives with the blessings of the crowd. In the entire Sanshui County, all the local people who could come came. They wrapped banknotes in red paper and gave them to the newlyweds as wedding money. The amount was not big, but the people who Song Jinggong came in contact with gave more expensive gifts. Song Jinggong did not keep it for himself, but equally distributed it to the 48 newlyweds, making everyone a small fortune. Some people did not come back to participate in the lively wedding. After hearing about it, they sent people back to send their blessings. These people were Xiao Bei and the others from the children's regiment. They had been looking for something to do for the past few days. They had left traces in Huaiyuan County, Sanyuan County, and Fuping County, but they did not find any problems. They investigated openly and secretly. The local people's evaluation of the government was only one word: good. When Xiao Bei found He Wei, who was an official here, and asked if there were any officials who were corrupt, bribed, or did not do anything, he received a very regretful answer. No, not a single one. As long as the officials here did anything wrong, they would be exposed immediately. They could not hide it, even if they wanted to. Today, He Wei was no longer just a military supervisor and a farmer in Yao province. He had been promoted to the position of provincial governor. Learning from his time in Baoxin province, he had set up a financial disclosure system. Every coin was spent clearly, and the officials in the province could not interfere. I don't believe that there is no official who needs to be dealt with. Continue looking. Xiao Bei was very dissatisfied with the results of the past few days. He looked at the 100 children's regiment guards behind him. All of them looked listless. He was determined to find an official to deal with. Xia Yuan was also listless. He was afraid of the cold. The arrival of winter made him feel very uncomfortable. He wore thick and heavy clothes. Seeing that Xiao Bei was still in high spirits, he gave an idea in order to rest early. Then don't look in Yaozhou. If you can't find in Yaozhou, go elsewhere. Yes, go elsewhere. Xiao Yuan, I found that you are still a little useful. Keep it up. When you grow up, my heart might soften and I might really marry you. Xiao Bei praised Xiao Yuan. Then he reorganized the team and headed in the direction of Tangzhou. After passing Yaozhou and entering Tangzhou, the first place they arrived at was Xiaogong County. Xiaobei and the others, who were used to the prosperity of Yaozhou, found that they seemed to have entered another world when they came to Xiaogong. The county seat of Xiaogong County was so dilapidated that there were almost no city walls. Not to mention, there were countless people coming and going in Yaozhou. The two places were like heaven and earth. Xiaobei's intuition told him that he could find the opportunity he was looking for in this county. Spread out and act. Pay attention to keeping in touch. Disguise yourselves and inquire about information. Xiaobei gave the order. Xiaohai didn't care about other things at all. When he heard his sister say that it was time to act, he took his people to find an inn to stay and continued to study his math problems. Xiaozhu asked someone to bring her a drawing board and began to look for a place to draw. Now, she wanted to draw as much of the beautiful scenery as possible everywhere she went. It was the kind of realistic kind that could be kept as a memento. Xiao Yuan originally wanted to leave to do his own things, but was stopped by Xiaobei. You have to accompany me to explore. From now on, you are my brother, and I am your sister. Do you understand? Cousin. I'm your brother, your cousin. I wonder where you're going to start from. Xiao Yuan dispelled the idea of looking for ancient books to read here and was ready to accompany Xiaobei. Anyway, it was just a game, and he didn't expect to encounter anything. Danan, Xiaonan, and the others also found their own things to do. A few people from the children's group stayed, and Xiaobei's exploration team was formed. When children visit, they naturally look for children. If we look for adults, they won't pay attention to us. Change your clothes and come with me. Xiaobei was determined to be a detective for once. She changed into ordinary clothes for herself and the 6 children behind her, hid her valuables, and began this operation. To find the children, Xiaobei decided to go to the school to take a look. There should be a lot of children there. When the time came, she would ask if there were any corrupt officials there. It would be easier for her to make a move. Xiao Yuan couldn't care less about his tiredness. He decided that even if there were no corrupt officials, he would find a way to create some trouble for Xiaobei to enjoy so that they could go back earlier. The people who were equally tired were the people sent by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to protect Xiaobei. They had been following behind the children's group to prevent them from discovering them. They also had to ensure that they could deal with any danger in time. Seeing that Xiaobei was done with her disguise, this group of people knew that they had something to do. After stopping an adult, Xiaobei sweetly asked for the location of the school. After thanking him, she led her team to the school. The school of Xiaogong County was located in the northeast corner of the county. The place was not small. When they arrived outside the school, Xiaobei first looked around the school. There was a very large yard surrounded by a fence made of branches. Through the gaps, one could see the layout inside. The first thing that came into view was the playground. There was a large lawn used for football. There was also a horizontal bar and a parallel bar. It looked good. It should be class time at this time. There were not many people on the playground, only about 40 children. They were playing games with an adult. It was a physical education class. A gust of north wind blew. Xiao Yuan shivered, rubbed his hands, and said to Xiaobei, looking at the school, I know that the officials in this county are not bad. Why don't we take a break first and send people out to inquire? Why didn't I notice that the school is good? Is it better than the schools in Sanshui County? What's the big deal about having a playground? Maybe the officials here will embezzle the food prepared for the children. When they are done with class, we can sneak in and take a look. I have the foresight, don't I? Xiaobei did not plan to give up like this. When he said to Xiao Yuan, he deliberately touched his clothes. They were wearing ordinary clothes, the uniform of school children. Nowadays, clothes were worthless. Ever since silk was no longer used as a currency, its price had dropped again and again. If it were not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who collected a lot of silk and transported it to other places to exchange for other things, no one would be willing to continue growing silk plants. Xiao Yuan was frozen for a while. Finally, the bell signaling the end of class rang. A group of children ran out shouting and playing all kinds of games on the playground. Xiao Bei walked in through the small door of the school. No one stopped them. The clothes they wore showed their identity. After looking around for a while, Xiao Bei walked over to a few girls who were squatting by the side of the field. Seeing that the girls were drawing circles with sticks, he joined in. The girls had never seen Xiao Bei before, so they weren't surprised. They thought that he was from another class. Xiao Bei pondered and nudged the girl beside him. He asked, "Today's food is not bad, right?" "It's not bad for me." The girl who was nudged nodded. "Okay, it's delicious. You can't eat it at home. Then what do you like to eat?" Xiao Bei asked skillfully. "A cake with sesame seeds on it. It's soft, sweet, and brown." The girl licked her sweet lips, as if she was still reminiscing about the taste. "Ah, me too." Xiao Bei looked very regretful. He thought that the school would embezzle the students' food. He did not expect that the food they gave was not bad. It was actually a cake. It seemed that the county officials had no problem. He asked unwillingly, "Then what do you like to eat for breakfast?" "Today we ate meat buns and soy milk. The milk was cut off yesterday, so we could only use soy milk to make up for it. The person in charge said that there will be milk again tomorrow. There are also salted vegetables. The shrimp oil on them tastes good." The girl did not have any defensive thoughts. She answered Xiao Bei's question. Xiao Bei felt regretful again. Soy milk was indeed not as good as milk, but this could not be a conviction. There was no such thing as no milk. Other than a few good places, there were indeed situations where the milk was cut off. He could not force it. The meat buns indicated that the school's food was not bad. After thinking for a while, Xiao Bei asked again, "Who are the bad guys here?" "I can't remember the officials." The girl shook her head this time. Just as Xiao Bei was feeling regretful, she suddenly thought of something and said, "I'm not sure here. My village's Cripplewong is a bad guy. He pulled all the cows in the village to his house. I heard that he wanted to secretly drink milk. He is the village chief, so no one dares to say anything." Xiao Bei was delighted. "What village is that?" "Cattle herding village. The county officials often go there. I heard that they are doing bad things together with Cripple Wong." The girl had an indignant expression. "Cattle herding village. Good name. It's really a good name." Xiao Bei felt that he had finally obtained useful information. He stood up happily and walked around a few more times before quietly leaving. "Did you get anything?" Xiao Yuan, who had also followed him out, asked with concern. "Yes, I got a lot. First of all, this school is not good. We can't enter and leave as we wish. What if a child runs out and gets lost?" Xiao Bei, who had come out in a relaxed manner, voiced his opinion. Xiao Yuan, however, did not agree. "Whose child would run out? If there is no one in class, points will be deducted. If points are deducted, there will be less rewards. This does not count. There are other rewards as well. Let's go. Follow me to the cow-herding village. Find someone to inquire about the location. Our job is here." Xiao Bei no longer cared about the school. He happily pulled Xiao Yuan to meet up with the others. When the wind blew, small snowflakes spun and fell. When they touched the houses and the ground, they immediately melted, adding a trace of coldness and moisture to the air. In the capital, Li Longji, who had finished the court meeting and returned to the courtyard of Xingqing Palace, stood in front of a pile of models. The smile on his face did not disappear. Gao Lisher stood by the side. Seeing that the emperor was in a good mood, he thought of the news that had just been sent back. He said, "Your Majesty, this time when the people from Jiangnan East went overseas, they brought back a lot of good things. Do you want the imperial court to form a large fleet to go over? Although it is a little far." Li Longji was indeed happy. Zhu Zan and Mo Jillian had entered the capital and were ready to be summoned at any time. The matter of etiquette had been discussed. The two of them used the etiquette of a subject and kowtowed to him. This was all thanks to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. According to the person who sent back the news, The two of them were scared silly during the hunting activity that day. They were very obedient when discussing etiquette. This was not an easy thing to do. After the sword meet on Mount Hua, Tubo and Turkic would officially become one or several provinces of Great Tang. In addition to the news from Luzhou, the people from Jiangnan East had found a large piece of fertile land. There were many plants and animals that had never been seen before. They were sending them to the capital and would arrive in 2 days. For a time, Luzhou's people were eager to go out to sea. If they went out to sea again, they would bring along experts to search for ores. Perhaps they could find more ores and bring them back. That would solve many of Great Tang's problems. With so many things happening together, it was difficult for him not to be happy. He nodded happily. The imperial court can send people to follow Luzhou's fleet. One of them is to check out the place, and the other is to protect the merchants. I'll leave this matter to you. Understood. Gao Lisher made a note of this and planned to send people there after the new year. He understood the emperor's intention. There was another reason for sending soldiers there. If they really found good ores, they had to keep a close eye on them. They could not allow the merchants to forge weapons in private. After solving this matter, Li Longji asked Gao Lisher, "Did Xiao Bao and Cuckoo say when they'll be back? I haven't seen them for a long time. I miss them." "I know. Xiao Bao sent a letter saying that after Mo Jillian and the others meet your majesty, they will return to Mount Hua and wait there. After the trip to Mount Hua, they will return to the capital. Zhang Zhong will also return to the capital. He will be an official in the capital next year." Gao Lisher also missed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He thought about it from the perspective of family. He also knew that the emperor had solved a huge problem because of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did. Therefore, he could not help but think that the two of them were too powerful. No matter where they went, they could create a big problem. Did they mention what benefits they want? Li Longji asked again. When he thought about this matter, he felt depressed. It was supposed to be a condition of exchange, but Zhang Xiaobao was not in a hurry to say it. It turned out that he wanted to compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan for their losses in Jili province and give them a reward for stabilizing the situation there. In the end, the two of them went to Tubo and found the leaders of Tubo and Tujue. At the same time, they completely weakened the power of the commanderies in northern Hebei province. Merits came one after another. It was not easy to reward them. Could it be that when there were no rewards, they could learn from their predecessors and kill the two of them? Obviously, that was not possible. In the past, they did not know that the outside world was so big. There were many places that they had never heard of before. Who knew if they would encounter a more powerful country? When the time came, both sides would discover each other and fight. They hoped that, in such a situation, the two of them would continue to contribute. When Li Longji thought of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had a headache again. Without waiting for Gao Lisher to reply, he said, "Write a letter to them and tell them that they can't be rewarded with money, but they can be promoted." Gao Lisher nodded again and said, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao wrote a letter to me and mentioned this matter. He said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be exempted from paying tax for 2 years. If they don't pay tax for 2 years, the loss can be made up for." In fact, Gao Lisher did not say anything. In the letter, he not only wrote that the loss could be made up for, but also the gains of this operation. Even if the imperial court did not compensate, there was no loss. In the future, because of this operation, there would be more income. Of course, he could not tell this to the emperor. His godson had to go back and forth, so it was quite tiring. Now that the imperial court's finances were not tight, there was no need to count on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to pay the tax. "Oh," Li Longji agreed, but his eyebrows did not relax. He said to Gao Lisher, the 2 years of tax exemption is their loss in the north of Hebei province. At the same time, they solved the threats in 3 places. I still have to give them a reward. You can't generalize. Gao Lisher nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, Xiaobao did make a request, but I thought it was too far away, so I didn't mention it. Xiao Bao once said that when they do business with other distant places in the future, Your Majesty will allow them to use the flag of Tang Empire. How far away? Li Longji was curious. Very far away, even farther than the place where Buddhism came from. It's really thousands of mountains and rivers. He said that using the flag of Tang Empire can show the power of Tang Empire. Gao Lisher pointed to the west. Of course, even if I don't agree, they can use the flag to go out. In Tubo, didn't they use my name to say something like the sword meet on Mount Hua? I didn't pursue them, otherwise, even if they had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to cut off. Li Longji casually brushed aside the matter of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang when using his name to invite Ancestor Cheetah and Zuzan, so that when the two of them returned, there wouldn't be anyone who couldn't stand to confront and impeach them. What if the two of them got angry and became lazy in the future? While the relevant personnel of Tang Empire were happy, some people were more distressed. Suddenly, they got in touch with the people of Song Mo's Commander-in-Chief's mansion. News kept coming back and forth, but the more they knew, the sadder they felt. Song Mo's Commander-in-Chief's mansion had no soldiers available, and all of them had been transferred away. For 5 out of 10 people had also left. Those who had some skills had gone to find their own happiness. Li Xiaogu couldn't grasp the situation in the Commander-in-Chief's mansion at all. He had to listen to Li Sun for everything, who asked Li Sun to take 10,000 elite soldiers to force him. Oh, not force, but peacekeeping. If he wasn't careful, it would be easy to take down the entire Commander-in-Chief's mansion. In fact, it was almost done. The news sent said that the remaining people who hadn't left didn't stay voluntarily. The Tang Empire needed time to settle them down. After settling them down, they would go to the Commander-in-Chief's mansion to pick people. The people were waiting. His reputation had been deliberately forgotten by the people during this period of time, and he couldn't go back to the past. As he thought of this, he suddenly sighed. His bleak figure left behind an erratic trail on the ground under the hazy sunlight. He closed his eyes and wanted to forget the unhappy things, but he couldn't do it. He waved his hand at the person who set up the target in front of him. After that person left, he raised the gun in his hand. After aiming for a few breaths, he pulled the trigger. With a bang, he waited for the person on the other side to report the result. 3 points. The voice came from 100 steps away. It's really not easy to use. Ku Yu muttered. He pulled out the cartridge, pushed in another bullet, and aimed again. General, take a rest. You've already fired 60 bullets. When you wake up tomorrow morning, your arm will hurt. Ku Yu's aide beside him advised him in a low voice. After firing this round, have you asked someone to open it and check it? Can it be made? Ku Yu continued to aim until he felt that it was enough. Then he fired the bullet in the gun. He put down the gun, rubbed his numb arm, and asked the aide. The aide took the gun and answered, yes, and I also asked. They said that the gun can be made, but the thing called spring inside is not easy to make. It's troublesome to smelt it, and we don't know how to make bullets. We opened it. There should be something similar to firecrackers in it, but it's more powerful. As for the white stack, as long as it's touched by a little force, it will burn. We don't know how to make it. If we can solve these 2 problems, we can produce a lot of guns ourselves. Solve? I want to solve it too. If it was in the past, I would have asked Li Longji for a marriage alliance, and the craftsman I brought with me should be able to make it. But now, Great Tang is not allowing any good technology to be leaked. I don't think I can find someone who can make guns, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't tell me. I heard that it was the 2 of them who suggested to Li Longji to keep the technology a secret. It's going to be tough. The days in the Commander-in-Chief's manor are going to be tough. Ku Yu didn't have any confidence. Great Tang's weapons were getting more and more powerful, and there was also the clairvoyance that could see very far. If Li Longji wanted to use force on someone, the other party wouldn't be able to retaliate. It was no longer like before. When he was in a bad mood, he would throw a tantrum with Great Tang and even directly send out troops. Li Longji would comfort him. Now, if he dared to do that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would flatten the commander-in-chief's manner without Li Longji doing anything. The advisor was also very helpless. Seeing that Kuyu was in a bad mood, he hesitated for a moment and said what was on his mind. General, now that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan want to use a soft knife to stab people, when the people in the commander-in-chief's manor leave, where will we find a foothold? We have to think of a complete solution. What solution? What solution can there be? That day on the ship, when Zhang Xiaobao looked for me, he made it very clear. This is called an open conspiracy. Even if I know the consequences, I can't change it. As long as I make a move, the first one to suffer will be me. The sooner I make a move, the greater the loss I will suffer. Ah, how frustrating. I can't do anything to be threatened by a little brat. Let's wait and see. Let's see what will happen on Mount Hua. It will be best if we can force the Tubo and Turkic people into a corner. As long as they send out troops, we will still have a chance. But when he spoke, he seemed to be very agitated. After he finished speaking, he felt a little better. He glanced at the gun again and shook his head. Step by step, he moved back to his room and lay down on the couch. He seemed to be asleep, but was not asleep. Xiao Bei walked for a long time and finally came out of the mountains. He saw the legendary cattle-herding village in front of him. He gasped for breath for a while and said with a grin, "When I asked that person for directions, what did he say?" He said, "Not far." I understand now. He meant to fly. If we fly in a straight line, it won't be far. If we walk, we will have to walk back and forth. It's going to be dark soon. We can't go back today. Xiao Yuan was also tired and did not have any strength. At the same time, he was not cold. After walking for so long, his body was drenched in sweat. He drank 2 mouthfuls of water and said worriedly, "Why don't we enter the village tomorrow? What if there are bad people in the village who want to harm us at night? Don't be afraid. We have weapons. When the time comes, we can find a courtyard and reserve it. No one is allowed to enter. Let's not talk about investigating that cripple Wang. I don't believe that they will deal with a group of foreign children. Let's go. If we stay in the mountains for a night in such cold weather, we will probably freeze to death. If we encounter a beast, we will encounter a beast." Xiao Bei thought for a while and rejected Xiao Yuan's suggestion. He led the group into the village. Looking at the nearby village, they walked for another half an hour before arriving. There were already people in the village looking curiously at Xiao Bei and his group. Usually, there would not be so many children coming together. They were wondering about the identity of Xiao Bei and his group. "Uncle, are there any good courtyards in the village? We can stay here for a night. We will pay. We will leave tomorrow." Xiao Bei saw a person standing at the entrance of the village and walked forward to ask. When the person standing at the entrance of the village saw Xiao Bei, he was attracted by Xiao Bei's cute appearance. It seemed that any normal person would like Xiao Bei's appearance. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, yes." "Which family's child sneaked out? Come with me. Even if there is no place, I will make one for you. You haven't eaten yet, right? It just so happens that everyone in the village is cooking. I will ask them to cook more later. Eat first, and then have a good rest." After this person finished speaking, he did not directly ask about the identity of Xiao Bei and his group. He was probably waiting for Xiao Bei to have a good rest before asking. He turned around and led the way, but when he walked, he was limping. When Xiao Bei and his group saw the way this person walked, they looked at each other and were shocked at the same time. They wondered if this person was that cripple Wang Miramesa. What if he wanted to harm them? They were here to investigate him. "Don't be afraid. He doesn't know that we are here to investigate him," Xiao Bei whispered to the person beside him. He gave himself courage and followed the person in front of him into the village. They originally thought that this was a very poor village, but when they entered, they found that the life in this village was not bad. They could hear the barking of dogs and the sound of poultry. When they passed by a family, they saw 2 pigs that had somehow escaped from their pens and were being chased around in the courtyard by the family. The person scolded the pigs as he chased them. When he saw Xiao Bei and a large group of children, he stopped what he was doing and looked at them curiously. In order to get help at the critical moment, Xiao Bei gave this person a sweet smile. They continued to follow the person in front of them. After walking for more than 100 steps, they finally saw a large courtyard in front of them. It was empty, and the chimney on the house was not smoking. It seemed that no one lived there. Don't be afraid. This is not a haunted house. The original family has moved out and moved to the school in the county to cook for the children. I am the village chief of this village. In a while, I will ask someone to come and clean this place. Aya, there are so many children and you can't squeeze in. I will also ask some of the families in the village to cook some good dishes for you. Oh, my surname is Wang. The person leading the way introduced them and then smiled at Xiao Bei and the others. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. The more Xiao Bei listened, the more scared he became. It was indeed this person. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He smiled at Wang Mirazheng and said, Uncle Wang, thank you. We're going up the mountain to play. After we eat, we will pay. I think that the adults will come later. We ran a little faster, hee. You don't have to pay. The life in the village is not bad. Since there is a way to raise animals, it is not as difficult as before. Wait for me to call for people. Wang Mirazheng's eyes narrowed even more. He looked at the sky and began to shout at the top of his voice. Sure enough, many people came out of the village. After hearing Wang Mirazheng's introduction, they looked at Xiao Bei and the group of cute children. Each family led a few children, and soon Xiao Bei and the others were led away. Xiao Bei and the others chose the person who looked the most like a good person to follow, hoping that he could help at a critical moment. Just as the group of children was assigned to their families, 12 adults came to the village. These 12 people directly found Wang Mirazheng, revealed their identities, and found a place to stay in the village. Only then did Wang Mirazheng know which family the cutest child was from. He praised her again and again. No wonder she was so sensible. She turned out to be a little girl from the Zhang family in Sanshui County. That was right. He hurriedly went door to door and told them to cook better food. Don't be stingy, in case the children of rich families were not used to the food. After the meal, Xiao Bei and the others took a bath in a large wooden bucket in each of their rooms. After a tiring day, they no longer had the mood to think about the interrogation. They ran to their beds early in the morning and covered their heads with the clean bedding that other people had given them. Then they fell asleep. Early the next morning, when Xiao Bei and the others woke up, they realized that they did not arrange for anyone to keep watch last night. They were scared. After breakfast, Xiao Bei and the group of children gathered again in the courtyard where no one lived. They began to discuss how to investigate the case. I think we should beat around the bush and find a seemingly honest family to ask about Cripple Wang. But even if we ask, we can't immediately arrest him. It's best to send someone with good skills to Cripple Wang's house to see what exactly he is doing with the cow. Xiao Yuan yawned, rubbed his face with his hands, and proposed his idea. Okay, then we'll do it together. A few people will go to Cripple Wang's house to take a look. Be careful, don't get bitten by the dog. Safety first. I'll go and scout for information. We'll split into 2 groups and act. Xiao Bei was very excited. The children's regiment was finally going to show its prowess. This was a big deal. According to the plan, they would split into 2 groups. The rest of the people would wait in the courtyard. Xiao Bei would bring 2 people to the house where she stayed last night. She felt that the house was not bad. The other group would be made up of 5 people with the best skills. Usually, when they were together, these 5 people would climb trees to fish and fish in the water. They were all experts and could be considered the most elite members of the children's regiment. When it came to the critical moment of using an army for a moment, Xiao Bei and the others felt that they should send out the elites to do it and let Cripple Wang experience it. Aunt Wang, I'm here. Xiao Bei led the 2 people to the place where they ate and rested last night and said to Aunt Wang, who was squatting in the courtyard and eating pig food, Io, it's Xiao Bei. It's cold outside. Come in quickly. Are you leaving today? Aunt Wang seemed very happy. She rubbed her hands on her body and beckoned Xiao Bei into the house. Xiao Bei shook her head, sensibly. Aunt Wang, you go ahead with your work. I'll just watch. I won't go in. It's not cold outside. I'm wearing a lot. Aunt Wang responded and continued to work. Xiao Bei looked at Aunt Wang and thought for a while. She said, Aunt Wang, can this food be fed to cows? No, it's only for pigs. Cows can't eat such miscellaneous things. Before winter, we already prepared food for cows. Aunt Wang smiled and shook her head. Oh, you prepared food for cows? That's good. Aunt Wang, where's the cow? I haven't seen it. Xiao Bei followed the topic and asked. The cow is at the village chief's house. Don't worry. If you want to see the cow, I'll take you to the village chief's house. Aunt Wang didn't expect Xiao Bei to be trying to trick her. Xiao Bei nodded obediently. Okay, thank you, Aunt Wang. Aunt, that if the cow is at the village chief's house, won't it lose weight? Won't it die? Won't the milk it produces be drunk? How can it lose weight? The village chief is an expert at raising cows, so it won't die. If it's not sick, it won't die easily. Milk can only be obtained after it raises the cubs. Without cubs, there won't be any milk. Wait, I'll prepare it now. I'll take you to see it. Aunt Wang's hands moved faster. She smiled and explained to Xiao Bei. Chapter 8:23. With endless doubts and melancholy in their hearts, more than 100 children came to the village head's house. They saw the big courtyard behind the village head's house, and the cows living happily in the courtyard. The mistake brought by the information made the little guys fall into an extremely low self-confidence. The 5 elite members who had climbed into the courtyard with great difficulty were so scared by the dogs that they didn't dare to move. They stood there with pursed lips, waiting for the punishment that was about to come. We ran so far for nothing, and we actually made a mistake. If I had known, I would have stayed in Sanshui County and wasted so much effort to come here. I'm as tired as a calf. It's not worth it at all. After Xiao Yuan lost her excitement, she suddenly found that the weather was getting colder. She hugged her arms tightly and muttered in a low voice. Little Hai was still as calm as before. Xiao Zhu very naturally took down the drawing board she was carrying on her back and began to look for inspiration among the herd of cows. The pair of twins, Big Man and Little Man, tacitly placed a flower in the corner that had not withered for some reason in the winter. Zhang Chang, Zhang Gang, and Zhang Feng began to talk in a low voice, comparing the difference between the mountain in cattle herding village and the mountain in their home. Xiao Bei, the initiator of the incident, felt a great deal of pressure. She felt that she had to bear all the responsibility for the carelessness of the plan and the failure of the operation. Do I have to pay for the expenses as well? Xiao Bei looked at Wang Xuanjing's warm smile and the harmonious scene when the cows huddled together. She always felt that 100 guards were looking at her from the corner of her eyes. Wang Xuanjing already knew why Xiao Bei and the others had come here, so he was not angry at all. He looked at the group of children with eyes full of kindness and began to introduce the experience of raising cows to Xiao Bei and the others, combining the methods of the Zhang family and the local environment. In only 3 years, the village had more than 20 calves, and none of the older ones had died unexpectedly. When rearing cows in winter, they had to pay attention to fatten up and nourish their bodies. They also had to pay attention to which aspects to keep the cowshed warm before the beginning of spring. He spoke in detail, and in his words, he always inadvertently praised the technical support provided by the Zhang family and the Wang family to the cattle industry in the village. Xiao Bei blinked and listened attentively, as if he wanted to minimize the consequences of a wrong plan. At noon, more than 100 children ate chicken stewed with mushrooms and a few large pancakes in the village. When the sun was high in the afternoon, they bid farewell to the villagers who warmly treated them farewell. Ignoring the villagers' refusal, they left the money for their food and embarked on their return journey. Let's stop what we're doing and make a conclusion. After returning to the town, They booked a large courtyard in an inn. Xiao Bei had been cooped up in the house for more than 2 hours. When he came out, he began to worry about the members of the children's troupe. He wanted to hold a summary meeting. Although the mission had failed, the bodyguards still had to listen to Xiao Bei's orders. Xiao Yuan was afraid that Xiao Bei would not be able to recover from this setback after receiving such a blow, so he stood guard beside Xiao Bei's room for more than 2 hours. When he saw that Xiao Bei's complexion was still quite good when he came out, he moved closer and comforted him softly. "Xiao Bei, don't be afraid. Our brother and sister said that failure is the mother of success." "When have I, Xiao Bei, ever been afraid?" "Xiao Yuan, this thinking of yours is wrong." "It's wrong. How did we fail?" "Everyone come over and talk. Let's talk about the results of our investigation in the cattle herding village regarding the implementation of cattle herding techniques. I will first make a statement. I think that the Zhang family and Wang family did a good job in the dissemination of technology. At the very least, a remote place like the cattle herding village accepted our theory. Furthermore, according to the local environment and local conditions, they came up with a reasonable method of cattle herding in winter. It's worth promoting, but we can't be too rash. We have to let people from other places understand the importance of different environments. This time, the members of the children's troupe were very successful. The members of Xiao Hai's troupe provided effective help to the group in terms of calculations. The members of Xiao Zhu's troupe recorded the detailed information that needed to be expressed using graphics along the way. The members of Xiao Yuan's troupe cited classics and classics to let us feel the elegance of various places in the Great Tang. There were also the members of Xiao Chang's troupe who gave timely and reasonable suggestions during the mission and used facts to prove the correctness of their suggestions. Of course, there were also the 100 guards from the Zhang family and Wang family. During the mission, they were able to achieve a unified command and advance in sync, displaying the grace of our children's troop and protecting our image. This is worthy of praise. I believe that under the guidance of our unity, the future of the children's troupe will be beautiful and positive. It will carry forward the past and open up a path for the future. All right, now everyone can speak freely. Don't be afraid of burdens. Be brave enough to discover problems and solve them. After Xiao Bei said this, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't hold it in for 2 hours for nothing. After thinking about what his brother and sister would do when they encountered such a situation, he turned a disadvantage into an advantage. After hearing his sister's words, Xiao Hai, who didn't care about other things, revealed an expression of disbelief for the first time. The faces of the boys were filled with worship. Xiao Zhu's eyes moved back and forth, wanting to remember this precious scene so that it could be recorded on the drawing paper. Sweeping a glance at the 100 guards who were at a loss, Xiao Yuan shook his head vigorously. He stared at Xiao Bei in astonishment and carefully sized him up, as if he wanted to see something from Xiao Bei's face. Ha 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 ha. On the road in Huayuan County, Zhang Xiaobao, who was waiting for his brothers and sisters to return, couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the words of the people who were sent to protect him. Wang Wan also pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes into peach shapes. Zhang Xiaobao kept laughing. He laughed until he squatted on the ground, one hand covering his stomach and the other slapping his thigh. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Our Xiao Bei is really amazing. It must be because you, his sister, have taught him well. He can turn black into white. This is definitely the quality an official should have. Not bad. Don't splash dirty water on an official. No matter how good an official is at spouting nonsense, they can't compare to swindlers like you. It's really hard for Xiao Bei. What are you thinking? It's not easy. Let's go. The team will move forward. I reckon that Xiao Bei and the others will have received the news and should be arriving at Huazhou Prefecture soon. Wang Wan held back her laughter. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao up and instructed the team to move forward. Outside the county town of Huazhou Prefecture, the two teams met up. Xiao Bei found her brother and sister and bragged about her contribution in this investigation. Of course. She also mentioned a few small mistakes and humbly expressed that she would learn more in the future. Zhang Xiaobao praised Xiao Bei and the others for their hard-working spirit and acknowledged the results obtained by the children's regiment. He also encouraged them to continue to work without fear of difficulties in the future. As for the small mistakes in the operation, he also gave them guidance. In the end, he waved his hand and reimbursed all the funds for this activity. He also allocated an additional sum of funds to solve the financial difficulties of the children's regiment. The team continued to move forward. They were not far from Huayuan County. To be precise, they were within the borders of Huayuan County. The news sent from Beijing showed that Li Longji was also on the road. Because there were people from the surrounding countries, the ceremonial guards were all out. The team was relatively large, so it would probably take a few days to reach Huayuan County. Naturally, Li Longji also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in his decree. This was all because Zhu Zan and Mo Jilian had used the courtesy of a subject in the court. There was no need to mention the other places. The people sent by Japan to present the tribute and the people sent by Silla also used the courtesy of a subject. As for whether they were convinced or not, it didn't matter. After another 3 days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had reached Huayuan County, began to make the final adjustments and arrangements. They wanted to give the people from the surrounding countries an unforgettable impression. They had to look at all the key places. Xiao Bei, who had re-established her position in the regiment, became more mature in theory after a few days of learning by her brother's side. She led more than 100 people to continue carrying out her orders. A heavy snow fell. The team coming out of Beijing had to slow down. Looking at the snowflakes floating outside, Li Longji was clearly in a good mood. He took a sip of the tea in his cup and tasted it carefully. He said to Gao Lisher, who was waiting beside him, "It's another good year. There won't be a drought here next year. How are the preparations on Xiaobao's side?" "Your Majesty, the letter says that everything is ready. We're just waiting to scare the people from the surrounding countries. There's also a letter from home. It says about Xiao Bei and the others. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look?" Gao Lisher couldn't help but laugh when he thought about what Xiaobao said in the letter. Chapter 824. Seeing that it was snowing heavily, in order to give Zhang Xiaobao and Wang one more time to prepare, Li Longji chose to take the waterway after traveling for a while. He wanted to let the people who followed him know what it meant to break the ice. A series of muffled explosions resounded on both sides of the canal. The ship, with a thick iron plate at the bow, crushed the ice along the way. When the sound of ice shattering reached the ears of the people following Li Longji, the expressions of those who were prepared to see a joke finally changed. Coming out of the cabin, Zhu Zan picked up the clairvoyant I lent to him and listened to the explosions in front of the canal. Looking at the big ship rushing all the way across the ice, it would be a lie to say that he was not shocked. The martial arts of the Tang Empire are so powerful. I wonder what will happen on Mount Hua this time. Sigh. Zhu Zan pressed the hat on his head and felt that the wind was a little weaker. He looked at the people who were watching the explosion on both sides of the canal and the iron cable suspension bridge across the canal and side. Princess Jincheng, whose complexion had obviously improved, stood beside Zhu Zan and looked around softly. When she heard Zhu Zan's words, she raised her eyebrows slightly and said softly to him, "Zan Pu, why don't we go back to Tubo and learn from the situation on the Yellow River here? We can build a few iron cable bridges there to make it convenient for people to travel." "I also want to do that," Zhu Zan replied to Princess Jincheng. Princess Jincheng did not say anything more. She understood what Zhu Zan meant. In terms of iron smelting technology, Tubo was not as good as the Tang Empire. Even if they wanted to build an iron cable suspension bridge, there was no suitable iron ring to use. Moreover, it was not easy to find stones to make the pillars of the bridge. Large pieces of copper and iron were not enough to make them. Iron for weapons was even more scarce. As for cement, the Zhang and Wang families did not sell it to outsiders. The cement used in the Tang Empire even if they paid for it, had to be watched by the people sent by the Zhang family and Wang family before they could build it. Who knew how many people who wanted to get the cement hated the Zhang family and Wang family? A burst of children's laughter attracted Princess Jincheng's attention. She raised her thousandly eyes and saw a group of children flying kites on the southern bank of the canal. It was supposed to be a spring kite, but in the winter, it still made people happy. Taking a closer look, the kite was not made of paper, but pink silk cloth. A large bird that looked like a phoenix was flying in the wind, its long tail swaying gently, adding a touch of gorgeous color to the snowy scenery. A child wearing gorgeous clothes, under the protection of a servant, happily released and retracted the string of a kite. A group of children wearing ordinary clothes surrounded him, clapping their hands, jumping and laughing. After a while, the child, who was obviously from a rich family, stuffed the wire board he was holding into the hands of an ordinary child next to him. Then he pulled the hand of another ordinary child and laughed together. Don't hate poverty with riches and honor. Children play with kites. The white snow is not cold yet, and the colorful phoenixes fly and warm the world. Princess Jincheng looked, and a gratified smile appeared on her face as she murmured in admiration. When Zuzan Qi heard Princess Jincheng's words and saw the children playing on the bank, his face became more and more ugly. He understood that the reason why the children of the rich could play together with the children of ordinary families was not because the children understood unity, but because of the teachings of the adults. The more united the people of the Tang Empire were, and the more harmonious their lives were, the harsher it was for the Tubo people. The children of the Tubo people who had a bit of status would not play with the children of ordinary people. The conflict was intensifying bit by bit, especially when the news of the Tang Empire kept spreading. Many slaves, even if they did not say it out loud behind their backs, they were discussing when Wang Wan would be able to lead troops to conquer the Tubo people and change their status. This was not a good sign. Otherwise, when war broke out, the people would not have the heart to defend themselves, and the soldiers would not have the will to fight to the death. Who could stop the Tang Empire's cavalry? Who would be willing to use their flesh and blood to fight against the spears of the Tang Empire? Zuzan Qi secretly sighed and turned his head to look at Princess Jincheng, whose complexion was obviously better than when she was in the Tubo people. He forced a smile and said to her, "Nunu, have you been playing well at home these few days? Have you seen Wu Huifei and Empress Wang? This time we will stay for a few more days in the Tang Empire. We have to see them often. The wind outside is strong, so let's go back to the cabin to avoid the wind." Princess Jincheng followed Zuzan Qi into the cabin and served him tea. Then she said to him, "Zuzan Pu, Empress Wang, and Zhang Wang have a close relationship. Wu Huifei has a lot of complaints, but Empress Wang is in charge of the harem, so there's no big deal." If Princess Jincheng had a choice, she would not be willing to help Zuzan Qi inquire about this kind of news. However, she had no choice. She could not stay in the Tang Empire forever. She still had to return to the Tubo people. For her, the Tang Empire was better. It was more comfortable to breathe there than in the Tubo people. Although the Tubo people had a clear sky, there were some places where you could not boil an egg. You could only fry it and eat it. The food was much more monotonous. How could it compare to the food in the palace these few days? Zuzan Qi also knew that the food in the Tang Empire was delicious, but he did not pay attention to it at all. When he heard Princess Jincheng's words, his eyes lit up. He lowered his voice and asked, "Can we let people impeach Empress Wang and Zhang Wang families for conspiring?" "You understand." "No." Princess Jincheng Weiwei shook her head. His Majesty has long known the relationship between Empress Wang and Zhang Wang families. Not only Empress Wang, but other people in the imperial family also have connections with Zhang Wang and Zhang Wang families. It is said that all the memorials to impeach Zhang and Wang families are held by His Majesty and not sent to the Hall of Secretaries. Whenever someone in the imperial court talks about it, other officials will change the topic. Oh, Zhongwang and Zhongwang families are so favored by the emperor? Zuzan Qi really did not know about the situation inside the imperial court. Did Wu Huifei mention how to deal with Zhongwang and Zhongwang families? Princess Jincheng shook her head again. No, I even asked Zuzan Pu about countermeasures. I heard that Wu Huifei has already made a move against Zhongwang and Zhongwang families. Every time, it ended in failure. Now, she is just complaining. Perhaps she has other thoughts, but she has not shown them. Then there is no other way. Zuzan Qi muttered unwillingly. Kill Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Princess Jincheng said. If I could kill the two of them, I would have done it long ago. Let's talk about this later. Yes, let's talk about it later. Zuzan Qi temporarily dismissed the idea of directly dealing with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As the boat continued to move forward, Zuzan Qi had other thoughts. He instructed Princess Jincheng, during this period of time, ask more about the Tang Empire, especially the things that we Tubo spies are unable to come into contact with. For example, how is cement made? Why can the clairvoyants see so far away? How are long guns and short guns made? The stability of Tubo depends on these. Zuzan Pu, don't worry. I will ask around. Princess Jincheng agreed very quickly. As for what she was thinking in her heart, Zuzan Qi did not know. The group was still slowly moving towards Huayin County. The journey that originally took 3 days was delayed to around 10 days. In Li Longji's opinion, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan should be ready. After all, the two of them were very capable. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy at the foot of Baiyun Peak, Xiao Bei and a group of people ran to Huayin County's Yamen. The matter of receiving Li Longji's group was from Huazhou Prefecture. The officials of Huayin County were only responsible for following orders and were not very busy. When Xiao Bei brought a group of guards to the door, the current county magistrate of Huayin County, Fang Yang, Fang Shuri, personally came out to welcome them. He was afraid that something would happen and he would be caught. All the officials near the capital knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had 9 children. They also knew the extent of the 9 children's power. They could not be targeted by them when the emperor was coming. Fang Yang, who was carefully receiving the guests, thought that nothing would happen, who knew that as soon as they entered the Yamen, Xiao Bei looked around and found a problem. County Magistrate Fang, why don't I see a place specially used to receive the common people? When the common people come, do you want them to wait outside? It's fine in the summer. When it's hot, they can find a cool place to hide. Can they also find a warm place in the winter? Where is the reception fee given by the imperial court every year? Xiao Bei did not find a place for the common people to rest and eat. She reached out and pulled Fang Yang's sleeve. She looked up and asked. She blinked her cute big eyes, which made Fang Yang feel depressed. No matter how cute Xiao Bei was, she became a demon in Fang Yang's eyes. She touched a sore spot. Was there a need to ask? If the annual share was really used on the common people, wouldn't the Yamen lose income? Who didn't need money when they went out to do things? Do you really think that you don't need to worry like the Zhang family? Although he was thinking about it, he couldn't say it out loud. Fang Yang tried to force a smile and replied to Xiao Bei, Lord Zhang, you may not know, but there are many people in Huayin County who dislike work. They don't work and only want to live a peaceful life. The Yamen has set up a special reception area for them, so they come to the Yamen to eat and drink. That's why the Yamen removed the reception area. Dislike work? What do you mean? Xiao Bei turned to look at Xiao Yuan. They like to live a peaceful life, but don't want to work. They only take and don't give. Xiao Yuan answered. I see. So it's right to not set up a reception place. Xiao Bei still looked up at Fang Yang. Fang Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Zhang is right. Then why isn't there such a person in Sanshui County? County Magistrate Fang is an official. Isn't he educating the people to do good and do good things? Instead, he's just a bystander who doesn't do anything. This is called not doing anything. Xiao Yuan, write a memorial and wait for Her Majesty to come. Xiao Bei's words scared Fang Yang so much that his heart almost jumped out of his mouth. He looked at the other 8 children's expressions and didn't know what to do. If they really wrote a memorial, he was finished. Who didn't know Her Majesty's attitude towards the 9 children? Not to mention that the yamen wasn't that clean. Even if it was done well, wouldn't it be able to find a problem if they wanted to investigate? Fang Yang didn't know what to do. The registrar accompanying him was even more scared. There were some problems with his accounts. Although there weren't many discrepancies, once it was found out, it would be a serious crime. At the very least, he would be dismissed. After hearing Xiao Bei's suggestion and looking at the 9 children, he felt that no matter how he looked at them, they were very detestable. Why were they so troublesome? Did they not understand the difficulties of the local government? Thinking was thinking, but he still had to say, Lord Zhang, it's not easy to run a county. Just listen to Lord Zhang and immediately set up a room to receive the people. There's no need to write a memorial, right? Xiao Yuan frowned. If the higher-ups investigate, the subordinates will work. If the order is issued early, it will be abolished. Are you guys going against us? Seeing that we're young, we'll just deal with it. How do I know if you guys will continue to remove the place after we leave? Seal the accounts. Let Brother Xiaohai investigate. The registrar didn't expect a group of children to be so difficult to answer correctly. He wanted to bribe them, but then he thought of the business between the Zhang family and Wang family. He wanted to threaten them, but then he thought of the military power of the Zhang family and Wang family. He couldn't advance or retreat. Seeing that they wanted to seal the accounts, his face darkened. The imperial censor can't seal the accounts directly. He can only impeach them. Don't tell me you guys want to overstep your authority? Fine, then we won't seal it. We'll just impeach them directly. Let's wait and see. Xiao Bei, why are we still going inside? What if they want to kill us? Let's go and find brother and sister. Xiao Yuan pulled Xiao Bei with a cold face and turned to walk outside. Xiao Bei was stunned for a moment before she reacted and nodded. That's right. If they don't allow us to seal the accounts, there must be a problem. Impeach them with all your might. I want to see Uncle Emperor personally and talk to him face to face. This is too unreasonable. Fang Yang was dumbfounded and glared at the registrar. The registrar's head buzzed and his vision turned black. He paused for a few breaths before he recovered. He knew that if he really let Xiao Bei and the others leave, he would be finished. He stepped forward excitedly and opened his arms to block Xiao Bei and the others. Let's talk nicely. Don't be in a hurry. Let's go inside and talk. Oh no, they want to do something to us. Children's regiment, go and take them down. Xiao Bei was worried about how to deal with this matter properly and didn't have a chance. Seeing that someone dared to stop her, she had an excuse. She shouted loudly and looked scared. As soon as Xiao Bei shouted, 10 of the most stable children in the children's regiment took out their pistols and aimed at the group of people in the yamen. The people in the yamen all stopped moving. They knew what the other party was holding. Although the yamen had applied for it, the imperial court didn't give it to them. However, they knew the power of this thing very well. It wouldn't be good if it hit them. Do you think I'm not prepared? I just applied for it from brother and sister. It's just in time. I'll kill whoever dares to touch it. Xiao Bei clapped her hands and walked out excitedly. She had a smug look on her face, indicating that she had foresight. The 10 children holding the pistols were more nervous. They had practiced shooting before, but this was the first time they were facing people. They held the pistols tightly with both hands so that they could bear the recoil when they fired. It wasn't easy to be able to practice shooting. When Zhang Xiaobao said to let the children practice shooting, Wang Wan was worried that the children couldn't bear the recoil. It was Zhang Xiaobao who said, "Children in war-torn places shoot with AKs and rocket launchers. What can our children do with pistols?" They weren't allowed to carry guns, usually. It was Xiao Bei who applied for it after she came back from the cattle-herding village. Only 10 pistols were given to the most stable children. The people in the yamen restrained them. The other children took out handcuffs and prepared to handcuff them one by one. At this moment, the county magistrate of Huayin County was a little far away. He was moving closer to the wall. "You stop. What do you mean? Why are you running? Do you have a guilty conscience?" Xiao Bei, who was proud of herself, suddenly realized the situation. She pointed at the county magistrate and shouted. The county magistrate and other officials turned their heads at the same time and looked at the county magistrate in surprise. They were puzzled. "No, I'm not running. I'm going to get the rope." "Yes, get the rope." The county magistrate was still moving as he spoke. "Haha, catch him quickly. If he dares to run, shoot him." "I didn't expect that. It's just a small crime of being greedy. Even if we investigate, we won't be able to trace it back to him. He's just going to be exiled, but he's actually afraid of being caught? What does this mean?" Yes, what does this mean? Everyone was thinking in their hearts. It means that what he has committed is a capital crime. Go, fuck this guy. Xiao Bei answered himself and commanded the children's group to rush forward. The county magistrate stopped for a while. Just when everyone thought that he was going to be caught, he suddenly started running towards the inside. Bang! A child with a gun in his hand pulled the trigger. The county magistrate's leg was wounded and he fell to the ground with a plop. He was pressed down by a group of children and handcuffed. They lifted the county magistrate's clothes to cover his head and dragged him to Xiao Bei. "Let's go and find my brother and sister." County Magistrate Fang, let's not pursue the other matters in the yamen for now. Come with me. Xiao Bei had made a greater contribution and did not care about the small matter in Huayin County. Yes, yes. We'll go now. Guards, help Lord Zhang to detain the county magistrate. Thank you so much, Lord Zhang. Thank you so much. Fang Yang was grateful to the county magistrate who was caught. He quickly agreed and asked the yamen runners to detain the county magistrate whose leg was still bleeding. He followed Xiao Bei and the others to the foot of Mount Hua. When Li Longji arrived at the foot of Mount Hua, the first thing he did was to catch the person sent by the Black Water Commandery. The Black Water Commander-in-Chief's mansion was further north than the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's mansion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's sphere of influence did not reach there. Although they had already acknowledged them and were willing to pay the tax, they had all kinds of excuses to set the tax amount very small. More importantly, there were many mountains and forests, and the road was very steep. The county magistrate who was caught by Xiao Bei in Huayin County was sent by the Black Water Commandery. He had been undercover for a long time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tested almost all the interrogation methods they knew on him. Only then did they manage to get him to talk. At the beginning, all kinds of physical methods did not work at all. He did not say anything even when he was covered with bruises. In the end, they had to interrogate him tirelessly and use anesthetics and alcohol to solve the problem. Therefore, they began to search the mountain and sent out hunting dogs. They found the people who were hiding and a large number of fireworks buried in various strategic places. Everyone knew that the fireworks were not used to welcome Li Longji. After capturing them, he sent an imperial edict to Li Sun, who was still at the Songma Commander-in-Chief Manor, ordering him to mobilize 20,000 elite troops in Jili Prefecture, plus 10,000 of his own troops, and to gather 50,000 porters to attack the Black Water Commander-in-Chief Manor. The 20 gunboats guarding the Bohai Sea Commander-in-Chief Manor also took advantage of the fact that the Bohai Sea Bay was not frozen to sail up the coast, intending to storm the Black Water Commander-in-Chief Manor. The people from the surrounding countries who had accompanied Li Longji all understood that Li Longji had dispatched such a large force. One reason was that he truly wanted to flatten the Blackwater Commander-in-Chief's manor, and the other was that he wanted to show off the might of the great Tang to them. "Hello, Uncle Emperor." After Li Longji landed at the foot of Mount Hua, Xiao Bei and the others came looking for him. They didn't care if there were people from other countries present. They didn't call him Your Majesty, nor did they mention their status as subjects. They just smiled and approached Li Longji to greet him. Perhaps because he was in a good mood, Li Longji found Xiao Bei more adorable. He picked her up and put her on the dragon chair beside him. He touched her head and said, "Good, good. Xiao Bei, you made a great contribution again. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Hum. Xiao Bei smiled shyly. No matter how he looked at her, he felt that she was a cute little girl. If the county magistrate Fang Yang saw this, he would definitely think that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Was this still the Lord Zhang who turned hostile at once in the Yamen? Was this still the ruthless girl who would shoot whenever she wanted? Zhu Zanqi sighed silently in his heart. He finally knew the position of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Li Longji's heart. It was more difficult than climbing to the sky to drive a wedge between them. They had a good rest for 2 days. The long-awaited sword competition on Mount Hua began. Although it was called sword competition, except for the Tang Empire, no one had a sword in their hands. They could only watch or talk about it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chose Baiyun Peak to show the military strength of the Tang Empire, so they were going to take this path. The snow-covered mountain looked lofty and dreamy. If they did not know that Li Longji was showing the strength of the country, people from other countries would like to experience the beauty of nature in such a scenery. Suddenly, he left his position and ran to Zhu Zanqi. He whispered to him, "Zan Pu, do you know what they are going to do?" Zhu Zanqi shook his head and said, "Who knows? Just watch. Do you want to climb the mountain at this time? Where did the path come from? Let's go." First Engineering Battalion, go. When many people were guessing how to climb the mountain, the Commander-in-Chief Wang Wan pulled out the saber at her waist and waved it forward. The order was passed down. Immediately, drums and gongs sounded and military flags flew. The 1,000 soldiers of the 1st Reinforced Battalion shouted in unison and rushed out from the right side of the team. Since ancient times, there had been a path on Mount Hua. At this time, the path was even more difficult. There were mountains in front of them and cliffs in the distance. Not to mention climbing to the top, just the path in front of them made people feel weak in the knees. While everyone was guessing what the 1,000 soldiers were going to do, the people of the 1st Engineering Battalion had already reached a small cliff. They did not take the path that the herb gatherers usually took. The first row of 50 people did not stop when they reached the cliff. They stretched their hands back, and the people in the other rows each held a long bamboo pole and pushed it up. The people in front of them grabbed it and shouted, "Ha ha!" They used the same chant and used the bamboo pole to push the people in front of them up the cliff. The people below understood that this was a tactic used when attacking a city. However, the length of the bamboo pole was obviously not enough to push people to the top of the cliff. What was the use of climbing a certain distance? While everyone was puzzled, the 50 people who were pushed to the top of the cliff grabbed the bamboo pole with one hand and pulled the backpack on their back in front of them with the other hand. No one knew what they took out from the backpack. With a gun-like sound, 50 ropes were pulled down from the top. The people at the bottom immediately climbed up the rope at lightning speed. It was unknown how long they had practiced. Looking at the height of 6 zhang, they climbed up in a few steps. The last person at the bottom handed the bamboo pole up and also began to climb. As soon as the bamboo pole went up, the people below raised their clairvoyance one after another, only to see that the person who had just landed stepped on several ropes that were fastened to the cliff wall so quickly. Another bamboo pole lifted the person who had gone up first up another 6 zhang. The same gun-like sound was heard. More ropes were pulled down, and the people below started climbing again. As they were climbing, a rock suddenly loosened and the people on top fell down. Amidst the shocked cries of the people watching, they were pulled back by the ropes again. Without any intention of stopping, they started climbing again. When they reached a place where the rock protruded and could no longer hold the bamboo pole, the person at the top only had a rope around his waist and started climbing with his bare hands. His 4 limbs moved quickly, but it was very rhythmic. If one looked closely, they would notice that under normal circumstances, the four limbs of a bare-handed climber would always be supported by 3 points and moved by 1 point. They would only change under special circumstances. From time to time, the rock that someone grabbed would loosen before they were done. The person who climbed up would fall down again and be pulled back by the rope. They would climb up again and again. Sometimes they even used one arm and a few fingers to hold on to the rock. The people below were shocked to see this. They were even more shocked at the climbing speed. In just a short while, the people from the 1st Engineering Battalion had climbed to a distance of 30 feet. But at this time, there was a very big protruding rock in the middle. If they wanted to go around it, they would bump into the position of others. They could not directly move horizontally, so there would definitely be a missing piece. Just when many people thought that the Tang soldiers would give up on this route, a person rushed out from the crowd and shouted, "Let me do it!" Then, this person pulled a person from the 2nd Battalion who was preparing to run with him. As he ran, he took off the person's backpack and changed his belt. When this person ran to the bottom of the cliff, he did not immediately climb along the rope. Instead, he used the momentum of running and used both his hands and feet to jump up more than 30 feet. Hua! The people below were in an uproar. How did he fly up? It was as if his body was weightless. In just a few steps, he had reached a height of more than 30 feet. Then he hung the rope on the ring around his waist and used a speed that was several times faster than the people from the 1st Battalion to climb up. This person's hands and feet seemed to only need to touch a small gap in the rock. He did not need to do too much. His whole body was like a monkey, jumping up with a whoosh. Zhang Xiaobao, he is Zhang Xiaobao. After the people below were shocked, they finally recognized who this person was. They turned around to look. As expected, Zhang Xiaobao, who had been accompanying Wang Wan, was gone. Didn't they say that Zhang Xiaobao was only good at economics and calculation? When did he become capable of such things? Kutuyu, who was standing beside Zhu Zan of Qi, opened his eyes wide and shouted in disbelief. Not only him, but those who did not know Zhang Xiaobao also thought so. Wow, Big Brother is so awesome. Xiao Bei had never seen her brother do such a thing in front of her. At this moment, she opened her mouth in surprise and cheered, waving her little fists with all her strength. Only Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled, whispering to herself, "This is the international swindler that made countless special police officers helpless, flying over roofs and vaulting walls. Who knows how many self-proclaimed elites have their faces wiped off? And it seems that he is even more awesome than before. If the family has no money, Big Brother can support us by being a cat burglar," Xiao Bei said with certainty. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not have the leisure to care about what other people thought. He did not allow a blank area to appear on the cliff. In the shortest time possible, he came to the protruding rock, paused for a moment, and looked up at the lines under the rock. Then, under the exclamations of the people below, he suddenly jumped up and did a forward flip. Halfway through the movement, he took out an item from his backpack. His feet suddenly stretched out, and he stepped on the cliff in front of him. His body flew out parallel to the bottom of the protruding rock. Just as his head was above the protruding rock, he stretched his hands forward, and the object in his hands just happened to hit the protruding rock. With a sound, his body fell down. Just as he fell for a distance of 3 meters, his arms wrapped around the rope that was just nailed to the rock. Then he swung forward, and his feet once again stepped on the spot where he just stepped. His body flew away from the cliff, but the rope in his hands did not loosen. Using this time strength, he stretched his legs, exerted strength in his waist, and drew an arc. Under the pull of the rope, he hit the outermost protruding rock. He grabbed with one hand, and his legs did a horizontal split. His hand buckled forward, and his hand loosened and pulled again. When he stopped, his whole body was already standing on the rock. With a sound, a rope was pulled down for the people below to use. The people below were stunned. Gao Lisher stood up from the chair and began to look at his adopted son again. Chapter 8:25. There wasn't a single ray of sunlight shining on Zhang Xiaobao's body. It was just that the wind was a little stronger because he was standing at a high altitude. Even so, the people at the foot of the mountain still had to reevaluate Zhang Xiaobao's position. Even the smiling Wang Wan made people have other guesses. The people who followed MOG felt that Zhang Xiaobao was climbing very fast, but they couldn't understand why 1,000 people were climbing the mountain. They asked in confusion, "Master, can they threaten us by climbing the mountain?" "They can't. The threat is to Tubo and the northern part of Hebei province, especially the northern part of Hebei province. With this speed, when the two sides meet in the valley, the Tang Empire won't be in a hurry to set up the formation. Instead, they will climb the mountain. When the others rush over, they will be greeted with a rain of arrows. No, a rain of bullets." MOG estimated the time and explained to the people around him. When he looked at Zhu Zan of Qida on the left, there was some pity in his eyes. Zhu Zan of Qida was silent. He was still thinking about what was the thing that nailed the rope to the cliff after the clapping sound. 2nd Engineering Battalion, go. Wang Wan didn't have time to introduce the tool to others. Seeing that the fastest climber was close to the top of the mountain, she waved the sword in her hand and changed the sound of the drum. The 1,000 soldiers of the 2nd Battalion shouted and rushed up the road made by the 1st Battalion. With the rope, their climbing speed was much faster than the 1st Battalion. Every time they climbed a certain distance, they would start to throw the rope horizontally and let the people next to them catch it. At the key points, they would use the clapping thing to fix it again. 3rd Battalion, go. Wang Wan's order continued to change. The people of the 3rd Battalion rushed up but didn't climb. They just waited at the bottom. Wang Wan came to Li Longji's dragon carriage and said, "Your Majesty, please go up the mountain." "Yes, Lisher." Li Longji happily responded and began to instruct Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher naturally knew what to do. He passed down the orders one by one, and the troops slowly moved towards the cliff. When they arrived at the bottom of the cliff, the people from the 3rd Engineering Battalion threw out grappling hooks and hooked onto all the carriages, pulling them up with all their might. As everyone's bodies gradually left the ground, many of those who couldn't figure out how to go up the mountain finally understood. They were actually going to hang themselves. They were a little worried, but also a little expectant. They had never played like this before. How did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come up with this idea? If I had known earlier, I would have brought the house. Xiao Bei was not afraid at all. He poked his head out with all his might. The whole way up, except for the brave ones, the rest of the people felt like they had just survived a disaster. It was really too exciting. Li Longji casually glanced at everyone's faces. Wei Wei curled her lips and whispered to Gao Lisher, "It seems that there are still many cowards." "Your Majesty is right. This is just the beginning. When the other arrangements are shown later, I think they will be scared to death." Gao Lisher's eyes looked around. He wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao how to climb as if he was flying. It looked very easy. It was not difficult at all. After the people from the surrounding areas came up, they looked at where Li Longji was and waited. They wondered what kind of sword competition it would be. Would it be like the 3 Kingdoms, where they discussed the heroes while drinking wine? At this time, Gao Lisher stood up and asked loudly, "Envoys, do you still remember the edgeless sword that was sent along with the invitation to the sword competition on Mount Hua? But please take it out." Everyone thought to themselves, isn't this nonsense? Does it not have a sword? They all ordered the people who were guarding the sword to take it out and take it off their hands to show it to the emperor. Gao Lisher nodded with satisfaction and said, "The emperor once said that a sword has 2 edges. If you want to hurt others, you have to care about yourself. Remember, on the trip to Mount Hua, you can speak with your heart. Where is the edge?" After that, Gao Lisher stopped talking. Everyone looked at the sword in their hands, and then looked at where Li Longji was. They did not understand for a while. They also did not know what was going to happen on the trip to Mount Hua. Just as they were speculating, Wang Wan took over the command of the army again. "Send the signal, call the Air Force." At the order, colorful fireworks exploded in the sky one after another. The gorgeous and dazzling scene made the people who were waiting feel a little relieved. Fortunately, there was not much snow on Mount Hua. Otherwise, they would have been buried by the snow. Among them, Zhu Zan felt the most. After all, he was in a place with many snowy mountains. Then the people from the surrounding countries began to wonder, Air Force, what is the Air Force? What is the use of it? While everyone was wondering, and Li Longji was looking forward to it, countless black spots appeared in the distant sky and approached Mount Hua. When Zhu Zan saw so many black spots, the first thing that came to his mind was the Tang Empire's eagle formation. He could not help but tremble. Although the incident had passed, he could not forget the countless eagles flying on the front line of Jinchuan. They provided the Tang Empire's army with information at any time and suppressed the eagles on his side. In particular, there was an eagle called Shui-Yun. It was almost psychic and could cooperate well with people. It understood the human language and could send messages from thousands of miles away. What was even more infuriating was that Shui-Yun did not have the slightest bit of pride as an eagle. Other eagles were more courageous in battle. No matter who the opponent was, they would not admit defeat, even if they were to die in battle. Shui-Yun retreated when there was danger and took advantage of the situation. It was very strange that an eagle could do this. Many people also thought that it was an eagle flying over. As the black spots gradually approached, they could see them with their clairvoyance. Only then did they realize that it was not an eagle at all. There were two kinds of flying objects. One was a big ball with a big basket hanging below it. They did not know what it was used for. The other was frightening. The spectators all opened their mouths in disbelief. Those flying objects were actually people. They had special wings on their backs, and the people were below. They did not know how to control the wings, but they were flying back and forth in the sky. Red fireworks rose into the sky. Everyone watched as the winged people adjusted their positions and arranged themselves into a horizontal snake formation. Fireworks rose again, and the snake formation was pulled apart. 1 row became 2 rows, 2 rows became 4 rows, and 4 rows became 8 rows. Only then did the formation stop. The formation was distinct, rising and falling like the wind on the water surface or the overlapping of fish scales. This was the fish scale formation. The first feeling that the crowd felt from such a formation change was that they were stunned. However, before they could fully comprehend the first feeling, the second feeling came. That was fear. Even those who did not understand military affairs could tell that the person below the wings was a soldier when they saw the Tang uniform. Soldiers were naturally used to fight. How could one fight an enemy flying in the sky? How fast would a horse be able to avoid the pursuit of a flying man? How high was the city wall to prevent the enemy from entering the city? Moji felt bitter. Just now, when the Tang people were climbing the cliff, he was gloating. Now it was his turn. Could a horse galloping on the grassland outrun a flying person? Not to mention shooting arrows from above. Even if someone threw a torch at his camp, he would not be able to withstand it. Where did the Tang get so many wings? Everyone's expression changed. Those from the Tang who had never seen such a scene blushed and felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Those flying in the sky were the Tang army. Who in the world could defeat them? Some of the people in the surroundings were livid, while others were pale. Why was this happening? When did the Tang army have a flying army? Li Longji squinted his eyes and kept looking at the expressions of the others. He was very happy in his heart. Who asked you to make trouble? Why did you have to invade the border and force Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's family? Humph, there will be more in a while. But suddenly he stroked the sword that had not been sharpened and suddenly understood. He muttered, "So that's how it is. Your Majesty is asking us whether we should sharpen the sword of the Tang Empire. Should our sword have no edges or double edges? Where does the edge point?" When the people around him heard his words, they also understood what was going on. Great Tangs, Li Longji was trying to show off. Wang Wan also deliberately asked Xiaobei loudly, "Do you think the sword of the Tang Empire should be sharpened?" Xiaobei shook his head and also replied loudly, "No. Didn't brother say in the story that a heavy sword without an edge? This is called subduing the enemy without fighting." Hearing Wang Wan and Xiaobei's questions and answers, the mountaintop became even quieter. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. Without giving them too much time to be silent, the winged people in the sky had already flown over their heads. They changed their movements from time to time, and the balls with baskets below also approached. When all the balls were floating above their heads, one of them landed first. Everyone looked at it carefully and saw that there was a fire on it. Wasn't this similar to the Kongming lantern? The emperor has ordered that all officials change. Gao Lisher called out and first put a backpack on Li Longji. Mo Jilian and the others did not know what it was for. Soon the backpack was arranged. Li Longji, under Gao Lisher's help, stepped onto the first Kongming lantern that landed first. 2 other people accompanied him. The rest of them were also put on backpacks, each of them accompanied by a Tang soldier to protect them. Their hearts trembled as they entered the baskets, their hands tightly gripping the rims of the baskets, as if this could save their lives in the face of danger. When all the large Kongming lanterns had people on them, they lined up in 3 lines and flew towards the north. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng were together. They nervously and curiously looked down. They saw clouds and mist and mountains. When they saw that the people on the mountaintop who did not follow them had become small black dots, they sat back down dizzily and sighed, "Oh my God," falling down and turning into a meat patty. Crazy! The Tang Empire people are crazy. Princess Jincheng did not look down at all. She was afraid of heights and looked around. There was a person in the basket who was responsible for turning the handle. Every time the handle was turned, the thing called a propeller made by the Tang Empire people outside the basket would turn many times. There were 2 people in the middle of the basket. One of them had a clairvoyance in his hand and was responsible for looking out. The other person scooped a spoonful of black stuff from the bucket under his feet from time to time. After thinking about it, he recognized that it was tallow water which could be burned. The large Kongming lanterns were made from tallow water. Next to the burning area, there was a set of hollow iron rings, big and small. Whenever it rose too high, the person in charge of adding oil and water would use one of the rings to lower the height. If one was not enough, 2 rings would be used, adding and subtracting each other. Zhu Zan, who had recovered, also noticed this situation. Thinking about it, it did not seem difficult. If he learned from the Tang Empire, then he would not have to be afraid of the Tang Empire anymore. He was not the only one who had this idea, especially the Japanese. They were very adventurous and considered whether they could fly across the sea with the Kongming lanterns. Ku Tuyu, who was smart, rejected the idea of going back and making Kongming lanterns. He sighed and said, "From now on, there will be no kitens." "General, we can also do it, but we don't know where to fly. You won't suddenly throw us down while flying, right?" Kutuyu's advisor, who was with him, said aloud, "Let's talk about it later. Let's fly north. I don't know where to go." Kutuyu was afraid of being overheard, so he did not mention it again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew where to go. There was a large plain north of the Wei River on the south bank of the Wei River, which was actually the Wei River Plain. That was the last stop. The Kongming lanterns flew and finally came to the sky above the plain. They gradually descended. At this time, the soldier in charge of protecting the people in the surroundings played the role of a tour guide and explained to the people in the basket. His Majesty invited everyone here to let everyone see the reason why we are not afraid of the threat of further enemies when we are together in the future. With my protection, you can stick your head out and take a look. Hearing the soldier's words, everyone suppressed their fear of the sky and forced themselves to look down with their clairvoyance. They saw that there were wooden stakes inserted into the ground below, and 2 pigs were tied to each stake. Some of the pigs were lying on the ground sleeping, while others were trying to break free. After seeing it, They did not immediately understand what it was for. While they were puzzled, the low sound of drums could be heard, and their hearts jumped. Bang! A firework exploded in a place in the east of the plain, attracting everyone's attention. There's nothing. No, there's a flag. Also, there's something beside the flag. There's 1, 2, 3. I think there's more than 100 of them. Nu, can you see them? Zuzan opened his eyes wide. He was afraid that he was seeing things, so he asked Princess Jincheng. I can see it. Princess, Jincheng replied with certainty. That's good. I don't know what it is. Zuzan was at a loss. At this time, the sound of drums changed again, becoming more urgent. Everyone looked at the place where the flag was inserted and found that there were suddenly many people running back and forth. At the same time, they understood. No wonder they could not see clearly. It turned out that there were so many people wearing the same color of clothes as the surroundings. They also wore white hats on their heads. While running, the white cloth was lifted one by one, revealing the things underneath. There was a large hole in the middle of the pillar, and there was a box beside it. Some people were moving things out of the box. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, it seemed that everything was ready. The sound of drums changed again, and the continuous sound of hammers suddenly stopped. Li Longji, who was in the basket, stared at the more than 100 things without blinking. He seemed to be too excited. Wei Wei, who was holding the clairvoyant, trembled. She said to Gao Lisher in a floating voice, "From today onwards, there will be a scene of peace around Tang. Your Majesty is wise." Gao Lisher did not have the leisure to say a lot of words to flatter the emperor. When everyone's eyes were focused on the things on the ground, they saw someone holding a flag in his hand. They vaguely heard a shout. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the people below pushed the things they had taken out from the box into the tube with a large hole. Suddenly, a flame flashed on the pipe with a hole, followed by a whoosh sound. Before everyone could understand what was going on, the place where the pig was tied also had a flame flashing, followed by a thick smoke. Boom, boom. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 kinds of sounds, accompanied by flashes of light and smoke, appeared alternately, shaking people's ears to the point of buzzing. The invincible gunship of Jili State. A person from the Bohai Commander-in-Chief's office shouted, but was covered by the rumbling sound. The cannons were roaring, and the smoke was spreading. No one knew when the sound stopped. The person in the basket still had that silly look on his face. The buzzing sound in his ears seemed to be telling a story from a long time ago. The sound of the pheasants flapping their wings in the mountains of the north, the sound of the waves crashing on the rocks by the sea, the crackling of the firewood in the raging fire on the grassland, and the roar of the rolling tide on the snow mountain were all far away at this moment. The pride and glory of the past were covered by the thick black smoke. The propeller behind the basket spun like a shepherd's whip. Find a flat place to land. Don't fall down. Maybe there won't be any sound. Wang Wan pulled out the cotton ball in her ear and ordered the person playing the drum. The person playing the drum looked at Wang Wan and also pulled out his ear. "Miss, are you talking about going home?" "Find a place to settle down. Get someone to come and take a look tomorrow. Be careful. Take back the pork that can be eaten and share it. Hit it harder." Wang Wan looked at the craters that had been blasted out and felt distressed. It was all money, much more expensive than setting off firecrackers. Showing off once would cost at least a year's worth of tax in a county. The drumbeat of the drum brought the people who were in their own thoughts back to reality. Using the clairvoyant eye, they looked at the place that was blown up. All the wooden stakes were destroyed. Black soil, brown soil, white snow, red blood, and pigs that were still alive were mixed together. There were also 2 pigs that escaped the disaster running back and forth crazily. Looking at the iron cylinders, there were 6 horses next to each iron cylinder. They were tied with ropes and struggled to pull the carriage with wheels, slowly moving in one direction. Large Kongming lanterns fell one by one on the banks of the Wei River. Small pieces of ice floated on the surface of the river, and a large ship was anchored by the river. Someone brought down bundles of firewood from the ship and lit a bonfire. All kinds of food suitable for barbecue were placed on a row of tables, and jars of wine were still sealed with mud. The whimpering sound of the horse and the bleak sound of the horse head zither came from the ship. After a few verses, a man's song sounded. The rolling Yangtze River flows to the east. The waves wash away the heroes, right and wrong. Success and failure disappear in a blink of an eye. The green hills are still there. How many sunsets are there? Chapter 8:26. Snow had started to fall from the sky, making the illusionary Mount Hua seem even more ethereal. A bowl of strong wine was splashed on the lamb on the grill. The flames jumped up, showing a hint of blue in the red. Li Longji cut off a piece of lamb and put it in his mouth. He chewed a few times and nodded in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the meal. On the other hand, the people of the countries and ethnic groups around the Great Tang had different expressions. Some of them had already accepted their fates after witnessing the might of the Great Tang. As they listened to the music from the ship, they relaxed, drinking wine and eating meat. They no longer worried about the future, nor did they have the heart to worry. Their own race truly couldn't withstand another round of bombardment. People like Ku Tuyu kept glancing at Zhu Zan and Mo Jilian, hoping that the Tubo and Turks could be more manly and work together to fight against the Great Tang. Moji did not eat the meat. He just drank half a bowl of strong wine from time to time. It was a very good wine. The weather on the grassland changed too quickly. Hot and cold alternated frequently. If everyone could drink the strong wine of the Great Tang, they would not have to worry about the cold at night. Moji, who thought that he could hold his liquor, drank a few bowls of wine. His body warmed up, his ears turned red, and his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to have returned to his tent in the Turks. There was fire and meat, and there was light singing and dancing. He smacked his lips twice, not in the mood to think about other people's matters. His hand touched the unsharpened sword on his leg as he sat cross-legged. He praised, "Good sword, truly a good sword. The one who obtains this sword obtains the world. The sword has two edges. One edge can lead thousands of armored cavalry, invincible in battle. The other edge can scatter money all over the sky, not worrying about spending. When the sword is retracted, the four seas are at peace. When the sword is unsheathed, snow falls. The grassland is too cold. I wonder if it can warm up. Yes, warm up. Find a mountain to hide from the wind." At first, the people around Moji thought that he was really praising the sword in his hand. They looked at the sword, but could not see what was good about it. Only after hearing the latter part of his sentence did she realize that he wasn't talking about the sword in his hand, nor was he talking about the sword in his hand. Instead, he was talking about the sword in Li Longji's hand. Naturally, he was referring to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were huddled together and whispering something to each other. Zhang Xiaobao's abilities were obvious to all. No matter where he went, he was a hen that laid golden eggs. Countless spies sent to the Great Tang had long ago reported back on the deeds of Zhang Xiaobao. The Great Tang's national treasury was no longer lacking in money. With the existence of the bank, if necessary, one could mobilize 10 million strings of cash at any time. With so much money, he could easily crush someone to death. More importantly, wherever his family went, the lives of the common people would be improved. Many of the officials of the Great Tang weren't stupid, and with his family's methods in front of them, they began to learn. Even if they couldn't compare to his family, they were still much better off than before. When she smiled, her two dimples would appear. At first glance, people would think that she was a lady from a big family. Only those who knew her would understand what kind of existence she was. Although the generals guarding the borders of the Great Tang were always able to win battles and quell rebellions, those were still small battles. Wang Wan only fought one battle, and that one battle was enough to make Tubo suffer greatly. As for quelling rebellions, she had never done so. However, there were signs in Feng province. Some people wanted to cause trouble, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sent some people over. In total, there were less than 500 people. All the signs were extinguished by themselves, and no one dared to provoke her. The main reason was that the generals taught by the war in Tubo had already shown her ability. Those generals were now guarding a region and managed the army like it was made of iron. However, every time someone praised them, they didn't dare to accept the praise and only said that they were far inferior to Cuckoo. The great Tang only had 2 people, one civil and one military, to suppress the great Tang's borders until no one dared to act rashly. That's right, this was a real double-edged sword. Don't let it fall on you, otherwise there would be no return. Everyone had their own thoughts. For a moment, the voices gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of the wind, the crackling of the firewood, and the sound of stringed and bamboo. Li Longji didn't persuade others to eat the meat. He ate happily by himself. Just now, someone had passed on Mo Jillian's words, which made him deeply agree. Lisher, you've worked hard. Li Longji suddenly cut a piece of meat, stabbed it with a knife, and sent it to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher was shocked. He looked at the emperor and didn't understand what he meant. Why did he cut a piece of meat for him? Should he eat it or not? Could it be that he wanted to stab him to death? Thinking in his heart, Gao Lisher opened his mouth. After stuffing the meat into Gao Lisher's mouth and letting him bite, Li Longji kept the knife and showed a rare warm smile. At that time, if Lisher hadn't discussed with me and said that the experts of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't be easily moved, I really couldn't help but bring them into the palace. Li Longji said the reason with emotion. Gao Lisher understood. So that's how it is. It seems that the emperor is a little scared. If he really did it, not to mention the fact that there was no Xiaobao and Cuckoo's combined swords, he was afraid that the experts of the Zhang and Wang families would be forced to leave. No matter where they went, as long as it was not in the Tang Empire, today's sword competition of Mount Hua didn't exist. Even if there was a sword competition of Mount Hua, no one knew where it would be, but it would definitely not be in the Tang Empire. Thinking about this, Gao Lisher said modestly, "Your Majesty has already made a decision. Otherwise, why would you hang the portraits of Xiaobao and Cuckoo in the palace? Your Majesty, I see that Xiaobao seems to have just roasted a chicken. Why don't... Well, you're right. Go." Li Longji's eyes also looked at Zhang Xiaobao from time to time. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao take out a chicken from under the fire, even if he didn't know why he did that, he guessed that it must taste good. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao, who was hiding and trying to be inconspicuous, didn't expect that Li Longji still had his eyes on him, even if he gave up the opportunity to show off. He took out the beggar's chicken from under the fire, blew off the seal, tore off a wing, and handed it to Wang Wan. "Eat, eat, eat more. Hong Qigong liked this. It's been 6 years, right? This cooking wine has been in the cellar for 6 years. The wild chickens in the mountain are thinner, but it smells better than the chickens at home. You only know how to eat. In case Tubo and Tujue don't agree to join the Tang Empire and war is coming, you don't even have time to prepare. How can you have the leisure to cook a chicken and leave a good lamb untouched?" As Wang Wan talked about Zhang Xiaobao, she took the chicken. Looking at the dry mud on the ground, she was stunned. Then she asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Did you kill the chickens in Fried Chicken Farm? 6 million of them died in one night. Don't be afraid. They definitely don't dare to fight the Tang Empire. It's winter now, and they'll definitely win. What did you say about Fried Chicken Farm? I don't understand." Zhang Xiaobao looked away as he spoke, not looking at Wang Wan. Wang Wan burst out laughing. "Don't deny it. Today, I realize that I have never heard of anyone carving words on the mud when cooking beggar's chicken. Moreover, the words carved were Hong Qigong. According to the information, the Fried Chicken Farm once found dried mud with these 3 words. How do you explain that? Oh, there's such a thing. Damn, it makes me angry. That Zhou guy not only deducted the wages of the workers in the surrounding villages, but also didn't dispose of the chicken feces properly, causing the entire village to smell bad. He even used industrial raw materials to raise chickens. I stole a few to eat, but the more I ate, the more it tasted wrong. Back then, the chase was fierce, and I was in a hurry to run into the mountains. Otherwise, I would have poisoned him to death too. Zhang Xiaobao replied confidently. Then, do you know how much tax the local area would have to pay without his chicken farm? How are the villagers who can still get some wages living? I don't know. I only know that the villa of the county magistrate's family is very beautiful. Hurry up and eat. Why are you still talking about the past? I don't like to hear others praising my achievements. How about I choose a village here and open a gutter oil processing plant? It can solve more employment problems. I can't stand people who are greedy and don't do practical things for the people. So, you can be greedy if you do practical things? At least that's what I think. Come, follow me. Take the chicken and don't eat it first. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled Wang Wan to a place where there was no one in the distance. Xiaobao, where are you going? Behind them came Gao Lisher's affectionate voice. Father, I'm going to relieve myself with cuckoo. Zhang Xiaobao subconsciously moved the chicken to a place where Gao Lisher couldn't see. What are you talking about? Who's going to relieve themselves with you? Take it out. Wang Wan reached out and poked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji with disdain. He took out the chicken and said to Gao Lisher, Father, this chicken has been torn apart and eaten. It's okay. When His Majesty eats, he always lets his subordinates taste it first. Gao Lisher said embarrassedly. He took the chicken and rushed back as fast as he could. Bandit, he's just a bearded man. Let's wait. When he's full, we'll dig out the other chicken. Come, let's talk about our future plans. After we take over Tufan and Tujua, we have to use them. Zhang Xiaobao took 2 bites of the chicken claw and sat back down with a face full of regret. He shouldn't have saved his favorite chicken thigh for last. Li Longji quickly swallowed the 2 chicken thighs, raised his head, and said to the people in the oppressive atmosphere, Everyone, tell me, how should I sharpen my sword? It's here. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They looked at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Seeing that no one was speaking, Li Longji shifted his gaze to Zhu Zan. Zhu Zan really hoped that he could become invisible and not be discovered by others. Seeing that Li Longji was forcing him to say something, he lifted the sword in front of him and looked at Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao first. He didn't see the 2 of them looking at him. What he saw was that the 2 of them were talking excitedly for some reason. From time to time, Zhang Xiaobao even pointed to the west. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that he was referring to Tufan. Wang Wan, on the other hand, smiled and waved her little fist, as if she was promising something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a thumbs up and nodded vigorously. Could it be that they want to make a move on Tufan? Zhu Zan thought to himself. Clang, clang, clang. Just as Zhu Zan was hesitating about how to reply, the sound of the hujia and ma tu chin on the ship stopped and changed to the continuous sound of the pipa string sweeping. It was a very familiar sound. Even without the first few verses, he could still recognize it. The current song was called Ambush on All Sides. Each sound was more urgent than the last. A scene that Zhu Zan didn't want to recall suddenly appeared in his mind. Report, our army has surrounded the Tang army at the Jinchuan mountain range, waiting for news of victory. Report, the villagers of Emola village have been slaughtered, and the enemy is nowhere to be found. Report, our army has lost traces of the enemy on Jinchuan mountain range, and we have suffered heavy losses. Report, we have found out that the Tang dynasty's reinforcements are from the logistics camp in Izhou. Report, our army's 15,000 soldiers are all dead, requesting for reinforcements. Report, our army's 2nd and 3rd reinforcements are blocked, and our logistics are cut off. Report, our army's provisions in 3 areas have been burned to ashes, requesting for more food. Report. This summer locusts are a disaster. I'm afraid we won't be able to harvest anything. Report. Report. Zanpu, His Majesty wants you to have a sword competition. Just as Zuzan was recalling the scenes, he heard the soft voice of the Princess of Jincheng. Sword competition? Yes, sword competition. He wants to invite you to the sword competition on Mount Hua. Zuzan murmured and shook his head vigorously. He looked at the sword in his hand and sighed to the sky. 2 streams of tears flowed out of his eyes. He held the sword up high and knelt on the ground. He replied dryly to Li Longji, I'm slow-witted. Your Majesty, I'll do as you say. Sigh. More sighs sounded almost at the same time. However, when he suddenly closed his eyes, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He didn't want to blame Zuzan and say that he was timid. After all, he had been to Tubo before and understood the current situation in Tubo. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had stationed 30,000 soldiers and countless horses at the front line of Jinchuan Mountain, waiting for the war to start. In addition, there were troops flying in the sky, long spears that could decide life and death in 300 steps and thunderous cannon fire. If it were him, he wouldn't have the courage to challenge Li Longji. Li Longji's brows relaxed. He nodded and said to Zuzan, What you said is exactly what I want. I'll give you the surname Li and reward you with 10,000 bolts of silk and $10 million. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zuzan's voice trembled. He bowed to the ground and didn't get up for a long time. Li Longji then looked at Mo Jillian. Mo Jillian, do you have anything to say? I want to go back and discuss. Mo Jillian couldn't make the decision and could only reply like this. At this time, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted. Your Majesty, I ask for your order to send Mo Jillian back to the Turks. I'm going to Feng province to train the soldiers and do some exercises. On the way, bring along the cannons and see if the horses are afraid of the sound of cannons. I thought about it again. I'm willing to listen to Your Majesty's order to sharpen the sword. Mo Jillian looked at Wang Wan and quickly expressed his position. He meant that he couldn't make the decision for the Turks, but he was willing to submit. Li Longji wanted to laugh out loud, but he restrained himself and looked at the others. Chapter 8:27. Under the threat of powerful military force, the countries and tribes around Great Tang expressed their stance. The representative of Xinlua, Li Yanqing, could not make the decision. He wanted to learn from the representative of Japan. The representative of Japan did not directly hand over everything like the Tubo and Turkic people. Instead, he continued to be a subject in name. Li Yanqing knew that Japan was not afraid of Great Tang's troops attacking them. What he was worried about was that Great Tang's ships often attacked Japanese ships in the sea. Thinking about his own side, Xinlua's position was not bad. The main problem was that Jili province was a little close to Xinlua. He could not express his stance for the time being and could only tell Li Longji the truth. They would discuss it when they returned to Xinlua. Li Longji did not expect to accept Xinlua and Nippon into the Great Tang. Of course, he was not worried that Nippon and Xinlua would stab him in the back. As long as Xiaobao and Huan were still in Jili province, they would suppress their ambitions no matter how bold they were. The people from the commanderies in the north of Hebei province were easier to talk to. Most of the population had been moved away, and the tribes had conflicts. They were not as united as Japan and Xinlua. In addition, Jili province had given many practical benefits recently. In the past, they had interacted with Great Tang as a subject. If they were annexed, so be it. They could not follow in the footsteps of the Blackwater Commandery. They did not know how many people Commandery Prince Tang and would kill this time. Li Longji had sent so many soldiers. How could he withdraw so easily? However, Tuyu was the first to correct his position. After all, he was a general bestowed by Li Longji. Now, it was just a matter of right and proper. The Turkic king Mo Jillian had already said that he could not make the decision. Everyone else understood. Although he was the Turkic king, the real military power was in the hands of Prince Xian of the left. The last one left was Zuzan Qi, the real master of Tubo. Everyone's eyes were on him. Zuzan Qi acknowledged Great Tang's rule, but he knew that Li Longji did not want a verbal promise. He wanted practical actions. Zhu Zan regretted coming here personally. If he had sent someone else, he would have been able to make more preparations. His previous experience of writing letters to Li Longji in a victorious tone, even after he had lost, would be gone forever. He pretended to eat a piece of meat and drank a full night of wine. Zuzan Qi asked Li Longji, "What arrangements does your majesty have?" "We would like to hear what you think." Li Longji couldn't think of what to do at this moment. The environment of Tubo was very troublesome to govern. Ordinary people would fall sick if they went there, and they wouldn't be able to adapt to the food. Cooking noodles and steamed buns was like a dream. Ancestor Qida was a little embarrassed. He glanced at the place where Zhang Xiaobao was and saw that he and Wang Wan were lowering their heads and seemed to be secretly eating something. Suddenly, a plan came to his mind. "Your Majesty, this subject requests Your Majesty to send someone to take over this subject's territory, from Jinchuan to Pengzhou Pass. Also, send a capable official to this subject's territory to deal with all the government affairs." Li Longji felt that something was wrong when he heard Qida's praise. Who didn't know that although that piece of land belonged to Tubo in name, it actually belonged to Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo? If they really sent someone to be an official, what would the two of them think? Unless two of them were sent there. But what about Jili province? Li Longji was in a dilemma. If he didn't control Jinchuan and Ruoshui, he wouldn't be able to extend his hand to Tubo. But if he did, it would affect the two children. "Your Majesty, this subject feels that Ancestor Qida is right. It should be so. Now, this subject and the king have a caravan passing through. However, without an official to govern, it is inconvenient. This subject requests Your Majesty to send a capable subject to govern. As for the land that Your Majesty bestowed upon this subject and this subject thinks that this subject has no time to spare. Also, this subject heard that there is a city further west called Shancheng. Shancheng is further west, and there is a lake. The lake is like the sea. There are countless fishes and birds in it. There are even pearls that can reflect the moon. I hope Your Majesty will allow this." When Li Longji was worried, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly spoke. He was holding a half-eaten chicken head in one hand and a piece of chicken thigh in the other. With a mouth full of oil, he talked about the ownership of a piece of land in a casual manner. It was as if he was talking about whether to steam or boil dumplings. When Ancestor Qida looked over, he nodded at Ancestor Qida, meaning, "You see, the two of us are on good terms. I support you." Li Longji was happy and in a good mood. He nodded and said, "Official Zhang's words are reasonable. I will grant Shanqing to you and the king and exempt the rent for 5 years. What do you think? This subject does not agree with Your Majesty's rent reduction. Jinchuan is more prosperous in the west. If Your Majesty reduces this subject's rent, what about the other places? This subject requests Your Majesty to take back the imperial favor." Zhang Xiaobao looked like he was thinking for the country and directly refused. Ancestor Qida was depressed. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, not only did he not provoke the conflict between Zhang Xiaobao and Li Longji, but he also lost a large piece of land. If that lake was seized by Zhang Xiaobao, salt would be expensive in the future. No, he had to stop it. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. "Your Majesty, Qinghai Lake is far away from Pengzhou. It is inconvenient to travel. This subject is afraid that Governor Zhang has no time to control it." That's not right. "Ancestor Qida, I think I can do it. If you don't believe me, you can try. I promise to build that road. 100,000 cavalrymen from Pengzhou will arrive there in 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Xiaobao did not bother to argue with Ancestor Qida anymore and wanted to make a bet with him. "You can brag as much as you want. If you can arrive in 3 days and 3 nights, I will tear off my head and get to you. Ancestor Qi thought in his heart. He said, "Of course, there is no need, but this subject, well, I approve. From next year onwards, the surrounding areas will have to pay rent. Official Zhang will have to work hard." Li Longji impatiently interrupted Ancestor Qida's words and gave the place that did not belong to the Tang Empire to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When the people of the Tang Empire saw that Zhang Xiaobao and the emperor did not have any conflicts, they were relieved. They were really afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would not give up the place. At the same time, they looked at Ancestor Qida with eyes full of schadenfreude. "You deserve it. When Zhang Xiaobao's forces go there, let's see what you can do." Ancestor Qida was silent. His face was ugly. He did not even touch the meat that the princess of Jincheng gave him. "Aunt Princess, I'll treat you to chicken. Brother's chicken is delicious." Xiao Bei was not satisfied with Ancestor Qida's attitude towards the princess of Jincheng. He used 2 knives to strenuously cut a chicken and brought it to Ancestor Qida. He wanted Ancestor Qida to take it. If he could, Zhu Zanchidu really wanted to slap Xiao Bei away, but he could only think about it. He didn't dare to put it into action. He tried his best to squeeze out a friendly smile. He took the chicken and said to Xiao Bei, "Xiao Bei is really sensible." He then turned to the princess of Jincheng and said, "Nu, I'll help you tear it." "I thank you, Zongpu," the princess of Jincheng said happily. When Mo Jillian saw all this, he sighed in his heart. When did women have such a status in Tubo? Ancestor Qida was really pitiful. Fortunately, Li Longji did not agree to his proposal. Otherwise, he would have to treat a woman like an ancestor. The sword meet on Mount Hua was over. The warm bonfire dinner made many people feel cold. They followed Li Longji's instructions and boarded the ship to the capital. This year, they were going to spend the new year in the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not plan to return to Jili province, nor did they plan to go to Luoyang. Their families had already set off from Luoyang and came to the capital together for the new year. They did not need to go back next year. Zhang Zhong was going to find an official position in the capital. The specific official position had not been arranged yet, but at the very least he had to be a minister. His original 2nd-rank official position would be removed, and he would become a 3rd-rank official. It was an apparent demotion, but a hidden promotion. In terms of official positions, the happiest were Xiao Bei and the other 9. They had caught a spy and made a great contribution. The original imperial grandee was a 5th-rank official. He wore light red clothes and had a silver fish pouch. Now he wore dark red clothes. He was a civil grandee and a traditional Chinese physician. He still wore a silver fish pouch. However, Xiao Bei chose to ignore the latter point. She liked the goldfish pouch. Her own handiwork was good. After Li Longji rewarded Xiao Bei and the others according to their contributions, he thought about it and felt that he should compensate Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He also gave Xiao Bei and the other 9 people power. The original imperial censor was now the imperial censor and the chancellor of the Supreme Court. It sounded like a mess. Those who knew of this matter were even more afraid when they looked at Xiao Bei and the others. If the imperial censor could only impeach and could not arrest people, then the chancellor of the Supreme Court could directly judge the case. Naturally, no one believed that the emperor would give such power to the 9 children. It was still controlled by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the 9 children very coincidentally caught a spy who wanted to murder the emperor, would they know how to judge the case? After Xiao Bei figured out the power she had, she also considered this problem. Judging the case seemed to be very difficult. Xiao Yuan, you have to memorize the Yonghui Law and the 6 classics to avoid making a wrong judgment. You can't judge even if you memorize it. Do you think that you can write a case just because you have the power of the Chancellor of the Supreme Court? Do you know what a joint hearing is? Xiao Yuan poured a vat of cold water on Xiao Bei. Ah, there's such a thing? I don't care. I'll judge when I catch him. Xiao Yuan, let me ask you, do you want to be an official? A real official like your brother and sister, let's work together and reserve a county to bring good fortune to the people. Xiao Bei decided not to follow the rules. She rolled her eyes and proposed another idea. Xiao Yuan shook her head vigorously. No, I don't have that ability. If you want to be an official, you can be one. Okay, I'll go talk to them. Xiao Bei made a big decision. Zhang Xiaobao did not pay much attention to the promotion of his younger siblings. Instead, he discussed the matter with Wang Wan for a while, then looked for Li Longji to discuss it for 4 hours. When dawn broke the next day, Li Longji issued a series of decrees. The 40,000 people from the northern part of Hebei province were left to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 10,000 people with the most unstable hearts were trained in the capital. The remaining 30,000 people were divided between Shanandong province and Huainan province. 25,000 soldiers were transferred from the 2 provinces to Fengzhou to participate in the prefecture army drill.